Hi, Pillow. How are you? Good morning, good evening. Niko kwa giza. Looks like niko kwa giza. Niliota ndoto usiku. Nijieke light ama nisieke? Good to see you, Pillow. Hi, Nelly. Hi, G. Good evening. Okay, mic test. Nasikika? Nasikika ama niko kivyangu? Mic test, light test. Naonekana ama niko kwa giza? Thank you so much, Pillow. Thank you. You're welcome. Alafu unasikika? Oh, okay, thank you. Thank you for the feedback. Alafu tukiingia, let's tap tap so we can reach others. Tutap tap ndio tupate wengine, watupate, watuone, wajue mahali tuko. Those who are asking for links, I don't know how, sijuangi links ziko na aje. So ukiingia, kindly let's tap tap our screens and share live. Ukiingia, tap screen and share it in live. Ndio tumalize tulale. I also want to sleep. Mkoaje lakini? Any good news? Anything good? Anything bad? Anything? We listen to anything. Sisi ni wale tunasikizanga anything. Githinji is asking you guys, is it true retrogression is over? You are the guys who know. You are the people who are in the process. Retrogression imeisha. Watu wanakuja in massive. That question is from Githinji. Hi, Kibet. I just received a contract from Canada. How can you help me? Okay, let's wait for Canada people to come. Kibet, let's wait for the Canada people to come and help you. Hi, ZJ. Good evening. Good morning from me. Hi, everyone. You guys, 37, you're not tapping. So you tap, we reach others. Oh, did I wake you up? I'm sorry, ma'am. I didn't wake you up.
I just woke up.
Oh, you just woke up. You heard me shouting. Sorry. Hi, Divax. Good morning. Guys, let's power tap so we can reach others. We can reach the rest. Ndio tulale mapema. Ndio tuende kulala mapema. Let's tap our screens and reach the rest. That's the only way tutamaliza hii story haraka. And if you can share your if you can share, I'm looking for I didn't know. I'm not. Wait. Yeah, is the. Let me share again. Okay, guys, tap your screens tafadhali. Lakini sasa nitashinda hapa, nimechoka from job, nikuja hapa kushinda tap screen. Ai, hata mi nakaa aje? Look at my life. See my life. I'm living a very stupid life, guys. What's that? I think it's kind of okay. Just a minute. Kuna mtu natafuta. Kuna group natafuta. Ni kama it's not in this phone. Anyway, too bad. Oh, I know reason why. Okay. Haya, niambieni. How have you been? Lilian, kumbe unajua kucomplain. Enyewe mi ucomplain sana. Wana complain. Kwanza venye nasikia kuchoka. Nasema initoke. Venye nasikianga na kuanga nimesikia kuchoka. Nikichoka nasikianga kucomplain sana. Hi Osano. Good morning. How are you? Thank you, Osano. Good morning. Yeah, you tap screens and send this thing, the heart me here. Ukituma the heart me, anytime I go live, you are able to see me. Wanakutumianga notification is kind of Lilian is inviting you. So anytime unanitumia like that thing, that kuna kichwa yangu Lilian and then the heart thing, it's anytime naenda live, inakutumianga notification that I've invited you to the live. Good evening, sawa. Good evening, good morning. I'm on time. I actually came 2 minutes early. I came 2 minutes early. I'm always on time. Ile siku ni venye sikuwa najua ni AI ilinidanganya. I'm telling you, AI will finish us. So good morning, guys. Hi, Divax. I prefer calling Divax than Divax. Hi, Kiptosh. Hi, Nyambura. Hi, Pilo. Good morning, sweetheart. Si mimi amesalamika sana. Hi, Mary. Good evening, everybody. Wacha tungoje Divax atoke chai. Divax, we are waiting for you kutoka chai. Hi, Kathy. Hi, Naswambui. Thank you so much for the gift, Pilop. Thank you so much. Hi, Gilly.
Just give me a minute.
Okay, that's fine. Karibuni sana. Hi, Nyambura. Kila mtu apanguze kiti yake because we did not wipe the chairs. Hi, Dr. Liza. Ama mnunue zile mashini za kutap kama vidole zenu hazita tap. Hi, Nyarturkana. Hi, Tabitha. Good evening, good morning. I think Australia ni good afternoon ama ni saa ngapi? Ama wako in the middle of the night. G, thank you for tapping. Hi, Doreen. Thank you for coming in. Stacy Aren, good morning. Hi, Frida. Hi, Valentine. We are on time, 5 minutes. Good. We're doing good. Hi, Joma. Good morning. Good evening. Jeb Kosgei. Thank you, Mary Aren, for tapping. Thank you so much. I do appreciate your sacrifice. Good morning, Mama. How are you? Hi, Frida. Hi, Starga. Good morning, everyone. Tap, guys. Thank you, Pilo, for reminding everybody to tap. Wish I could join you, but on the road visiting this country. Oh, nice vacation, Miss Talo. Enjoy, have fun. Hi, Boo at Bob. Thank you, Miles, for sharing. Thank you, Divers, for sharing. Huko ni Ocha. Huku kwenye niko ni Ocha. I already did a video showing how Ocha this place is. Naulizia CNA ya Kenya mtu anaweza pata job. Yes, unaweza pata job Kenya. You can get a job in Kenya. Na nilisikia the Gulf countries unaweza pata job. So don't give up. But not in the US. In the US you still go to school. Hi Kathy, Lilia, nilikuona ukitafuta gari juzi. Does the car loan companies allow to take 0 mileage raffle? My first car was 0, no, not 0 mileage, was 3 miles. Cause gari paka itoke kwa nini? mpaka itoke kwa manufacturer itembee mpaka ifike kwa like hautapata 0 mileage. So yes, they did. My RAV4 was 3 miles. And the one I got right now is 6 miles. So yeah, you're given. Lillian advised me on scrubs, moving soon, but don't know the color to buy. Chrissy, you need to, the hospital you are going to work, during your interview, you were supposed to ask. You guys, during your hospital interview, you need to ask, one of the questions, important question is to ask what color the scrubs they need. What color that hospital uses. Because kila hospitali has his own color. So during your interview, make sure you ask that question. Which color of scrubs do they use? Ama what kind of scrubs? So they need to tell you that. But kama ulimiss hiyo, ask people who work there. Uliza watu wanawaka huko, what color do they put on? Don't just buy any scrub. You might be buying green and they are using blue. You might buy blue and they are using white. I'm sure ukiulizia hapa utapata, so you have a chance to ask that question hapa. Chrissy, congratulations. By then nilisahau kuambia. Congratulations, Chrissy. Yeah, I didn't ask. Oh, no, just look, sema hospitali yenye unaenda, people here, they know which state are you going to and which hospital you are going to. Kuna mtu hapo utapata tu mnawaka na yeye. I think, yeah, some people don't know, but that is a very important question to ask during your interview. Saa zile wanakuambianga, do you have any other question? Yeah, it should be among those questions that you have. Don't miss to ask that question. Hello, Lillian, by the... Kama mtu ni TOT. TOT ni nini, guys? Wa BLS and SLS. TOT ni teacher. Tutor wa BLS and SLS anaweza pata gig huko. Akikuja kama nurse like for. What do you mean? Nurse Wambuye, hebu sema tena. But I'm sure you will get. Huku unaweza pata anything you want. You just go for it. Ile hosi unaenda kuwork, you can ask your manager, you are interested, you've been doing this for the longest time, you're interested, you are good in this. Utapata wamekuweka hapo. Kuna kuangana department ya wanaitwa aja watu wa kufunza. Yeah, kuna hiyo department yenye wanatufanyishanga ma interviews na kutufunza na kutuongezea modules na kuchange vitu mingi. Yeah, you'll be part of it. So wherever you are going to, just ask them. Yeah, you'll be training the nurses. You'll be training nurses in that hospital. Because like BLS we do every 3 months. If you are on med-surg, you do a BLS. Okay, nasema hospitali yetu. If you are on med-surg, you're doing BLS every 3 months. Ni inaitwa RQI. RQI sijui in full ni nini. RQI ni nini? But you do it every 3 months. So kuna watu wanafuatilizia, you must do it. Wanafuatilizia, ukianguka they fuatilizia you. Those are the people sasa we utakuwa kwa hiyo department ya kufunza. Just ask your manager, utajipata huko. Go for it. If you are working in ICU, easy critical areas, if you are a floater, you must do BLS and do also ACLS, RQI every 3 months. So it's a must. So yeah. Hi, Dr. How are you? We are waiting for Divax. Whenever you're ready. Mkifika DM Go Getter for side hustles. Msisahau kutafuta Go Getter for side hustles. Like trainer of trainees. Unaweza kuwa hapo kwa trainer of trainees ndio sijajua. Hapo kwa trainer of trainees sijui. For sure. I'm not sure. But you can start from somewhere. You can start from training nurses. And then you will... Unaanzia chini, si ndio? So ukifika huku we say you start from chini. Anza na kufunza hao nurses wenye wako kwa hiyo OCN. And then kidogo utapata promotion ukue trainer of trainees. Hivyo tu. It's a ladder. Any opportunity for CNA New Zealand? Who knows about that? Any CNA in New Zealand? Okay, guys, I'm talking in nursing. Mostly we are concentrating on nursing. So as a driver, sijui, I don't know. I have bachelor's in medical lab. I heard medical labs are going, so tutangojea one of our guests ajafika. Akifika, he will talk about hizo biomed, other ninis huko Canada. Hajafika bado. Ni kama atakuwa CPF. What is CPF? What is CPF? Nasvera si kusoma hata ni kitu unaenda kufanya, it's easy thing, very easy. Masomo ya huku hata ACLS ya huku si ngumu kama ya Kenya. Na BLS ya huku si ngumu kama ya Kenya. Ni two questions kidogo and then unaenda kufinya kifua hapo. So nobody's seeing you but the machine ukifinya like inakwambia you're doing good, harder, less, hivyo inakudirect how to do it. It's not hard. Si kama za Kenya. Resuscitation quality improvement. RQI ndio hiyo info. Resuscitation quality improvement, guys. By kesho nitakuwa nimesahau. Resuscitation quality improvement. I have a degree in nursing. Okay, today's topic is USA. Everywhere. We said USA, Canada, Australia, everywhere. Hi, Eunice, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready. So my name is Eunice, representing the ama venye lile na naita Divax. Some people
Diva.
call other Divax. We are here to help all RNs, whether diploma or BSNs, with their NCLEX processes from registration to the NCLEX preparation. We have online classes. We've been doing live classes in the morning at 4 a.m. To 6 a.m. East African time. Then we have self-paced classes where you can have content for 6 months and you can cover that content at your own pace. Whether you want to move fast or you want to move slower, that is on you. So, but our teachers are still there to guide you if you have questions. We have the content includes assessments, self-assessments, and Q&A live sessions. So it's something that is really worth exploring. Na pia hatujasahau, we've not forgotten the RNs that tested previously and failed their NCLEX tests. We have the strategy classes that we encourage every RN that one has been preparing, whether with us or another organization, to join when they're about 2 months to testing, to just give you like the final brush to your preparation process. And this has helped a lot of nurses realize, oh, maybe, like this, when you had the content, but the strategies, kind of boost your confidence in your NCLEX taking. Then two, the nurses that tried these tests and failed, whether they tested with us, but we wouldn't say that they tested with us and failed because we have 100% success rate, and we brag of these with our heads high. For the last 2 years, we've had straight passes in our content from A to Z. And we encourage all RNs to join our crash courses. Sometimes we have free crash courses. I think there is one that will be coming next Saturday. And you can plug in, and if you want to join the classes, you can DM us on WhatsApp. Ukienda kwa account yetu, if you go to our account, you will see a phone number that is mentioned over and over again in the content. And you can DM us on WhatsApp on how to join the NCLEX classes, and you'll be guided. All classes are online, and there is nothing that is over 20 USD per month. Everything is 20 USD per month or below. So we've heavily subsidized the content, and we hope that as many of you will be able to benefit from Divax classes online. I'd be happy to take any questions in the comment section and respond from there, or even from here, Lillian, if it's okay.
What's that? Sorry.
Saying if there are any questions, I would
Yeah.
respond in the comment sections, or even here, if someone has a question, they can ask.
Guys, if you have questions, ask. There's someone who came to my inbox. I've not even answered that person because you were you guys listen to when she's talking, listen to her. So when you explained last time about the scholarship, someone came to my inbox and said you said there was scholarship, and then she texted you, and then you said again there is no scholarship. I haven't answered because you really explained that.
Yes, I also have been getting a lot of inquiries on the scholarship we've been having for BSNs, and just to explain how it works, we try to look for alternatives for our nurses to get to the US, like and beat the retrogression, although that has been hard. So we explored a channel where we can where we can get our nurses to the US through a master's program for BSNs. And this program is fully sponsored. You can move with your family, and you can start working immediately after your master's program is over. So now the last cohort, we had challenges with the immigration for different countries across Africa, because someone decided to ban some African countries, and that has caused a lot of issues with on top of the retrogression. So that has we've had quite a high number of our nurses from the previous cohorts, like remaining behind because we did not want to apply for their visas, and then they are rejected. So that is a challenge that we've had with countries across Africa. So that program currently is running in the Philippines. So we will be more than happy. We, as Diverx, we are always rooting for African RNs to get any opportunity we can get. And when we speak of African RNs, we put Kenyans at the forefront of all the opportunities that we get. So if this resumes, then we will be more than happy to share it in our groups. Maybe when you follow us, you'll be able to see the updates when we post such. And si ati tunakataza watu kuingia kwa opportunities, ni venye saizi ina run in a different country because immigration has been a little bit shaky.
We understood that. Any questions? Let me see if there are any questions in the comment section. Any questions with NCLEX preparation?
There is anauliza, you offer only the training or registration from the start till job application and self-sponsored? Yeah, one, you'll be, for the classes and registration, you'll be self-sponsored. You'll be required to make a payment. For the classes, you pay a maximum of 20 euros per month, $20 per month. Maximum, their classes, like the strategy classes, basically it's $20 for 2 months. So that's 10 for each month. And they come in handy. So registration, that is a CGFNS registration and the Board of Nursing. You also have to pay for that on your own. But we help with the admin work so that you don't end up getting stuck, or some people even end up losing money. We help with the process as well. So you can, again, it is on our TikTok account, so you can follow to see all the services there. So Vera, I hope I have answered your question. I really need your assistance. Please DM us. But why go to the Philippines yet Kenya hatujakuwa exempted? Oh no. So Kenya hatujakuwa exempted, but so this is what, and maybe other people who are talking on immigration issues might also talk about this. So every year, every country is given just a percentage or a number of people that it can take to another country for work, for this and that. And sometimes that is why you have retrogression. You will find that those numbers fill up very, very fast. And when they start filling up so fast, the visa refusals go higher. And that is what is happening. And when you see issues hapo kwa jirani, you don't think that just because we are not officially exempted, that it is not shaky on our side as well. It's still shaky. So that is a problem we have with the immigration processes, that once they get to a certain numbers, then that becomes, and also with the immigration rules that have been established over and over again, that becomes a problem. And we also don't look at just Kenya. When you're recruiting, we have Zimbabwe, we have Zambia, we have other countries. And we also look at where we have the highest success of acceptance, even in terms of visa applications. And right now, there is a more preference to the Philippines. So we've had a good number of Kenyans in the previous cohorts joining. Can I join classes without a license since my internship is ongoing? I would advise not, because you will need your license for the CGFNS registration, and there is really nothing we can do about it. So, and we don't like to advise people to take classes 6 months before they start their registration. In fact, we advise that you start your NCLEX class while doing your registration at the same time, because the registration could take a few months, and those few months you could be studying instead of finishing with your prep, and then after you're done with all the content and you're ready to test, you've not done your registration again, you'll be sitting out in the cold before going in for your test.
I have a question. Kuna vile tumekuwa confused hapa the story. Kuna something you've said about the visa review. So, we're asking, is it the EB3 or you're talking about the scholarship thing?
No. The scholarship, we don't have issues with the funding process. The biggest issue we have is the immigration process. That is where we have the biggest challenge.
So you were talking about the,
For the
you
nurses,
said about Philippines, you were talking about the scholarship.
the H-1B visa. So, and that is that's a different process. Sorry, the F1 visa, sorry. So that's a student visa for the master's program.
Okay.
Yeah. Can I join with a license from Cyprus? I think you can, Kiki, I think you can submit your, please DM us. I think we can look into this. But are you okay, come a license in see Kenya, we can look into that. Okay. I hope sijapita any question. Lilian?
Any other question, guys? For that one.
Okay. Thank you so much, Lilian, for the opportunity. I'll be here, and we'll be looking forward to your comments, and follow us and spread the word about NCLEX classes.
Okay. Thank you so much, Davax. Someone is Naswambu is asking the total cost for the whole process. For the whole process. Is it Davax? That's your question.
Okay. So for the NCLEX classes, we have content packaged in months. So there is from month 1 to month 6. And each month is 20 USD per month. Then the strategy classes is just 2 months, which is again another 20 USD. And we advise when you're doing maybe the last 2 months of the 6 months, you can take up the strategy classes as well, so that you finish everything in 6 months. So I would say on that. It's quick math, just 20 euros, 20, Jesus, 20 USD times 7. Then the CGFNS process, we have that actually shared in our TikTok account. You can follow because there's a breakdown of different boards where the money is going from our admin fee to the CGFNS fee to the board of nursing fee to the board, the whatever in Kenya, the fingerprints. We have all those details in our TikTok account, so you can follow us and just see the information there.
Yeah.
So there is a Frida Kamuro asking, how do you go about the Q banks when the time comes? So what we have is Q&A live sessions, like just discussions of questions. We have different of those, but we at some point the teachers recommend you having a Q bank. It could be Kaplan, it could be, they're the ones who advise on that, but they advise accordingly. So you need to be prepared to purchase a Q bank at some point during your learning process. Yeah.
In dollars. Nasvera, it's dollars.
Ni dollars, pole. I am in Europe, so I keep confusing the pounds and dollars and things like that. Sorry.
Okay. Kadi has a question there.
There's someone asking about if the scholarship covers specific schools. Yes, we have partnerships with these schools and specific. Remember, the goal is actually to get you to the US, faster. And trust me, instead of waiting for retrogression in Kenya, you would rather take a 1-year master's program and then you start working. By the time the people, especially the diploma arends, by the time wanna catch up years and years after waiting, you will be way ahead of the line. I think it's a question for someone else. Is the process the same for an RN in Germany? Oh, yeah, absolutely. But you will still need to take your NCLEX. I think I had responded to this in the comment. To work in the US as a registered nurse, you must take your NCLEX if you did not study there, or US or Canada or Australia. Thank you, Motero. You're very much welcome to try our classes. Okay, I think niko sawa sasa. Lilian, just go ahead. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Davax. Who else want to say hi before USRN talk to us? Molly, Nyambura, Kiptosh, Monshud, how are you? Asimimi, I'm okay. And USRN, how are you?
I'm good, Lillian. How are you doing?
I'm good.
Okay. So I can take the floor.
Yeah, sure.
Good, thank you. So good evening, good morning, wherever you are joining us from. My name is Charles. My username in this platform is USRN Pathway, but I do work for a company known as Mlimani Group, which assists nurses with licensure and placement, and also all the other immigration as well. So I think today we'll start with the US process, then we move on to Canada, and then we finalize with Australia. Those are the 3 pathways which we support international nurses. So starting with the US, we support right from registration and NCLEX registration all the way to placement and final relocation to the US. And on the registration part, we apply for the NCLEX via the New York Board of Nursing. We have found out that New York Board of Nursing is the fastest and the simplest and hassle-free board. when it comes to the entire NCLEX process. So particularly for the new grads, if you are applying for NCLEX through New York, you don't need your home country license. So we can assist you to register for the NCLEX and take the NCLEX without your home country license. And that application is done via the New York Board of Nursing. The New York Board also has many advantages, even to RNs who already have their home country license. Number one, there is no need for True Merit Credential Evaluation Service because the New York Board has an internal committee which does evaluation internally. So you don't need to pay the $485 or the $425 for credential verification service for the New York state. That is one big advantage. The other big advantage with New York is you don't need a criminal background check. You don't need fingerprinting. Again, when it comes to the speed, or rather the processing timeline, if all your documents are submitted correctly and they are compliant, then you get your eligibility approval between 15 to 30 days, which in my experience, in terms of NCLEX registrations, that is the fastest board you will ever find. The rest take 2 months, 3 months, 4 months. And when you are faced with deficiency letters, especially in Texas, you can even take 12 months to get your eligibility approval. So if you want a faster process, we are here. We are ready to support you to make your application via the New York Board of Nursing. The requirements are quite few. One, you need to do some 2 online courses on child abuse and infection control. Total cost is just $30, and it takes a maximum of 4 hours. Secondly, you need to complete school verification. So there is a form which will help you to complete. Then the school also has to complete its part, attach your transcripts, and send it directly to New York Board. You don't need to send it to True Merit. And for RNs, there is a verification of licensure form, which needs to be completed by you and also the Nursing Council and sent directly to New York. The final step is an online licensure application. The cost is $143, and it takes 10 to 15 minutes to complete it. So once that is done, you just wait for your eligibility approval within 15 to 30 days. So it's hassle-free. If you want an hassle-free process, you choose New York, and we are here to support you. You can do it by yourself, but if you don't want the stress of handling the paperwork and you want peace of mind, then we do it at a fee. There are other boards as well, like Illinois. That is the second recommended board. But then one thing which you should know about Illinois is that you need your credential evaluation service report, and also it requires a criminal background check. So we really don't recommend it. But for those who still want to have their fingerprints taken and who have the $485 to pay True Merit, that is an alternative. The third recommended Board of Nursing is Northern Mariana Islands, NMI, or popularly known as Saipan Board of Nursing. Like the New York Board, that board also doesn't require criminal background checks, and your home country license is not mandatory. So best recommended board is New York. And for those who are doing it, or if you are doing this on on your own. Just note that there was an update last week concerning the certification for child abuse training. Traditionally, what has been happening is that you take the course online and then you print out a certificate and you attach that certificate to your licensure application. And that is the certificate issued by the approved training provider. But then last week, the New York board came up with another new form, which they call it certification of completion. And that form, you will have to fill it. Then the training provider has to complete its part and get it signed. And after it has been signed, you are given it, it's returned to you so that you can forward it to New York. So that is the latest update on New York. They have not updated it on their website. I believe they'll be doing so, but that is what the communication and the status says of last week. So unless there are any questions on the New York process, I can now move to the support we give in terms of connecting you to employers. We can, if you want, if you prefer, we can connect you to staffing agencies, or we connect you to direct hire agencies, or also direct hire employers, that is the hospital systems themselves. So once you've passed NCLEX, we will support you for free. So for those who want to register for the NCLEX, we are available to help you navigate that process without hassle and without stress. So that is it for the US pathway. Unless there are any burning questions, we can move to Canadian pathway.
Good
I have
evening,
a
everyone.
question.
Just a quick
Saren.
one. Saren,
Okay, sawa.
you're Saren.
Yes, Chosen, I can hear you.
Oh, sawa, nilikuwa nauliza my husband alifanya nini NCLEX 2023 na akafail na alikuwa ameregister na nini na JSA. CS report yake ilikuwa imetoka JSA. Inaweza kuwa imeexpire.
Normally it expires in 3 years, but then there is a way you can extend. But which board of nursing did he apply? Montana.
Yeah.
Yeah, what might have, you should just check on the validity of the licensure application, because the application expires after 3 years.
From the time hiyo alipewa hiyo CS.
No, not from the CS, from the time the application for licensure was made.
Oh.
So what you should do, this is
Uh-huh.
the advice. Let him contact Montana Board of Nursing. Then he will be advised on whether the application is still valid or not valid. If it's no longer valid, if it has expired, then you might need to reapply afresh.
Aliambiwa he tried contacting them, alafu sijui aliambiwa aingie kwa portal, sijui alipe pesa gani hiyo. Hawakuwa wanampa information.
Yeah, I know for Montana, there is a if there is a form, you need to pay some $50. Alipewa hiyo form. So ajaze hiyo form, aende bank, atafute bank draft ya $50. Then I post.
Okay.
But you should do it faster before the application expires. Otherwise, you will have to redo it afresh. And that redoing it afresh means you pay the application fee afresh.
Okay, sawa. Poa, thanks.
You're Saren.
You.
Hey,
I just have a question concerning the update, New York Board of Nursing. So that means during application now you have to upload the 3 forms, Ama?
Yeah, that is
Because
true.
initially we've been uploading the infection control form and the child abuse form.
Yeah, you need to upload this new certification form,
Yeah.
and it's limited only to certification for child abuse.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not, they haven't uploaded it on their website, but whoever wants it, if you DM me, I'll provide you for free.
Okay. Now I had missed the update. Thanks.
Yeah, it's because we do a lot of these applications, and they send it to the updates directly to us.
Sawa, thanks. I
Can
have a
I add
question, Dr. Aden.
something on the mountain? Okay, go ahead.
Okay, my license here did not seem to expire, and they're sending me email to renew the license, and they require CPD. Where will I get this CPD point?
Go to their website, check their approved CBD providers, then just take the online course.
I have a question. There was a friend of mine who was inquiring whether New York Board of Nursing is a good board to use, or anybody with experience maybe to share. Thank you so much.
What I can say is New York Board of Nursing is the best board of nursing at the moment.
About New Mexico.
New Mexico, I would rate it to be number 4. Recently, they have issues with minimum theoretical and clinical hours. And I have seen instances where instead of allowing a candidate to explain, they send a rejection letter. So if you don't want stress, you use New York Board of Nursing. And especially, even if you fail NCLEX the first time, you do not pay any fee to New York Board to resit NCLEX. Also you can resit NCLEX many times in New York. These other boards would restrict you to 3 resits or 4 resits. But for New York, you can resit NCLEX unlimited times. And then again, when it comes to the validity period for ATT, the authorization to test, New York ATT validity is 6 months. The other boards are 90 days. So there is a lot of flexibility. And again, and this is important, once you get eligibility approval for New York, you can stay for 5 years without registering for the NCLEX exam. So you have and it still remains valid. You must just, but then for these other boards, you are limited to either 1 year or 3 years. So really, New York is the stress-free board of nursing.
Hey, could we go through the Canadian pathway, please?
Good. I think we
I
are
have a
done with the US.
question
So
before
we okay, yeah, doctor, you can ask.
um I have a question. I'm a RN by profession, but I'm now doing my medicine, but I want to move over to that side for personal reasons. So I was asking because I did my training in German, is English language proficiency a requirement if I want to relocate as an RN? And do you also work with RNs in Europe who want to move over to that side?
Yeah, that is a good question. Now, for the New York Board of Nursing, HILES is not a requirement for eligibility approval. So, what will matter is the evaluation of your nursing education, and definitely it will in most cases, if the education was in Germany, I don't foresee a situation where they will say it is not comparable to the US standard. Remember, the minimum education level for RN in the US is a 2-year associate degree program. So if you've undertaken a 3-year program, I haven't seen it I've not come across any rejection by New York Board. So just DM me, I'll assist you.
Okay, thank you.
Lillian, you
Somebody's
are
asking a
muted.
question.
Lillian is muted. Hi, USRN. How are you doing today?
Good, Mamate. Nice to hear from you.
Thank you so much. I see so many people are writing questions here in the comment section, but the comment section is really flying because there are so many questions. So I would like people who want to ask questions, if they can be given a chance in the boxes so we can hear the questions and respond to their questions. Thank you. I think moderators can do that. And then there is a question that I got there. Somebody was asking, is already did the application through New Mexico? Is it possible to change to New York?
I want to answer that question. If you've already applied through New Mexico, there is no provision for transfer of an existing application before licensure. So what you can do, you can continue with New Mexico Board of Nursing. After passing NCLEX, you can do license endorsement to New York. However, if you've started maybe the process and you want to abandon it, really it's your personal decision. But to me, it is a waste of money. So you better just follow through that process. And if you get a rejection, then you can apply through New York Board. There is no bar. You will not be forbidden from applying through New York because you had applied through another board and failed.
Okay, King David, you had a question. King David. Amishi, do you have a question?
Yes. Yeah,
Okay.
okay, King David.
Okay, let's start with King David.
Okay.
Thank you, Lillian. USRN, I wanted to ask about agency. I've recently passed my NCLEX a month ago. So I was enrolled in OGP. I wanted to ask to highlight for me about the process, if you have any hint about OGP. Thank you.
Well, OGB or O'Grady Payton, that is a reputable staffing agency. So go for it. But then I would also advise you to try 2 or 3, then you compare their offers, and then go with that which gives you a good pay rate and better terms. But OGB, that one is good. It falls under AMN International.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Okay. Amishi?
Okay, mine is not a question, but ni kupea tu watu ka warning kiasi. I've done NCLEX through Texas Board of Nursing, and I see someone in the comment section asking about Texas. and I feel it's a struggle, especially kama ulimaliza KMTC before 2024 kwenda nyuma. Texas Board of Nursing watakuambia you have less hours, especially in geriatrics, psychiatry and pediatric nursing, and they will take you back for re-evaluation, of which you have to pay another $295 to the CGFNS ndio wakufanyia re-evaluation. So I feel like Texas Board of Nursing is quite iko na a lot compared to Montana and New York and the rest. I feel like Texas is a bit exhausting. Ikikuja hata finance wise umechoka. And then on top of I'm done with that part here, Texas, so I wouldn't advise people to go for Texas. And then
Nice.
somebody in the comment section is asking, what's that change about child abuse training? USRN, can you please answer to that? Nimechesa anauliza about the child abuse training. I didn't get that part quite well.
Okay. It is this way. This has been the practice. Normally, you purchase the course online from the approved training providers, approved by the New York board. And the practice has been you purchase the course, you take the course, then you print out a certificate of completion. And depending on the provider, there were two options when you are doing your licensure application. Either you attach the completion certificate to your licensure application, or there are some providers who send an electronic copy of their certificate directly to New York Board. So the candidates under our program have been enrolling for that program, child abuse training, and instead of attaching this completion certificate, the provider sends an electronic copy to New York. Now, but for some, you could attach your certificate of completion. So whichever the case, this is the new requirement. There is a specific form which New York Board of Nursing have come up with. It's known as the Certification of Completion form. It is their own form. So they'll not be taking the completion forms issued by the providers. What they now require is you complete the form and confirm that you have already taken the course. Then that is section 1 of the form. Then section 2 of the form is completed by the training provider, confirming that yes, it's true, you've taken the course. And after they have signed their part, they give you the form, and you have two options. Either you courier it directly to New York Board, or you upload it online. And you have two choices. You can upload it during the license application stage when you are doing your online licensure application, or you can submit your licensure application, and there is usually a link where you can submit addition. Now, without form, for the standard form by New York Board communication, that they will not be accepting any other form apart from that form. So it's a new requirement. Those who have applied, don't worry. Before you get your eligibility approval, they'll communicate to you, and you will be given that form to fill, and the training provider will also fill its part, and you'll upload it, and you'll get your eligibility.
We have 4 minutes to finish the US questions. Okay, Nelly, you had a question. Hey, Nelly. Jacinta, you had a question?
It has been the Canadian pathway.
Oh, we are yet to go there. Okay. Are we done with the USA?
There is one question by Mukoyani asking about the specific courses. So for New York, there are two mandated courses: infection control and child abuse identification and reporting. And those two courses you have to take from their own approved training providers. So if you go to their website, there is a list of approved training providers. So you choose any of those providers, take the course, get the completion certificates, attach it to your application. And just note the new requirement on child abuse training, which you have to complete a standard form.
Okay.
Lillian, sorry for interrupting. There is somebody asking about the KCSE certificate and the CGFNS thing. I think this one, I don't know how it works with people at home, but me, I just uploaded mine directly. So I don't know. USRN, maybe you can respond to that.
No,
I think,
that is still the position. You just get a clear copy, just upload it.
there we go.
Yeah.
Thank you. Look, you are saying something?
Oh,
Luke
yeah,
and
yeah.
Carol, we
Good
have 2
evening.
minutes. Good evening.
Good evening and good morning, everyone. My name is Luke Mkoyani. I'm in Kenya currently, waiting for retrogression. I'm also an NCLEX, review coach since 2024. Yeah, so I've been supporting students to pass the NCLEX exams, despite how many times you have failed. I've had instances where people have failed, 3 times, 4 times, and then they've already lost their hope. So we've been coming and helping them to restart their process, and we have been getting very, very positive results. So I just came in, and thanks for this platform, just to encourage someone who has already tried and tried just to conduct me. I know where the problem is. We know, our team understand that there's a problem. There's a lot of learning materials, all over. So sometimes you get students, one using Bootcamp, the same time UL, the same time Archer, with other sounders kind of stuff. So we are very specific NCLEX review. Something else, we conduct our reviews from 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. East African time. That is content review, Monday to Saturday. We have 10 to 11 p.m. Q-Bank analysis session. Then very early in the morning, 4 a.m. to 5:30 a.m., have to convert the Nairobi team going to work early. So we have recently tested topics in exam. So all these also support students. We support students in application of retake,
Okay.
application of retake, and also the issues to do CGFNS registration. But our main goal here is to ensure that no one should be left behind. I know there are a lot of people here with social issues. You start your NCLEX, there's things coming up. NCLEX comes with a lot of challenges. So someone should not be like, oh, things are not working for me. We can always help. Yeah, we can always help to ensure that our Kenyan nurses and all other nurses across the world, they are getting their USRN license. And finally, it's about something surprising. The UK's nurses usually have very tight shift and Qatar nurses. So sometimes I wonder, why is it that they usually have,
Look, sorry
yes,
for
yes, please.
cutting you short. I usually have in between, like when we are moving from USA to Canada, so that we can have a break, people to tap and we can talk, like advertise and do. I didn't know. I think you're doing like advertisement, right? But we are in the
No,
questions.
not really. I just wanted to encourage someone because that's been an issue that has been ongoing. Okay,
Okay.
yeah, back to you.
Okay. Unaulizwa how much? Piga bei.
Okay, we usually run the classes $117. That's 3 months, and we usually provide the Archers account for revision purposes. Yeah.
Okay.
For students who are on night shift, we usually provide, so long as they provide the duty rota, we'll always provide a recorded class for that sake only.
Could you please write maybe in the comment section the company or something you're using?
All right, shortly. Okay, thanks, Lillian and the team.
Okay, cool. Carol Jap, did you have any question? Carol, do you have any question? Monshod. Hi, Monshod. We want to move to Canada. Kuna swali lingine hapo ya USA? Anybody who can see any question kwa USA? Monshod, are you still there?
Hi, Lillian.
Hi.
I just wanted to ask from someone who has maybe already relocated, from the time you are declared current to the time you expect to be in the USA, how long does it take?
As an RN,
Yes.
it depends with the immigration process. Hapo ndio kuna shida, like currently we have retrogression. So we are not able to say you can take how long. But kitambo, it could take like 1.5 to 2 years and you're here. But
I'm
currently, we don't know how
saying,
long it takes.
I'm
Huh?
saying if you're already current, if you are already current, if your dates are current.
Okay. I can
How
answer
current
you,
are you?
Carol.
Mm-hmm.
If you are current and your case complete, then interview dates for the embassy at the moment are actually current. So it's just you to move and get the medicals done, and then you just schedule the interview. It's really fast because the dates are as current as of January 2026.
So that is an estimate of how long before you land in the US.
That is an estimate for embassy interview. And then once you're done with the embassy interview and everything is okay, you can relocate anytime. In fact, the dates are as current as February 2026 as of now.
Oh, thank you.
But then just make the only thing which will delay you is if you are not case complete or documentarily qualified, DQ.
Are you using, sorry for asking, are you using agency or you're doing it by yourself?
Agent.
Okay, if you are using agent, I believe you have someone who is supposed to take you through everything. So you need to reach out to them and they should be giving you directions on what to do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we can move, right? Let's tap to 50, and then we, as USRN prepares to go to Canada, we are all moving to Canada. We are flying to Canada, all of us. So let's tap to 50. Watu wa Canada questions, just keep typing there. We already done with USA. Tukimaliza all the countries zenye tunataka, and then we'll be back to USA. But now type questions for Canada. As we tap, the faster we tap, the better. Canada also has 1 hour. So from now 10:07 to 11:07, we'll be done with Canada. Then we move to Australia. Hi Tajiri, how are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you for joining.
Karibu sana. Tumekuja hapa tusikize maneno mazuri na tuenjoy sisi wenyewe. Unajua tunataka
Kabisa.
kwenda Canada, tunataka kwenda Australia. We don't
Vile
know.
inafaa. Sisi wote
Yeah.
tunaingia kwa ndege, tunaingia Canada. Let's tap. I'm also tapping, guys. We get to 50. Sababu najua
We are
nikienda
189.
jikoni nikirudi mtakuwa mmeanguka juu you are not tapping.
We are 189 people, 189 people. If everybody should be tapping here and then tutafika hiyo within seconds. Hamjambo, mko salama? I hope you guys are
Sasa
good.
tajiri,
Poa sana mamake, uko salama?
niko poa. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you too. Monshud, mambo vipi? Keep toes.
Acha tuende Canada.
Nasvi, Luke, Nelly, USRN Pathway, ujambo kaka, uko salama?
Tajiri, niko salama.
Nashukuru sana kwa kazi nzuri unafanya hapa. Tunataka kusaidia watu watoke block, watu watoke home, waache kulea, hakuna
Kabisa,
kazi home.
kabisa. Thank you.
Mahali imefika, nursing in Kenya imekuwa ngumu. Unahongana uingie nursing school, unahongana upate kazi. What the hell? What is wrong? Tunaumia kweli kweli.
Na pia unaweza ungana na hiyo pesa yako iende hivyo bila kupata hiyo kazi.
Ikunywe maji. Lili, mambo. Thank you. Tutazidi tu kuelimishana hapa. Mimi nimeona vituko by the way. And I saw some guys who came to my, how do you call it, my DM kunitukana. Nikamwambia enda tu mnitukane kwa comment section. It's okay to be honest with people and tell them the truth. Tusiogope, because the main aim, why are we going to Canada, Australia, US and other places? Ni kumaliza poverty yenye iko home. How do we finish that poverty? We have to move to these places, do businesses, work, get money, and return back home and retire home. Probably some of us might not retire home, but tunakuja hapa because we believe kuna opportunities hapa zitatusaidia, ndio tujengee na tujijengee sisi wenyewe home. Jengee watoto wetu
Mbona
maisha.
wanakuchusi tajiri?
Some say eti misadvise nurses. Hakuna haja ya nurses kwenda Qatar na Bahrain. Sio kila mtu anataka kwenda US. Sio kila mtu anataka kwenda Canada. And I'm like, yo, mimi nimepatiana advice. It's up to you. Kunitusi haisaidii. If I've given people advice, I'm giving them advice. Wafanye nini? Wajisaidie. Sio eti mimi ni... Anybody can use information vile anataka. Yes, Nelly, go ahead.
I was asking Lillian, are we still gonna talk about biomedical scientists and medical labs? Techs.
In Canada?
Anywhere, Canada, US, Australia, anywhere.
Yeah, we'll talk about it in Canada. So I think we'll give Canada some more minutes. And we are already on 50.
Alright.
USRN.
Okay, thank you.
Well, before I move to Canada, I would like to answer that question for, they call them medtechs in the US, but then here in Kenya, we call them medical lab scientists. So really, there is a pathway, but then the certification exam is the ASCPI. Once you have that qualification, then there are certain employers and agencies which provide green card sponsorship. So you can DM me, then I can share the list of those agencies. I know ADEX Medical does it. I'll type it down here. There is also PRS Global. So you contact them. I know some are particular about your level of education. If it is a degree, a bachelor's degree or diploma, they prefer bachelor's degree holders. But then just contact them. They will be happy, so long as you have ASCPI certification. All right, so we can now move to Canada. So I'll not take much time today because we've discussed this pathway now. This is the third time we are doing it. So I'll just give a general overview. But then to start, this is what I have to say about Canada. For Canada, if Canada is your destination of choice, there are two plans which you must have: an immigration plan and a licensure plan. In most cases,
Okay, just a minute, USRN. For those who want to record, ukiwa na smartphone, just go drop chini hivi and then you'll find on your screen it's kuna mahali pameandikwa screen recorder. Tap on that screen recorder. Bado utakuwa live and bado you'll be recording for your future whatever. Okay, endelea.
So there are two critical plans which you must have: an immigration plan and a licensure plan. I know many RNs are familiar with the US process, and the focus in the US process is just licensure. That is why everyone is struggling to take the NCLEX so that you obtain your USRN license. And once you have your USRN license, immigration is easy. In fact, it's almost automatic. So long as you have your USRN license and your clinical experience, you are assured of EB3 visa sponsorship. So in the US, the focus is licensure only. Now, but for Canada, you need to focus on two things: your licensure plan and your immigration plan. And those two plans go together. I would actually say that the first plan is your immigration plan, followed by your licensure plan. So for those who are in my group, you must have noticed that I'm very deliberate and I have kept insisting that before you talk about licensure, you must map out your immigration pathway. And I say this because the reality in Canada is this: it is not difficult to get a license. It is not difficult. There are licensure pathways which makes it easy for you to get a license. But what you must note is that that license is not your immigration plan. That license will not help you relocate to Canada. To relocate to Canada, you need either permanent residency or you need a work permit, or you need to be a Canadian citizen, or you need some form of asylum or a refugee status. And you'll find when applying for jobs in Canada, they'll ask you first for your immigration status. The license is a secondary consideration. So, with that in mind, you should focus on the two things: immigration alongside licensure. So I'll talk about the licensure very briefly, so that I can do a deep dive on the immigration planning. So in terms of licensure, there are 4 nursing professions in Canada. And all those 4 nursing professions are recognized, they are regulated, they are licensed, and all of them have immigration pathways. The first one is the RN pathway, the registered nurse, the registered nurse profession. The other profession is that of the licensed practical nurse. Now, you will find that in Ontario and British Columbia, the title for licensed practical nurse is registered practical nurse. So don't be confused. When you see RPN, registered practical nurse, that is just an alternative title for licensed practical nurse. So that is the second profession. The third profession is that of registered psychiatric nurse. So for those RNs who are in mental health, you might need to make a decision whether you want to get registered and licensed as an RN or as a registered psychiatric nurse. So that is a nursing profession on its own. The final nursing profession is that of the nurse practitioner. And for you to be eligible for registration as a nurse practitioner, you have to be registered first as an RN in Canada. Then you now apply to be registered as a nurse practitioner. So there are 4 nursing professions to choose from. You decide, as a Kenyan RN or an African RN, you can decide to apply for licensure or registration as an LPN. You can decide to register as registered nurse or registered psychiatric nurse or nursing practitioner. That is your own decision. You check your eligibility. If you fit the eligibility requirements, you are free to decide on each of those 4. All those 4 have job opportunities, and all of them are eligible for permanent residency. So there is no problem. And you should not confuse those 4 professions with other support roles like PSW, personal support worker, or in other provinces, they are known as healthcare assistants, or in other places, PSA. Those are not nursing. Those are not nursing professions. Or caregiving. Those are not nursing professions. So there are those 4 nursing professions. And you will find that in Canada, each of all those 4 professions have its own college. So you'll see, for example, in Alberta, there is the College of Registered Nurses of Alberta. That college regulates the practice and licensure for RNs. Then there is a college for licensed practical nurses, which recently they have also included HCAs, the healthcare assistants. So all these professions have their own colleges. At times you'll find that there is a common college for LPNs and RNs, depending on which province you are dealing with. Secondly, for those interested with LPN, there are 2 main exams. There is the CPNRE, that is the Canadian Practical Nurse Registration Exam. That is the traditional exam, I'll say, and it's used by the majority of colleges. In fact, it's only 2 colleges which don't use CPNRE as an entry to practice exam. All the others use it. The only two which don't use CPNRE is Ontario and British Columbia. So CPNRE is an entry to practice licensure exam. In most cases, you can take that exam from home, online. Now, for the other two provinces, Ontario and British Columbia, the entry to practice exam is REX-PN. REX-PN is administered by Pearson VU, which is the same body which administers NCLEX RN. And you can only take it in an authorized or testing center or Pearson VU testing center. So for those in Nairobi, you can take it in Nairobi. And that is the exam. It mirrors the testing format and structure, mirrors NCLEX. It's a computer adaptive test. And it's the qualification exam for Ontario and British Columbia. So whichever exam you decide, whichever board you register it, each board has its own requirements and its own processes. One thing which I should tell you, to give you this assurance that LPN licensure is not an issue. In most cases, after having done your educational credential assessment and paid the application fee to the board, to the college, you can get a temporary license even before you sit for the formal exam. That is the practice in Alberta and the practice in Newfoundland and Labrador. So it is not an issue. Those who keep inboxing me about LPN licensure, that is not an issue. You can get that license. But the question is, after getting the license, what next? What next? You can even get a temporary license. But then after getting that temporary license, so will that license enable you to immigrate to Canada and go and work? No, it doesn't. It's just a piece of paper. So that is about LPN. Now, for the RNs, those who want to get registered and licensed as RN in Canada, this is the easier pathway. Pass your NCLEX. Register for NCLEX anywhere in the US boards of nursing. Having gotten your US RN license, you apply for registration via Alberta, via the CRNA in Alberta. That is the College of Registered Nurses in Alberta. That is the board, that is the college which has few requirements. Number one, you will not need to sit for NCLEX again. Number two, you do not require educational credential assessment. So you will not be asked to submit an NAS report. Number three, you will not be asked for your IELTS test result. So it's a stress-free board. You will make your application, fulfill the other requirements on fees, currency of practice, criminal record. There is a jurisprudential exam, but all those requirements, there is nothing difficult. After all that, you will get your license or your permit to practice in Alberta. So you can clap for yourself up to that stage. But then, what next? That license is not an immigration paper. It's not a work permit. It is not it's not a PR. It's not permanent residence. So I want to be realistic. There are hundreds of US RNs out here who hold Alberta RN licenses, and they have zero idea of how they can get jobs and how they can get a permanent residency or work permits in Canada. That is the situation which I'm trying to help you to avoid by insisting that before you focus on your licensure, plan your immigration. That is what is going to save you from wasting your money, wasting your time, and also it will save you a lot of stress. I do not want anyone here to enter into the statistic of those USRNs who are holding Alberta paper licenses and they are unable to move from there. So, while still on Alberta, once you have your Alberta license, you can endorse to any other college across Canada. The same way you can endorse any license in the US to any of the 50 states boards of nursing. The only thing is you'll need to meet their specific requirements. And a very favorite destination for most international nurses is British Columbia. So you'll find that international educated nurses use Alberta to get the initial license. And once you have the license, you endorse it to British Columbia. It's a process. There are requirements to be fulfilled, but it's a process and it's doable. Now, the question is, why do RNs avoid applying directly to the college in British Columbia? I must say this about British Columbia. The best place, or rather, the easiest place to get jobs as RN, as LPNs, is British Columbia. And there is a lot of support to international nurses in British Columbia. So it's an attractive destination. However, when it comes to registration with the British Columbia College of Nurses and Midwives, it involves a process whereby you apply to the college, and at the same time, you apply to a credentialing body known as Inspire Global. Now, the assessment process by Inspire Global involves 2 exams. There is a computer-based test, which you can do online, no problem with that. But then there is the practical exam or test, which you have to do in Vancouver. That is what they known as the Simulation Lab Assessment, SLA. So you have to do SLA in Vancouver. And this is the challenge for most international nurses. You will need to apply for a visitor's visa, for a tourist visa to do SLA in Vancouver. And this is what you have to know. And you should not be under an illusion. The fact that you've been asked or you have an email from Inspire Global to go and take the SLA in Vancouver does not guarantee you the visa to travel. That is the challenge. So you will need to meet the requirements for a tourist visa to travel to take the exam. The majority of international nurses, that is where they fail. In most cases, if you do the visa application by your own without professional help, it will be denied. So once it's denied, that is the end of your BCC and M process. Because without doing the SLA, you cannot progress from there. However, if you are able to surmount that challenge, then British Columbia is a very good destination for licensure, because you are assessed for 3 professions. You make one application, but you are assessed for 3 professions. you are assessed for RN. At the same time, you are assessed for LPN or RPN. Thirdly, you are assessed for healthcare assistant at the same time. So that if at the end of the assessment, they make a decision that you need to do some upgrading courses before they give you the full RN registration, there are chances that you will be issued with an LPN license as you wait to fulfill the requirements for RN. Now, with LPN license, you can get jobs and you can participate in the PR programs in British Columbia. So it's an advantage. In some cases, you can get an HCA certificate for healthcare assistant. And even though you cannot use that license for HCA in the immigration programs, there is a limited probability of getting a work permit with an HCA license. So if you are able to surmount the challenge of getting a tourist visa to go and do the SLA in British Columbia, then I would advise that you do your application directly rather than passing through Alberta. So that's about licensure, the RN licensure. For those who are interested in registered psychiatric nurse, British Columbia has its own college also for registered psychiatric nurses. You will have to make an application, do educational credential assessment, and then sit for the entry to practice exam for registered professional and registered psychiatric nurses, and you will be licensed. So that is all about licensure. But I want to submit to you today, and this is what I keep emphasizing. Licensure should not be your first priority. What should be your first priority is your immigration pathway. Because you will find with most of these employers, they will insist on your, they will tell you that you must be legally entitled to work in Canada. What they basically mean is that they want to see proof of a work permit or permanent residency before they can proceed with the employment process. That is the catch. There are very limited situations where you can get a job and a work permit while outside Canada. Very limited. I don't want to build any hopes on that. There have been instances where you can interview for a job and you get a job offer and you get a work permit. But it's very rare. In most cases, you'll have to start your immigration process before you qualify for those jobs. So now the focus therefore shifts to the immigration pathways. And one advantage which healthcare professionals enjoy in Canada is that healthcare is an in-demand occupation, and it is prioritized when it comes to immigration. So I want us now to move and look at the immigration pathways which are available to international nurses. And the first program is the Federal Express Entry. The Federal Express Entry is the Government of Canada immigration program, and it is managed by the federal government. And in that Federal Express Entry program, there are several categories or rather classes. There is the Federal Skilled Worker Program, where most nurses fall under. Then there is the Canadian Experience Class. The Canadian Experience Class applies to those RNs who have Canadian work experience and at times education. And the other one is the Federal Trades Program for the trades. Nursing is not a trade, so it doesn't apply. So the one which you should focus on is the Federal Express Entry Program, but under the under it, it's the Federal Skilled Worker Program. That is the main PR pathway for international nurses. So you go to the website of IRCC. That is the immigration, the body in charge of immigration in Canada. Immigration, Refugees, Citizenship Canada. In that IRCC website, check Express Entry. And under Express Entry, you will find the Federal Skilled Worker Program. Now, the qualifications are only 3. For you to qualify for that program, there are only 3 qualifications. The first qualification is you must have a minimum of 6 months RN experience. That is basic. The second qualification is you must have educational credential assessment. So your education, nursing education, needs to be assessed by a credentialing body, and they should return a report that it is equivalent to the Canadian education. So when it comes to educational credential assessment, for those with bachelor's degrees and master's degrees and PhDs, the best body to use is WES. So you select the service, WES Service for Immigration, submit your papers, they will give you an educational credential assessment report. That is the report which you use for the express entry. Now, for those with diploma, I would recommend you don't use WES, but instead you use IQAS. They are the best for evaluation to evaluate the diploma qualification. So the second requirement is educational credential assessment. Then the third requirement is your English proficiency test. And in this case, the popular test is IELTS General, not IELTS Academic. And you must attain a minimum of 6 in each of the 4 sections. Those are the 3 requirements. So once you have those 3 requirements, you get into that website and create what is called an express entry profile. So once you create your express entry profile, you will get what is known as the CRS score. To be competitive, your CRS score should be 450 and above. There is a tool on that website which you can use to estimate your CRS score. So if you go to the website, even now, even before you do the educational credential assessment, even before you sit for the IELTS general test, you go to that website of IRCC, check on CRS score. It's a free tool. Input your personal details. You will get an estimate of CRS score. So when you are asked, for instance, for ECA, the Educational Credential Assessment, just input and assume that you have done it. And then for IELTS, give an estimate of your proficiency in IELTS. Then at the end, after answering several questions, you will be asked about your age. If you fall between 18 and 35, you get maximum points. You will be asked about your level of education. If if you are a bachelor's degree holder, you get more points than a diploma holder. If you are a master's degree holder or a PhD holder, you get the maximum points for education. You will even be asked about your spouse and his language proficiency. You will be asked questions like whether you have Canadian education, whether you've gone to school in Canada. You will be asked questions like whether you have a sibling in Canada, a brother or a sister. If you have a blood relative in Canada, you get points because they are testing your adaptability. If you are granted PR and you immigrate to Canada and you already have relatives, then it will be easy for you to adapt and to integrate. So all those points are there. The framework is in that tool. At the end of it, you know your CRS score. So I'm saying this, the total points are 1200. If you can get 450, you stand a very high chance of succeeding under a category for healthcare and social services category. Because what Canada does, what IRCC does, when it does draws, you see, after you've created your express entry profile, you are placed in a pool. And every now and then, they issue their draws, which are done. It's either done monthly, 6 weeks, or 8 weeks. And they are category based. So you fall under the healthcare and social services category. When a draw is done, if you meet the minimum cutoff points for the CRS, then you qualify to proceed to the next stage. That is, you are invited to apply for permanent residency. So the trick here is this. When you are in that express entry pool, the trick is always to optimize your CRS score. You must know what your CRS score is. And pray that when the next draw is done, your CRS score will be above the cutoff point. So let us assume maybe that your CRS score is 400. So the question is, what can you do to optimize that? What can you do to push it up to maybe 450 or 470? And this is the trick. If you can learn French and you obtain French language certificate B2, that adds you 50 points automatically. You get 50 extra points. So if your CRS score was at 400, then you get an extra 50, takes it to 450. There is a second advantage about French. Apart from getting the extra 50 points, which go into your profile for the healthcare category, you also become eligible for another category, that one of French-speaking workers. So every now and then,
Just a minute,
IRCC,
nimetumia USRN, a minute, nimetumia haka kakitu. Guys, please tap your screens. Nimetumia haka kakitu na hata sionangi saa hii. Endelea.
yeah, so if you have French certificate, B2 certificate, you can participate in another category. Apart from the one for healthcare, you can participate in the category of French-speaking skilled workers, which is a different category altogether. And the goodness with that category, the cutoff point is always below the general categories. It's even below the one for the healthcare category. So, for example, on 6th of this month, which was when? It was just the other day, on Friday, there was a draw for for the French language proficiency. It was done on February 6th. The invitations which were issued were for 8,500 candidates. The cutoff points, CRS score, was 400. It's a very low threshold. And they needed 8,500 applicants. So if you are an RN with a French proficiency certificate of B2, automatically you qualify. It's a very low threshold. Before that, on February 3rd, that was provision nominee program. That is separate. The last French language proficiency draw was on 17th December 2025. They needed 6,000 applicants. And the cutoff, CRS, was 399. It's a very low threshold. Before that, the healthcare and social services category. This is where nurses fall. And this is, by the way, this was the last draw. There has been no draw this year for healthcare. It was on December 11th. They needed 1,000 applicants. The cutoff was 476. Now compare 476 for healthcare category. But when it comes to French speaking language proficiency, the latest, as per the latest round, it is 400. So in short and in brief, if you are an RN, you want to optimize your express entry profile, you want to fast track your PR, take French language. Get B2 French language proficiency. You will stand better chances of succeeding. And by the way, the IRCC policy now, they are encouraging more bilingual foreign skilled workers. That's the policy. So you will see many rounds for French language proficiency. That is number 2 advantage for French. Number 3 advantage for French. There is Quebec. In Quebec, which is the French speaking province in Canada, Quebec also has its own immigration program. And you are placed in a pool similar to express entry, and the qualification there is French language proficiency. So you also qualify under that immigration pathway. So if you can, that is one way of optimizing your express entry profile. Another way, if you find you have low points, try and reset your IELTS and make sure you get maximum scores. That will also boost your CRS score. So the higher you score in the 4 sections, the more marks you get for the English proficiency, and that will boost your CRS score. Of course, there are other ways as well. If you can acquire Canadian education, you boost your CRS score. So that is the express entry pathway. Now, over and above that, there are also provincial nominee programs, independent of the federal express entry. And I will start with British Columbia, because British Columbia has one of the best immigration program for healthcare. So that should be your focus if your CRS score is below that 450. If you cannot optimize it the way I have said, either by taking French, getting French certificate, language proficiency, or upgrading your IELTS scores, then you might want to look at these provincial nominee programs. So starting with British Columbia. British Columbia has actually one of the best programs for healthcare workers. So in British Columbia, there is what they call the Health Authority Stream. Under that Health Authority Stream, you don't need these CRS points. You don't need these CRS points. You don't need, it's not mandatory for you to participate in the Express Entry program. You do not compete with any other applicants. But for you to qualify for the Health Authority Stream, you must have a job offer from a public health employer in British Columbia. That is
Yes,
the main
Aren.
requirement. Yes.
They are requesting we pause and have some questions so people can
All right.
digest.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes.
It's been too
Maybe they
much
can.
information.
It's
In
okay.
BK's.
Okay. I
Okay, ask
understand.
questions, guys.
So they can ask relevant questions concerning the Federal Express Entry, that is the Federal Skilled Worker Program.
Uh-huh.
Saren, just to clarify what you said earlier, I've seen some comments down here. You guys, if you're going to Australia, if you're going to USA, if you're going to Canada, this is a permanent move. This is not a place you're going like we're going to Qatar and coming back. If you're going to Canada, you're going to Canada. You're not going to Canada, then come back to Kenya and then go to the US. If you're in the US process already, forget about Canada. Unless you want to
Unless,
drop US process completely and follow Canada
exactly,
pathway. But
that's
that's
correct.
what USRN said the other day. So Australia, US, and Canada, these are permanent pathway. There's no return. Unless you drop one, follow the other. Go ahead with the questions, guys.
USRN, I see many people are asking about the islets. So could you please expound a little bit because they are confused? I think most of these people were asking, they have already started the process, just like Tajiri has
Okay.
explained. So they are getting confused about the general and academic one.
Okay. This is the distinction. When it comes to immigration globally, the the IELTS test taken is IELTS general. But when it comes to matters academic, matters licensure, you take the IELTS academic version. I want to say this about, I want to reassure people. If you have passed IELTS academic, then IELTS general is easier. In fact, it's the easiest. And that is why it is the one used for immigration. So if you've passed your IELTS academic, gotten 7, 8, you will overperform in the IELTS general. Now, you cannot use your IELTS academic results for immigration. It is not allowed. So you need to do IELTS general.
Mm-hmm.
So
Any
any
other
other
questions?
question? I think that is, yeah.
And
As you
USRN,
tap screen,
there's
into the question.
there's somebody who is confused between IELTS. Do both apply?
No. OET is not allowed for immigration in Canada. But there is PTE. You can take PTE core, that is allowed. Yes.
Somebody's just asking the same question that you just explained. I don't understand. Anyway, you need to do general. You cannot do both academic and general IELTS. Hello?
For Canada,
Mamake,
immigration, you do IELTS general. Don't confuse with the IELTS academic version, which you did for the US. These are two different exams, but offered by the same body.
Yeah, you are saying something.
It's okay. USRN, I was in another live yesterday. It was about the Canadian pathway, and I shared the same with you, but you never logged in. The person was saying she was in the US process, but then along the way she had done the NCLEX and she got the links to go to Canada, which she later converted and took the pathway and went to Canada. So alikuwa anasema like the entire process took about 7 months and akaachana completely na the US pathway na akaendelea na the Canadian pathway. So I don't know, what do you think if somebody mwenye amefanya NCLEX this year, in case the same opens up, can they relocate as they wait to go to the US? What do you think? What's your opinion? Because the reason
I understand. Yes, finish.
The reason I'm saying this is because yeye anasema after umefanya like NCLEX, you have your NCLEX results, the time converting on time. So can somebody go to the US? Like to Canada? Yeah. Go on.
I get your point. It is this way. It depends. The duration depends on so many factors. If it's the express entry program, if you are relying on express entry alone, healthcare category, that will take time. But if you are relying on the French speaking category, that will take a shorter time. If you qualify for what I am going to discuss now, that is the healthcare stream for British Columbia, it's a very fast process. So it's hard to say, or rather it's hard to predict the duration. No two cases are similar. Your situation, your profile cannot be generalized. It varies from individual to individual. So I would not want to commit and say, look, you can use that pathway to get to Canada as you wait for retrogression. In fact, this is what I want to say. If you have opted to go to Canada, you will get a return on your investment if you immigrate to Canada on PR, so that after 3 years, you acquire your Canadian citizenship, get Canadian passport, and with Canadian citizenship, you are free to move anywhere. You can cross to the US on a TN visa. You can go to Australia. You can go to the UK because it's easy. So really, I want people who look at this in the long term. But kama mtu anataka kufanya pata potea, yeah, that is your personal choice. But yes, what you are saying is true. I know of people who have immigrated within even 6 months. But I don't want to generalize. No, the journeys, your journey and somebody else's journey is not the same because qualifications are not the same. You might find you will get, for example, a job offer faster, you get your PR faster than somebody else. So there are so many variables. But as a permanent destination, I endorse Canada. And for those who have decided to immigrate to Canada, if you are facing visa restrictions in your country and you are looking for an alternative destination, I would recommend Canada.
True.
Yeah.
Somebody's asking here, can someone with an LPN license from the US immigrate to Canada? Is there a pathway?
There is a pathway through British Columbia. In fact, they have a very active recruitment of US RNs, LPNs, nurse practitioners, and it's a very streamlined registration pathway. So just check with the British Columbia College of Nurses and Midwives. They have the most streamlined pathway for anyone in the US.
And they also need to tell us why migrate from, because we said the other time you were advising us on, like, we have three destinations. We have
Destinations,
Canada, USA, and Australia. So why move from one like USA to Canada? What's the reason?
Probably, I've just seen a question down here. Probably amechoka na US, ameona wacha aende Canada. You see, okay. The pressure between Canada and the US is equally the same. Life is equally the same. Probably people who live in the US, they live in the US for more money. Canada, there's a little bit less money compared to the US. But it's a choice of life anyway. Yeah, maybe
and
ameona,
social
maybe he has
benefits.
decided, he has realized there's comfort in Canada and he wants to move there. So he can't really say why he wants to, but it's okay. It's up to him.
Yeah, actually, it boils down to individual choice.
And I also feel like people who are saying Canada, the pathway is long. I think if someone sat down and explained to you the pathway to USA as an RN, utachoka before once your process. Because all of them, you
Actually,
don't just
But in
wake up and
reality,
go.
Lillian, the Canadian pathway, it's shorter than the American. It's shorter.
that is true.
Yeah,
The real process. It's shorter than
but I
American.
can see people complaining here it's
No,
long. I think the
because
American one, it's long and complicated than
it
Canada.
moves very fast. The Canadian pathway moves very fast, unlike the American, which is stagnant. How many people are here waiting for the I-140 to be approved for the last 15 months? And they're still waiting.
USRN, are these people who, another question, sorry, Tajiri, I'm really sorry. It just came
okay.
to my mind before I forget. These people who have been dropped by agencies, and those agencies they want like millions of shillings. Can they move to Canada? Like, will they be followed up?
Well, a debt is a debt, and they will finally catch up with you. But then you can only postpone the problem if you change destinations. You postpone, but then it's not a solution. But then I'll say this about, you see, once you master the Canadian requirements, especially the immigration pathway, with expert guidance, you can move very fast. This is the problem with Kenyans. When they see something is a bit complicated, not familiar, they rush and make conclusions. But if you take your time to understand the process and the system, you will find it's very easy and it is very streamlined. For example, when we talk about French language proficiency, if you are an RN with a B2 French language certificate, and you do your express entry profile today, in 2 months' time, you will have been invited to apply for permanent residency. In 6 months' time, you can be in Canada. But shida ya Mkenya, you want a shortcut. Canada, there are no shortcuts. You follow the
Let me look
rules.
for that thing. Oh my God, sound effects zimepotea wapi?
Umesema hakuna njia ya mkato, but by the way,
Hakuna.
for
And you
those who
cannot
want
fake.
to go to Canada, still, if you think through it, those who live in Canada can tell you if you have friends and relatives there. You can enter the US and utembee US ulikuwa unataka kutembea uione. While in Canada, ukitaka kukaa Canada, you can still process your documentation uingia US uishi US. So it's up to you. This life haina
Yeah.
formula. This life does not have a way that is structured that you're supposed to live. You can decide. It's up to you. If you have a
Yeah.
family, you want to go settle down in Canada, well and good. If you don't have a family, you want to move between the two countries, go stay in Canada for your 3 years, 4 years, 5 years. If it doesn't make sense to you, move to the US and keep moving because you are now a tourist. Go ahead.
So I
That's a
want to
good
say this.
input, Tajir. Even in the US, you can still move from one state to another. So long as
Yeah.
you know what you want. If you feel like I don't want to live in California, move to another state. And
You
then there
come
is
to
something,
Ushago.
yes, there is something that Lillian mentioned. You know, there is these agencies when you want to drop what. So I think these people who have been dropped, they need to check their emails because some of them, these agencies started the process. I have a friend who just received an email from Montana. So, and the agency already dropped her. So you see, if she didn't check the email, she could have not known that she has the opportunity now to continue with the process. So anaenda kuanza hiyo process peke yake. And then there is a challenging part. I had another lady asking about Montana. They still use these old ways of making payment for the background checkup. So they use is it called money order or something? And that thing is not in Kenya or in
Money
Qatar.
grab.
Yeah. So she shared that with me, and I have to pay for her from here so that I can send the receipt to her, and then now she can send the receipts and other documents to Montana. So that one also we can share with people who have started the process and have been dropped by the agencies.
Mm-hmm.
So
Okay, let me. Yes, UK, just a minute. I nipandishe Wanja. Guys, wenye mko juu, ask your question. Wanja, send your request. I think you're private. Nimemdrop. I thought he had already asked the question. I am. Do you have a question?
Hi.
Hi.
My name is Mary.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to know whether the best pathway for non-medic, non who are not on the healthcare sector.
can you be a bit specific so that we can try and assist?
Yeah, but myself, I'm an MBA
Yes.
in administration and HR.
Okay.
Yeah, and I've been seeing opportunities for skilled workers, but you must have a job offer. And getting a job offer from outside Canada is also a
It's a challenge.
nightmare.
Yeah.
Yeah, but there was this opportunity I had seen, a pathway in Manitoba. They were saying if you have a family member or a close friend in Manitoba, you are able to get an
Good
opportunity to
collaboration.
migrate
Yeah.
there.
Yeah.
But now getting that person is also a tall order.
I understand. Can I try to advise you?
Please do.
Before your MBA, what was your bachelor's degree? Is it BCom?
Yes.
Okay. Now,
Yes.
in the US, you can
Yes.
apply to do MS accounting, which is a master's level program. Then you transition to US CPA.
Am I good in mathematics? Am I in accounting?
Yeah, utaweza. So,
Because you often get yourself. Is it so?
I'm giving you an easier pathway.
Okay, tell me.
This is it might be, the medicine might be bitter, but then that pathway is a STEM pathway.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, so just apply it to do a MS in accounting. Then from there, you transition to USCPA. You will get jobs and you will map out your immigration there. So if you are in this life, there is Abuga. Abuga would be best place to advise you. He normally
Abuga is
comes
on.
to Abuga.
I don't know if he's here today. Let me share live with him.
And also, something else that probably it might be personal. It's all about the age as well. Yeah, it matters a lot, especially in terms of school.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think if you stay along, you'll just see people who might help you, like Abuga, and anything is possible. So you don't have to
Abuga
give up
is
in your
in
dream.
Canada or in US.
He's in the US.
Oh, what is his TikTok name?
Lillian will share, maybe.
Lillian, please do.
I've
Right. Any
messaged
other
him. Maybe
question?
he's in church.
Okay. Because I can side chat him.
It's called
Lilian will share
Alternative.
with you the details.
that. Yeah, I'll share
But
with you.
I'll also try that pathway you have mentioned.
That is a
I saw.
study pathway, and yeah, it's really fast.
Okay, because I was even thinking of doing accelerated nursing in US.
Yeah, that is still an
Still
option.
possible.
Yeah, which is done by people with the first degree.
That is true.
But is the USRN and maybe Tajiri and the rest of you, like akisema like anataka kufanya advanced nursing in the USA, like how will she be given that visa knowing very well that the embassy knows that nursing is offered in Kenya? Sina nasikianga mkisema kwa hizi lives you need to prove that the course is really scarce in Kenya, like there are no much training available around so that you can get the visa. Kitu kaa hiyo. What do you
Yeah,
think?
What
she
happens?
needs to prove home ties and intent to return.
Yes.
Yeah.
And imagine today I was talking to a friend of mine, and he mentioned about his daughter. She went to do nursing. She had done a first degree and she was given visa last year, June.
It depends. It
Me too. I
depends
come
with
with the
the
same
assessment.
pathway. Yeah.
It depends if you are able to prove you have sufficient funds that you will return after completing your studies. You will return to Kenya, and that you have sufficient home ties. You will get it. But then what Mamaka is just trying to caution you, there is a lot of scrutiny on F1 visas worldwide at the moment. So
Yeah,
you
yeah.
really need to put in extra effort in terms of the preparation for the visa. And that preparation starts before you do the application, because nowadays they deploy a lot of AI tools to triage your application even before you appear for the oral interview.
Imagine last year I tried to apply one of the universities at Portland Community College.
That's in Oregon. Hmm.
Yes. It didn't even finish 1 month. I was given I-20.
Did you move to the next stage?
Then what happened?
No.
What happened?
The challenge was the charges they were asking for sijui service. Is it service
But that
fee?
is standard. That is standard.
Service
That is a
standard.
must. You have the
That's a
fasting.
must. You must.
Or it's a must charges to pay
Yes.
in all
Yes.
universities.
Yes.
Yes.
It's not
Oh,
just a must, it's
It's
mandatory.
standard.
It's
I think
mandatory.
what she needs to do, first of all, understand what you want to do before
What you
you
want to
start
do, yeah.
any. Yes, because it seems you don't understand the system. So first, the first thing, understand what you want to do. Maybe USRN can guide you, and then after that, you can know what to do because you already applied and they sent you a I-20, meaning they approved your application. So
yes.
yeah, just understand the process first, and then you do your application. Thank you.
Okay, the fear I had by then, Trump took over the government and he started his madness.
He's
So
still
I
there.
feared
No.
paying
He's still
all
there.
No,
because I
no,
was
no,
No.
no, no,
given
no, no,
with
no, 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 don't say that.
You don't say that here.
Don't talk about that
Please.
here. Ama uonge
oh,
Kiswahili, please.
Anyway,
okay.
ebu niseme habari zenu about your point yenye amesema. Allow me say something just before ataendelee. I hope mko fiti. I'm greeting you all. Happy Sundays. So, what I want to say is this. You go wrong when you are looking for an opportunities abroad and you're worried about the leadership of that current country, yet you are not yet there. I think hii uoga inafanya Wakenya wengi mnajikufisha moyo wenyewe. Huwezi tafuta opportunity na wewe unaanza already you are feeling that leader is not right. You won't. Do your part, take your risks, kisha ngojea. Ukianza kuworry about mzee na hujafika, I really don't know hata kama utasurvive ukifika. Because you'll be now trying to make
Unajua si ati nilikuwa na worry about his leadership. Ni venye alianza kusema sijui they have to check social media.
You guys, can you just stop talking about him? Talk about nani UK. Mike,
Yeah.
can you take us through the process of mtu akiapply for school huku? Take us through that process yote. Ndio turudi Canada.
Yeah, politics aside. Anyway, Michael. So let me say that I wanted to explain is all about the F1 opportunities, F1 and M1, but more so F1. So currently there are so many. I'll start, but currently there are so many scholarships ongoing. You can use F1 pathways to come either as an undergraduate or graduate program. That is the first thing that normally happens. So you identify which category of studies you want to go for or which level. Either way, it's better. None has any limitations to the other. So if you have a degree already in any African country, you can go for master's. That is the graduate level. If you have no degree, you have a high school qualification or any other diploma, you can apply for undergraduate to come to study in the US in any university of your choice. Now, what I'm going to say is that one of the red flags is avoid going for community colleges. I know people would say community colleges, they bring international students and all that. Community colleges to me are good when you're changing your status. You're already here, for example, on a B1, B2, you want to change your status, they're the best. But coming in as an F1, even though they are satisfied, few would bring you that chances. Okay? The second thing is also the field of the program field that you're going for. So that's one of the steps. Identifying which program level you want to go for. So if it's graduate or undergraduate and which course you are going for. A lot of people have been kind of misled with this thing of you need language, you need, I don't know, IELTS. No, none of them is mandatory. Credentials, evaluations, none of them is mandatory. Depends also with which levels you are at, which program level you are going for as well. Yeah, that's what I'm addressing, Wambui, about IELTS, etc. They are not mandatory. Okay. They have also alternatives. Everything has an alternative. Something like IELTS has an alternative of other language tests like Duolingo, etc. Some universities also do give waivers into these language tests. Okay, so before that, you can also check universities' requirements. There are some that give waivers. Kenya, having been a country that nimeona with most schools, almost 50% of all schools that I've applied for, realize that they also favor Kenya or Kenyan universities because they'll take in language English as your first language of instructions while studying. So when you're doing application utaulizwa hapo, is English your first language of instruction while studying? Yes. So again, if you don't put yes, that one inakuwa issue. Pale kwa language pia ukiulizwa unajua language gani, usikuja uanze kuweka Maswahili, sijui French. Hapana, weka English. Okay, you can use French, but fine, put English. Swahili weka kando. You don't know Swahili, you've never heard of Swahili. I prefer that so that it also puts you at a point of clearance with that kind of waivers. So you can do your applications. Now, what do you need? As an international student, one, you'll need, some universities have application fees. That is one. Application fees ranges from different universities to different, and also from the different program level you are going for. So some don't have application fees, and also some waiver out these application fees, but they are there. A university having an application fee doesn't put that university at any point of you feel like it's a red flag and etc. So it's even better if you pay an application fee. They kind of ease in your process. They'll be there. They'll even call you. Hey, you submitted an application. We asked you for this. We've not heard from you. We needed to know if you have the documents or not, so that we can move forward. You see, they kind of take it personal to follow up on everything that you require. The second thing you'll need again is checking all the requirements for the institution. Check if they have scholarships. I'm just gonna put in summary of the things that most international students put as a red flag. Now, if you're looking for schools, avoid focusing on scholarships as an international student. Sometimes we use this as an entry opportunity. Si kila mtu anakuja kusoma. Use this, mi natafuta njia kuingia. I think it's mamake who I had mentioned that about your kutumia ABSN. So you're looking for an entry opportunity sometimes. And also once you've entered, you can always switch careers, switch courses, switch institutions, and etc. Okay, it's very possible. So even if you have maybe say a degree or a master's and you feel like you don't have another opportunity, you can use a student opportunity as an entry opportunity. About what I am a winner said, this service fee is paid to the government. It's for Kenyans, you pay it via Western Union, so it's a mandatory fee. And by the way, the moment you are filling your DS-160, there's a part they ask for your service ID. Now that service ID, the visa officer checks it first on their system. Even you can check it. There's a website you can check if you've paid your service fee or not. A service fee expires after 1 year. It has an expiry duration of 12 months from the day that you pay it. So if you don't pay your service fee, trust me, I don't think you can get any visa approval because it's a mandatory requirement. Most importantly, focus on two things as an international applicant or an F1 seeking opportunity person. One, financial requirement. Prove that you can pay your tuition fees by all means. Do not act like a burden to these institutions. And then two, focus on your home ties. Home ties, put anything. Anything is possible as a home tie. But at the end of the day, it also narrows down to the way you are answering these questions at a visa interview. So try to put there is a reason why you want to go to study and return back to your home country. Definitely a lot of people won't put, hey, I want to go study, come and improve the healthcare field in my home country. That's why I'm going to pursue this course. I'm going to pursue this course because it's not offered in any institution in my country, but I did apply to also other Europe countries, but the US institution gave me an easy acceptance. So your goal is, you make it like your goal is not even to study much, but your goal is to focus on your career. You be like a career-wise individual where your focus is, I want to do my career by all means. So if you put it that way, they feel like they'll take it to a point that you have that intentions of coming back. But there's no better home ties, even for every person who has a visa approval. There's no day a visa officer will ask you, can I see your title deed? No, they don't have time for that. That's a waste of time. It's how you explain these things. And it narrows down to one document, which normally I like to explain in details. When you're doing any visa application, for this case, you are talking about a USA visa. Normally F1 is a non-immigrant category visa. There's only one document this visa officer has of you. It's called a DS-160. Hiyo ndo CV yako. That is between you and him. So this person wants to know who Lillian is. Hataki kujua Lillian looks how. I mean, or let me use myself. He doesn't want to know how Mike looks like. He doesn't care if I am tall, short, or what. He doesn't have. He needs to know me from what I've filled. And that is all the information on your DS-160. That's why they say put everything there. US visa kuna pali uta upload document. This is my home ties. There is no point you'll ever upload any document. I don't know if you do, but I've never had any point upload anyone upload any document. So if you do your DS-160 perfectly and then you have a very good preparation for the visa interview, you're good to go. I do also offer those services for those who might be interested. So if you have any questions, you can ask. You can ask me questions again, unless I cut any shortcut. Visa interviews fee is $185. Service fee $350. What am I missing? Those are the two most fees that you might undergo: service na visa. Language test, if you want to do Duolingo can cost you about $75 to $150. I prefer you do Duolingo than IELTS. Duolingo, you can do it even now. And tomorrow, Monday, you have a certificate. Yeah, you can do it now and have the certificate in less than 48 hours. The best. So all those things have alternative. Language credentials evaluations. If you're going for masters, I'd prefer you do your credentials evaluations because it's also going to put you on a clear path, unless you have good communications with the institution. You can use Pantran. I prefer Pantran is the best. Again, they charge depending on whether you are doing masters. Oh, talk about the danger of having masters and going to a community college. Yes, that is very true. Yeah, do not go for masters. By the way, wacha niwaambie kitu moja. Avoid going for cheap colleges. That is the first red flag. Avoid going for cheap colleges. Go for the most expensive schools you can ever find. Prove. Tafuta hata mtu akusaidie bank statement. There is no point you are going for just a minute. There's no point you're going for a cheaper college. This officer can challenge you. These people they normally don't challenge you the way you expect directly, but they play a reverse psychology on you. So if you're going for masters, go for state approved universities. I prefer those ones. Enda shule kubwa kubwa yenye zimejulikana. Now they also have a very good intake for international students. And also you have to understand that you do a slight background on that school. Jua hii shule iko wapi, iko state gani, iko wapi, iko nini, kwa nini iko sume nini, you've done something, at least they can. They don't know. You want to know a secret? Hajui hata ya hajui hiyo shule. They don't. But act like you know. I don't know if I'm speaking something that is making sense. They don't know. Ukimwambia university hajui, but you act like you know. You've done research and you've realized this school is the one that they have a very good record or history of this field of course that you are interested in. So act like you know. You've ever been smart. You act like you know even if you didn't know. Hata hajui. Lakini they'll see that, oh, you have something at least at hand. You get. So me, I am not always in for anyone applying for community colleges. I know people would say that community colleges are cheaper. Trust me, they are not. They have a slight difference of $2,000 to $3,000 with the normal unis. A community college can charge you $25,000 annual fee. This one will charge you 26, 27, 28. Hakuna tofauti. Okay? Unless now
Mike,
anyone has a question. Yes, sir.
What you haven't told them, what you haven't reminded them. I think you said it, but you have to insist. You guys, every time you're filling your DS-160, always remember, the information you give is everything. You might not be asked a question during the visa interview because they already have your information. If you ever get a question from a visa officer and you answer the opposite of what you feel in that DS-160, you will fail automatically. It's that simple. So ni kama CV yako. You've been given a CV to somebody to employ you. You go there, they have your CV, a soft copy, they have gone through it and they ask you a question and you say you don't know, yet it's in your CV. You failed. So it's just like somebody having your ID and asks you, when were you born? Instead of saying I was born in 1982 and you say I was born in 1976, you failed. You've lied. It's that simple. So
Yeah.
anytime you feel that DS160, just know that will be your song until the last man standing. There's no other change of anything. Anything you say there will say the same thing until the last man standing. Otherwise, you will fail. People fail in interviews because they give information on DS160. When they appear for real interviews and actual interviews, they say something opposite, and you're given a paper and you're told, go home. Your visa has been
So
denied. Not because you
even
don't know, but because of what you said in the paper and what you said in reality is two different things. You're lying.
so even if you have someone who's done a DS160 for you, there is a way you can download before you submit the application and get your confirmation. The last confirmation page, you can have a copy of the DS160. Okay. So what Tajiro Imani is saying is very real, because again, they assume you filled this document on your own. So how come you filled something and you're not aware of what you've given? And like I said, normally because I do more of non-immigrant visas, I'd say there is no formula for visa approvals. There is no. Even the home ties that we talk about, everything you just fill on your DS160. You can find, a lot of people would tell you this. I went for an interview, not even the bank statement they were asked. They never ask, for example, the bank statement. It's just how you present yourself and how you answer the questions. Non-immigrant visas don't have a formula. Most of the B1, B2, and the F1, and for this case, you're talking about F1, they don't have a formula of approval. And neither do they have a formula of denial. What they just look for is a reason to deny you, and mostly it's contradicting information. At the end of the day, it narrows back to the process that you did. And if you got assisted, also try to be familiar with every single detailed information that umejaziwa hapo. So hata jina yako. So kama ulieka date umesema different, it becomes nini? Mzungu apendi uongo, in short. So yeah, you can apply life in her way. You can apply from any point. Fresh from high school, you can apply undergraduate and get. In fact, this is the time. So currently there is a fall intake 2026 ongoing. Applications are ongoing. Things like Fulbright, etc. scholarships have been opened. They're still ongoing. We also have spring 2027 intake ongoing. Okay. Second spring 2026 already closed, because now they are the ones going in for interviews and etc. So the best you can focus ni fall ni August, September intake. Those are the applications ongoing currently. September, August intake, alafu January next year intake. Shule, it can take you less than 30 days to even 3-4 months to get. It depends. Okay. So I welcome more questions, but thank you, Lillian, for the opportunity.
Sorry,
For
I
those who
have a
might need,
question. Can I ask something, Lillian?
yeah.
He was talking about the scholarship, that the universities that are maybe putting scholarship in their portal, maybe they don't have those scholarships. They just want people to apply. Could you please enlighten us about that so that we can understand?
So about scholarships that schools put in their portal, this is how it happens mostly. Okay, not all schools have scholarships. You are an international student, so they expect you to bring in money. You when unaleta raw capital, pesa yani fresh, si ndio? Ni pesa fresh. Wewe unaleta pesa because your money is not nini, hakuna serikali itaingilia mambo mingi hapo. So they really want a lot of international students. And believe me or not, universities are really in for international students. I'm telling you because me have many that I work for. Or the ones that I'm in contract for, they're really desperate for international students. But now they normally have waivers. It's not necessarily like scholarship, but they call it waiver on merits. It's more like on merit. Okay? So they won't give you a scholarship if they have not admitted you. That is one. They'll not put it on the public at, hey, we're gonna give you a scholarship. Few use that criteria. Na zile zenye mnaona mtu anasema hii shule iko na scholarship, if you have been keen, ukitap website utapata wako na application fee. Ukweli uongo, most of them they have application fees. Zile sasa zenye zina advertise we have open scholarship for international students. Mara mingi, if you go to their website, the first thing you'll meet is an application fee. And that application fee ranges from $50 to $100. So you as an international applicant unasema, ai, nilipe $70 application fee? Hapana. So unaona ushajitoa. They tend to filter out the traffic into their website. They don't want a lot of unnecessary applicants with few interested or few serious clients or students. So those application fees, the first thing is they filter out. But Shule can even give you a full waiver. So I call them waivers. But it's scholarship, institutional scholarship. So kama niseme kama ni uni moja, they give you a waiver as an institution. So they tell you, hey, you know what, you have to pay this amount of tuition fee. So we've canceled out, no need for you to pay any tuition fee. You come and study. So that is it. So there are several that do that, but they won't do that unless you apply. You have to do an application first, submit an application first. That is the first requirement. So they're there, they give full, there are many. Also, sometimes you can participate in extracurricular activities, sports. Pale ukifeel application, kuwa mtu yaitwaje, a field person. Okay? Say you are in athletics, say you are in soccer, say you are in volleyball, say you are in rugby and it is. Some of the times you might be lucky kama age yako iko fiti moso ukiwa 18 to 25, a coach can inbox you via email. Hey, we saw you submitted this, we can see you had indicated, I don't know which level. They always trying to inquire. Ukipata your point, I have a lady last year but there get Shule. Funny enough, alikuwa fresh from high school. At 20 years, na that one a coach alimnini. She alikuwa into athletics. A challenging lady, very young. Hata ajui hata kuongea English vizuri, and got a coach by then, and they really sponsored everything. I remember by then alikuwa sponsored kwenda kufanya interview by the institution, kwenda kufanya interview Mauritius, Port Louis, uko karibu na Seychelles. And I was even surprised. I didn't expect it, I didn't see it coming. Reason being, she was very good in athletics. Sometimes extracurricular activities also can put you in the point of which the institution gives you a waiver, and they see because you are bringing of benefit. Wazungu wengi unajua wako kwa hizi activities, tuseme kweli. Hata kwa soka few are not, I mean many are not in that. So sisi ndo tuna participate kwa hizo activities, and they also know how good you can be to them. Unajua mashule pia there is benefits you bring to an institution and even to the country at large. So focus on you getting an application done. I'm telling you for free that the school can give you waivers. Also, if you provide reasons why you need financial assistance, they also have that. Every school has an institutional scholarship application protocol or chance. Yeah, for some even I can get you the scholarships go through because I normally wait out with the. I have like so far 15 to 20 schools that I'm satisfied with for international admissions. Like I'm just into an agreement. If you are in the US, you can look for schools now. Agree now. Utawalete international students and all that. So if you need still schools, they're there. I don't know if I answered your questions. Uko na swali mrefu Kadi, uliza swali. I don't know if it's long for you to type.
Meanwhile, whoever was looking for Daniel. Ni nani tulikuwa tunatafutia Daniel? Oh, the same I am a winner, right?
Yeah, ni mimi Mary.
Ndio huyu chini yako.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, amekuja. Oh, but I wasn't able to read on the comments while I was talking. I normally I can't multitask. So if there's any question that I missed, you can now retype. I'll be on the comments and then I'll be glad to respond.
Hey, hi everybody. I'm sorry I got up late and I'm just jumping into another meeting. My colleague is waiting for me. If I can answer the question, I apologize. If I can answer the question quick.
Oh, hi.
Hi.
My name is Mary. I was referred to you that you can be able to assist with the US universities.
No, you were asking about, was it? What was she asking
accounting
about?
and MBA.
Accounting. Yeah. And then we told you Daniel knows the process. He can guide you through the process.
What specific question on accounting?
Okay, the group was devising how can be able to join universities in the US.
Mhm.
They can be able to do masters in accounting.
I mean, yeah,
Mary,
that is
Mary,
general
Yes.
question.
kidogo tu Abuga. I believe unafaa umwambie kidogo about you, paint a picture about you to him, what we've
Your
said, so that he
background.
can have a basis here of where to begin from.
Okay. I'm an MBA
Mm.
and I want to do a course in the US. So we were looking for the best channel, the best way, pathway I can be able to join a university in the US. And I was advised about doing a master's in accounting. Then I moved, I think, to another course. So that's where you came in, and I was told you are the best person to advise.
Are you coming on as a F1 student to do an MBA?
That's what I want to do, to come as an F1 student.
Oh, yeah, that is still is going to remain the same process as a USA, UK gentleman has spoken. The process is the same. International admission is just the same process, really doesn't change much. Yes, one I can tell you that for sure there's more need for accountants because the older generation, most accountants are almost in the next 20 years, most accountants are retiring.
Okay.
Yeah. So there is, if you go to labor statistics, it will show you how much need of accountant is required. So,
Okay.
yeah, there are more. Now, what is, you already have a master's, right?
Yes, I have an MBA
And your MBA is in what?
in HR.
Oh, okay. So you want another MBA for accounting?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that can be transition because then you'll do quite a few credits because there are some other credits that you're going to transfer. Then you will look at your core classes. I believe that should take you at most a year or so. Now, admission is usually is going to be the same way as my brother who was speaking is going to be the same. And I preparing as an international student, all those requirements are going to be the same. Really, nothing is going to change.
Okay.
What changes that I see most of the time for you to get the visa is I normally tell people you have 50% chance of getting a visa and 50% chance of not getting a visa. The answer is
Okay.
no and yes. So the more you are prepared, usually people want to know, are you going to go back to your country? And sometimes I tell people, like, when you go to the embassy, don't show desperation. Have that mindset. You are confident of what you're going to do. What are you going to bring from when you go to those universities to study? What are you bringing into Kenya? Itafaidi wa Kenya aje? Unaona, itafaidi how you contributing to the well-being of the country. Number two is be open-minded. I don't know how to put it. Challenge. If somebody is telling you something, it's okay to ask that person, why do you think that should be a good idea or a bad idea? Yeah. Just follow the process, and more especially the DS 160. Yeah, that is what I agree with the other person. So really, for education, it's going to be very straightforward. Fill the application, fill the application. I have one of my friends, Professor Kari. He teaches in Mary, St. Mary's in University in Minnesota. He teaches MBA students. I can share his phone number to Lillian because that is a Kenyan professor who teaches there. Then you can reach out to him and just say, Daniel, give me the number and I want to go to the university. But before you do that, please do more research. He doesn't have the time. He can only give you the direction what he sees because he's not in admissions. He's just a regular professor, but he's very knowledgeable on that issue.
Okay. Is there university within Washington? Maybe you can recommend.
There are quite a number of them. Any university in Washington that are offers MBA that you can do, that is fine. There's one I don't know that I know that is very cheaper, but that is for mostly people who are doing like online. I don't know whether they accept because the way they charge their fees is so Western Governors University, but I don't know. Check whether they give international student.
You said which university?
Western Governors University.
Western Governors University.
Yeah. So that one, you can do your degree from anywhere if they admit you, and it is self-learned. Somebody like you who has, especially even for the nurses who want to go to their leadership roles, they go there, and it will be much cheaper. I've had some of my relatives go there, my nieces, to do their PSN, MSN, and all that. So because the cost, it's your self-driven, self-learned. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much. That is very
Now,
informative.
why do you choose? I like the way you asked about Washington State. The opportunity in Washington State, especially for international students, please, when you come, remember, look for juu. Najua tunatoka nyumbani. Ukikuja kuna kazi. Unaona? Yeah. Watu kuja na chini ya maji hufanya kazi na unanielewa.
Na kuelewa hata ndio sababu ni unasikia nikisema hivyo. Sababu hata kuhostiwa naweza pata mtu aweza ni pea mahali pa kulalisha kichwa.
So you go through the process. Your first job is to find the university that fits you, and that information is very available in the online. Yeah. Then look at the location and usiende yenye imejificha ndani kabisa. Look for the universities that are around the metro areas where there are more people living, because then kazi itatokea ni nyingi, ni nini na nini, so vitu zote. Unanielewa?
And I'm hoping hawataona kama because nilifanya masters yangu kwa USIU waone why I'm doing the second masters.
Or that is even better. Yeah, because you have an international mindset. Yeah, that is gonna work for you because your viewpoint, you're looking things from a global mindset. Expand your, like you want to experience more, you want to have more exposure, because America, that's where every person comes to learn. That's where it's the melting pot where people come to share ideas. You're gonna meet the Chinese, you're gonna meet the Japanese, you're gonna get Middle Easterns, you're getting everybody globally coming there. So when you're coming as from Kenya, you're also bringing your Kenya into the global identity. So the sharing of ideas is from a global standpoint. That is your greatest strength. And that is what 25 years ago, that's what I told them. When they're asking me, where are you going to do why can't you do your counting in Kenya? That's what I told them. I want to have a global view of the world. Who doesn't want to expand and improve and bring those resources back to your country? Ndio sifanye nini to improve and take pride in the things that have been good in Kenya and also find the things that are lacking. You use them towards your advantage. No. Like if you're going to talk about globalization, talk about M-Pesa. There's no country in the world has ever factored the M-Pesa concept. Everybody is now tapping to that, but we are the leading. Kenya is really growing in technology. You see what I mean? So as these companies are growing, you're saying, hey, I'm going there to tap more resources, technology, association, and all that. When I bring it, so that Kenya can be part, Kenyan farms or institutions can be part of the global solution. That is what I'm going for. Yeah.
Okay, I will try to. I'll go back to the drawing board and do more research on those universities. And now I approach it in another angle. And I believe this time it will work out. I've been trying for some years.
How many times have you gone to the embassy?
No, not embassy. To get the university.
Oh, why is it taking you 4 years to get the university, my sister?
Mostly because of the bank statement.
Oh, okay. Hiyo hakuna kuruka hapo. But unajua vile Wakenya sisi ni Wakenya, unanielewa?
Nakuelewa.
Sasa hiyo itapita tu.
Nimegundua juzi kuna sasa zingine wanasema you fill a form for sponsor for a sponsor.
You don't need that, because if you have somebody in US who is going to sponsor you and pay your tuition, it's going to be
even
very
in
expensive.
Kenya, even when he's in Kenya, they accept him.
We ongea na USA, UK, he will guide you on that, because he works directly with the universities. He deals with your specific question all the time. I don't think he will. And as you heard from him, the universities are looking for because they make money from international students.
Yeah.
Hiyo ni usually that is where now your test of leadership comes in also. Kama uwezi ukapata bank statement na ikifika hapa ufike ukwame, utaendelea aje? So expand. Look, when you see a problem, don't look as a problem. See it as an opportunity. How do I get around this opportunity I've been given? Expand my territory.
Okay.
About that, if I can add. So nimeona questions. I'd like to address just some that were asked on the comment section. Still within and both either as an international seeking opportunity individual, even if you are within the US, I still can assist in other things like change of status, etc. Nimeona that question on the comment, so I do that. Change of status for me from B1, B2 to any visa. It's easy. It's very possible, and there are only some few legal fees that you'll pay for the government as well, which are always mandatory for the change of status. So maybe I don't think I need to touch into details about that. Now, another question you may not, maybe that is unique, is about it's about the programs. Now, one thing is this: please do not feel like your program is out. Daniel can maybe say that hakuna course yenye iko offered in the US, na kama haiko mi sijui ni course gani. Almost everything is there. We have many states, and the different states have different requirements, and also different universities. Everything is here. So umefanya hata I think competition is everywhere, right? Gani no unique. There are only some few courses maybe you can say they're offered in the US, but they're not offered in Kenya, and can only be an added advantage to you if you are going to pursue that career. Maybe definitely something like aerospace engineering. Like, if you ask maybe can I get a course in this field because I did this diploma or I did this degree, you can get. That is it. Ni ile tu mashule sasa ziko na different programs, but what I know is you cannot miss your program in any university as long as you are not state specific. What do I mean by that? Like hauko interested in one state. Unajua kuna mtu for example kama Win amesema yeye anatafuta Washington. Ajasa mtu kama wewe inabidi you narrow down for universities within Washington. But as long as you are open-minded, you are looking for an entry opportunity. And I like saying this by the with the point of confidence. Student, sometimes kama you are not in any profession. Back then I even used to do H1B, but sound on H1B
Kidogo
kakuje
tu
kaniangusha.
USRN.
Okay.
Thank you, Daniel. Thank you so much for having this time to join. We do appreciate you as usual.
Thank you so
you.
much. I appreciate. God bless.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Daniel, for your information.
Okay. Oh, alikuwa narudi meeting. Okay. Thank you so much, Daniel. So as long as you're looking for an entry opportunity, I'd confidently say that kama hauko in something like a nursing profession, etc., student and visit visa kwa the best. Now, why do I say this? US inakuanga na nini moja, loophole moja in terms of immigration. Na hii loophole ni kuwa unaweza change status. You can come na visit visa leo, 3 months later you change your status, umeingia F1. Hata kama ulikuwa na degree nyumbani, do your masters, graduate, pata job. Kesho unashtukia nani ni citizen, aliendanga na visit. Yes, it happens. And here I can confidently say, because I have people that have transitioned from B1 B2 to H1B. Nile tu saa H1B saizi haileti watu back from nini because ya 100, but itatolewa. I think by this year mid of maybe June wataanza kutoa hizo vitu. Niliona kuna changes. So we only use a student visa as an entry opportunity. At the end of the day, hata ukisema ati I'm going to change my home country, we all know that you are never going back to Kenya. Hiyo naye tunajua ni uongo. You are never going back to Kenya. We only say it for the purpose of kusema tumpendeze ule vice officer, tukue on the good side, but you ain't going back to Kenya. So everything is available. So be it you're looking for these schools that I'm talking about, another thing Winner said that I'd like to clarify, bank statement. You don't have a bank statement, I can assist you with that. But this is a disclaimer. I'm not paying your fees, please. I'm not paying your
I
fees.
understand what you mean.
I can come in as your sponsor. I can get you someone who can chip in as your sponsor and provide an affidavit of support. An affidavit of support, the document is provided by the university, then it's signed by the sponsor, then rescanned to the university. So no matter how many millions that they need, that can be sorted. But this individual is not anywhere appearing to pay your tuition fees. Why do I say this? We are only trying to assist you get your I-20, like ease in your process. You get your I-20, you pay your service fee, pay your visa fee, then we proceed. Okay? Even if you need the bank statement kwenda now embassy, even bank ipigiwe 3 a.m. in the morning to verify, it can be verified that it has that amount. Back in the days, I used to do the dumping thing. Lakini I stopped it. But I did dumping for like a few people, but I stopped it. Dumping was whereby I could put money into someone's account. But now because of distance and all that, niliacha. So I no longer do dumping. So saizi tu ni that affidavit of support with nini. If you need universities, some are there, but if also you need any assistance with the international students applications, etc., like any opportunity, you can always hit me up. But if you have questions, you can ask on the comments so that I clarify them before. This is a service that I offer. Like it's a service that I offer. So I do it part-time, okay? So I'm always grateful for the opportunity, William.
Okay.
Mike,
Thank you so much,
yes.
USA, UK.
You guys, remember, okay, just, okay, yeah, please, kindly, guys who are applying for schools and any questions about schools, follow US UK jobs. You'll get information there. We were in Canada. All of us were in Canada. We were halfway. You know, we only had 1 hour for Canada and we've taken 2 hours. We are hatujafika nini Australia. So it's kind of, we lost our focus a long time ago.
Pole.
So can we continue with Canada? We were halfway.
Thank you so much.
And guys, kindly tap your screens. Tafadhalini. Tap screen so we can move fast and go to Canada, and then we come back for the students. We were also to talk about students, but after we finished nursing.
Yeah, sure.
Alafu Mike, mimi si sasa
Yeah.
mimi nilimaliza mambo ya kusoma na nikamaliza mambo ya kwenda class. Si mimi unaweza nitumia uji yangu. Mimi nakunywanga uji pawa.
Yeah, I can. Why not, bro? Yeah, we can talk about that. Nini tukimaliza wacha tutoke Australia. Hii ndege ikirudi huku.
Yeah.
Tutanini.
Tuko Canada then tuende Australia. Kindly ukiwa kwa guest, kama uko na swali ya nursing, I'm going kukupandisha. Kama una nursing please. Tusikae tumeenda tu US na tukafika Canada halfway and then siku imeisha. We've stayed on the student, like if you want us to make a day for student, let us make a day for student. But
Yeah,
it's
sure. Yeah.
it will be the last one. According to our program, student will be the last one after we've done
Yeah.
with the 3 countries. Yeah.
Lydian, you can drop me.
Lillian,
Thank you.
USA, UK, whatever. Are you doing your live streams?
Yeah, I do my live streams. It's only that now na huwa inakuwa a struggle juu nikitaka kukuja live ni saa 8 saa 7 usiku.
He comes
Ndio
around
nipate
timings.
Yeah, sasa I want to start doing lives in a better time, at least naweza pata wa Kenya and wenye wako Africa because their time difference. So napata for me to get the maybe morning hours their time, I have to come maybe kitu midnight 1 a.m. my time. But I do live streams. But of late I've been working through referrals because again niko kwa groups zingine that I also have. So people get referred. But yes, I do host lives.
Okay.
That's what I keep doing. But it keeps hurting.
Okay. So USRN, we back to you.
Good. Now, well, I think I just want to recap what we had discussed about Canadian immigration pathway. So we are touched on the Federal Express Entry Program, and under that, the relevant stream is that of Federal Skilled Worker Program. And we said that there are 3 basic requirements. Number 1, minimum RN experience of 6 months. And number 2, educational credential assessment by WES if you are a degree holder, and IQAS if you are a diploma holder. And number 3 is IELTS general with a minimum score of 6 in each of the 4 sections. So if you are armed with those requirements, then you can create your express entry profile. Then you are entered into a pool, and whenever there are draws, you will participate in those draws, and provided you meet the cutoff CRS score, you will receive invitation to apply for permanent residency. And I want to emphasize here that if your CRS score is below 450, no, let's say yes, if it's below 450, try to optimize it. And one way of optimizing it is if you can learn French and obtain a French language certificate, B2, that adds you an additional 50 points and also makes you eligible for the French-speaking category, which has a very low cutoff CRS points of 400. And also makes you eligible for the Quebec immigration program. So really, French is an added advantage in that process. If you can't learn French, then try to optimize your scores for IELTS. That will give you additional points. And if you have a sibling in Canada, that gives you additional points. So there are many ways you can optimize your CRS score. However, if you feel that is not good for you, then you can look at the provincial nominee programs. And I had begun talking about the British Columbia PNP program. And I must say this about British Columbia. British Columbia has the best provincial nominee programs for healthcare workers. And it has the best support in terms of job search and immigration support for healthcare workers. So I would want to refer everyone to check the website for British Columbia PNP program. That is, PNP stands for Provincial Nominee Program. And one of the streams which is very good and attractive to nurses is the Health Authority stream. Now, under the PNP program, there are many streams. But the one which is faster and stress-free is the Health Authority stream. Now, under that stream, you don't need to have your express entry profile. You don't need CRS scores. You don't need to compete with other applicants in a pool. The only mandatory requirement is for you to get a job offer from a public health employer in British Columbia. So the question is, how do you get a job offer as an international registered nurse in British Columbia? So, number one place where you can get support in terms of job connection is through another publicly funded program run by the BC government. Is known as Health Match BC. So if you go to Health Match BC, it has its own website. Now, Health Match BC is a free recruitment service run by the British Columbia government, and it recruits on behalf of all public healthcare employers in British Columbia. So it's a one-stop place. So once you are in that website, you will be asked to register an account. So you register your account, and you have a choice to either register for positions in as RN or LPN or nurse practitioner. And at the end of the registration process, you will be asked to upload your resume. So make sure that the resume which you are uploading is in the Canadian format. There are a lot of resources online to help you to adapt your local resume to Canadian standards. And if you need help, you can always DM me. I will add you to my group, and I share templates for free. However, if you need also professional help in reviewing your resume, we will provide that service. So once you have done that, the registration is free. You have uploaded your resume. You have uploaded your resume. You have uploaded your resume. Yeah, can somebody mute? Yes, that's fine. So you will immediately receive an email from HealthMatch, and they will begin connecting you to the public health employers in British Columbia. And there are about 8 authorities which recruit on behalf of hospitals. So the way it's structured, you have an health authority, and under that health authority recruits for the hospitals in a particular region. So for example, there is Fraser Health Authority. So Fraser Health Authority recruits on behalf of multiple hospitals falling under that authority. Then there is Vancouver Coastal Health. There is Interior Health Authority. Then there is Northern Health Authority. Then there is Highland Health. And then you also have what they call Provincial Health Services Authority. There is Providence Healthcare and First Nations Health Authority. So all those, the recruitment is done on their behalf, or rather coordinated by HealthMatch. So HealthMatch will connect you based on your profile and the resume to those hospitals. And they'll get in touch with you. Some will schedule interviews. Some would require that you begin your licensure process. So, in terms of licensure, we are dealt with licensure. But before you begin the licensure process, make use of that free resource, the Health Match portal, create your profile, upload your resume. It is free. You don't pay anything. Then from there, you will receive communications from the different employers requesting for further information, maybe screening interviews here and there. And they might also request you to finalize your licensure. So that is now the point where if you had already registered in Alberta and gotten an RN license in Alberta, you can begin transferring it to BC. And for those who also have LPN licenses, maybe in Alberta, you can also begin the transfer process. Those who don't fear the visa process for tourist visa to go and sit for SLA in British Columbia, then you can begin registering with the BCCNM, get your assessment underway, and you update them that you are actively in that process. So I say the only downside with direct application to British Columbia nurses and midwives, that is the College of Nurses and Midwives, is the problem of getting a visa to go and do SLA in Vancouver. That is the main challenge. But with proper preparation, you can surmount that. So as long as your licensure is underway, they can begin scheduling you for interviews. Now, once you have a job offer from one of those public health employers, they will support your visa process. And ultimately, you will get provincial nomination. So once you get provincial nomination, you can now apply to IRCC Canada for PR. It's as simple as that. And you don't need to go through the express entry. Or if you had already done your express entry, then you get automatic 600 CRS points, which guarantees you an invitation to apply when the next draw is done. So it's a straightforward process. It's very fast. The challenge only is getting that job offer. And I've given you guidelines on how to do that. Start by creating your profile in that Health Match portal. They really assist. They go out of their way to assist. Now, that is one way of getting those jobs in British Columbia. Another way of doing it, there are so many international nurses who have gone through this process, and they are already working in British Columbia. So what you do, you also network. They'll assist you with contacts. So once you get that job offer, the process is streamlined. That is it. And you are guaranteed of faster processing under that health authorities stream. And you don't need your CRS points. You don't need to compete with anyone. It's a faster process. This is the one which somebody was saying they managed to do it in 7 months. It is possible. But the main challenge is getting that job offer. And it's not difficult if you make use of the free resources which are available. So you need to be proactive, and it will work out. So apart from that, there is also another stream for British Columbia, but then that one now, the problem is it relies on you need CRS points, and you are placed in a pool. That is the skilled worker program. That should not be your priority. You better prioritize to get a job offer so that you can make use of the health authority stream, which is really fast. So that is about British Columbia. There are other provinces like Saskatchewan. Saskatchewan now, if you go to, they have a program for international nurses. You go create your expression of interest. It will take you some time. You input all your details, then you are put in a pool, and if you rank higher than the other candidates, you'll be invited to apply. So Saskatchewan is another one. Alberta has one. It's known as the Alberta Dedicated Healthcare Pathway. But the problem with Alberta kidogo is getting a job when you are outside Canada. It's a bit of a challenge. I know there are jobs in rural areas, but so many RNs with the Canadian Alberta licenses are stuck with job search in Alberta. But it's worth trying. That pathway also, you need a job offer to qualify for that nomination. Manitoba has its own skilled worker program as well, but it prioritizes those who are already working in Manitoba with a valid job, with a valid work permit, and also those who are outside, but you must have a close connection to Manitoba, meaning maybe you have a relative there or a close friend who can support your application. So the other provinces like Newfoundland and Labrador, there is the Atlantic Immigration Program, but still you need a job offer for those. So I'll say this in summary. When it comes to these provincial nominee programs, the most streamlined pathway is that one of British Columbia. And you'll get a lot of support from Health Match in your job search and also for your immigration process. So if you need any guidance on that, we provide support at a fee. But these processes, you can do them for yourself. You can create your Federal Express Entry profile on your own. You can also
Yes,
apply
Aren.
for it. Yes.
Those who need help, they are saying you're not responding to their messages.
No, I'll say this, Lillian. This is the problem with Kenyans. Somebody messages me hi. I'm not idle to reply to hi. But if you explain to me what you want, I'll help you. I have posted a lot of information in the group, and I expect you to digest that information and ask me
And you
relevant
guys,
questions.
I've always told you to just write a paragraph. Stop saying hi for what?
Yeah, so I
Just
have
write
posted
what you want in one paragraph.
all this information.
Yes,
I have posted it
Lillian.
in the group.
Mi naweza sema I'm one of them. Mimi kuna time I contacted USRN, akaniambia he's in a meeting, he will call me back. Then I tried to write something, he told me he will reply. That's why I'm one of them. That's why nikasema maybe.
Are you in the group, Mgu?
I'm not.
But I sent you a link for you to join the
Never.
group.
You have never forwarded me anything. You can try to check the communications. You just
Because
told me you're in a meeting later.
Unless you did that before we automated it. We've now automated it in such a way that the moment you send me hi, I send you a link to join the group. And in the group, all this information is provided for free. Or for free. All this.
Yeah,
But
even
they want to be helped. They don't want the free one.
No,
yeah,
what
they pay.
Kenyans want, I'll tell you this. What Kenyans want, they want me to waste my time to digest for them information which I have taken hours to simplify for them. Just write to me and say, look, I need assistance to create an express entry profile. Then I'll ask you, number one, have you done your CRS score estimation? If you have done, can you share the score? Then if you are there, then now I can advise you on how to apply for WES, how to get your whatever, your IELTS results,
USRN.
because what I really take, what I really dislike is people have given you information for free. This information, ordinarily, you would have paid for it, but I'll give you for free. Having given you for free, I expect somebody to also show initiative. And I said Canada is a self-driven process. You show initiative, digest the information, ask me relevant questions. Whoever asks me a relevant question, I respond, even at midnight.
Yeah,
So
why I'm
anyway,
asking.
Mkuu, make your point so as
So
to
my question
simplify.
is, unajua, you give out
Yes.
good information, so you see like someone is interested in your information. You can book with that person an appointment, then be like, can you pay this for consultation? There are people who will be interested.
Yeah.
Then
He
Actually,
already
it
did
is
that. It's in the
in the
group.
group.
Oh, you are not in the
Maybe
group.
I
He's
am
maybe
not
you
not.
in
are
the
not in
group.
the
That's
group.
why he doesn't have that information. Yeah.
Even last,
He's
because
not
even
in the
last week I
group.
texted. Yeah, even last week I tried to call
No,
directly, then I
I'll not take
texted.
calls. I'll not take calls. I don't want to lie. I'll not take calls because it's hard to document. But if you
Yes,
send me a WhatsApp, then
yeah,
I
even
can
WhatsApp
review.
has never been
Yeah.
opened.
Oh, really?
Yes, a WhatsApp message. I even got a post. I don't know, you have two numbers. One is not on WhatsApp, one is on WhatsApp. The one on
Yeah,
WhatsApp
that's
has
true.
never been
But
opened.
now, Mgu, to simplify, if you
Yeah.
DM the same number, you will get an automated message and you will be onboarded to the group. Once you're in the group, you will be overwhelmed by the information.
Yeah, thank you. That one will help. Sometimes unajua sitaki tukuwa ignorant tuseme mtu ajibu ama it's always good just to
Bana,
hear from you. Yeah, thank you.
yeah, the group is
Hata
there
mi
and there is a lot of
nikimtafuta naonanga link. Thank you for your message. We are unavailable right now. Yeah, he says it's
Yeah.
automated. So yeah.
it's automated.
Ebu write
So
the
anyway,
number there and your
yeah, I'll write down the number. It's here. So the question is, I know and I appreciate, this Canada immigration stuff and licensure is a bit complex, but I have tried as much as possible to simplify it and make it easy. But anyway, this is what I am saying. Prioritize immigration. Have an immigration plan first before the licensure. And I've given you my assurance that licensure is not a big issue. For those who have done NCLEX, I'll advise you to use the RN pathway via Alberta. And those ones who can manage to surmount the visa challenges for British Columbia, you can apply. I can assist you to apply directly to British Columbia College of Nurses and Midwives. But be ready to travel to Vancouver for the simulation lab assessment. So that is, and then those ones who haven't done the NCLEX, there is the LPN licensure pathway. LPN is an easy exam. The LPN exam is easy. That's not a big issue for Kenyans. That one you will pass. So, but then the immigration plan is the most important, because I don't want a situation where you end up with a paper license. You've wasted your time, you've wasted your money, and you become frustrated with the process because you did not have a clear immigration plan. So, to recap or to summarize all this, there are two good immigration pathways. either under the Federal Express Entry field, that is the Federal Skilled Worker Program, but you need to optimize your CRS points. If you can take French lessons and get French B2 language certificate, you are good. In fact, you really improve your chances. You will even qualify earlier for under the French-speaking worker category before you qualify for the healthcare category. And it has the
Wait.
lowest CRS points.
Yes,
The
Arena
other
alisema atakuwa na repeat.
Yeah, the other
What do you mean
point,
by migration plan?
immigration plan here basically is how you will relocate to Canada. You know, a license, you cannot use your RN license to go to Canada. You need a visa.
What it
And
means like coming to US, wanajuanga ya US. Sasa wacha niwapatie nini. Ya US like you can get, unaweza fanya NCLEX upate license, but kama una visa, una EB3 ama hiyo H1B ama B1, B2 ama F. Sasa hizo ndio immigration, the visa. That's what he means by immigration plan.
exactly. And that is what takes priority. Either you, and you know, Canada, you will find it funny, eh? You will find it funny. Even the public health employers, the one I've mentioned for British Columbia, they'll ask you, do you have PR? Do you have a work permit? You know, they ask you and you are applying for a job so that you can get PR. So really, the whole point is just for you to give them the plan. You know, tell them this is my plan. They don't expect you to have it at hand, but you tell them, look, this is the plan. Either I'm using the Federal Express Entry, Federal Skilled Worker Program, or you intend to use the BC PNP health authority stream, and you will need their support in terms of a job offer and employer declaration. Then they'll guide you from there. But if you are non-specific, they'll tell you contact us once you have PR or once you're in Canada. Then you will hit a wall. So guys, the most important thing for Canada is the immigration plan. Licensure is easy. And I want to repeat, licensure cannot be your immigration plan. It looks a bit comical because I charge a fee to support you for licensure. And here I am insisting that you show me your immigration plan first before I help you for licensure. If I was to prioritize money over your plans, I will assist you with licensure. Then I get you, if you are a USRN, I'll get you your Alberta license in 21 days. And then how will that help you? So let's try to digest. Get to my group. I'll post a lot of updates to simplify these immigration pathways. I think that is very clear now. So for Canada, it is immigration alongside licensure. It is the opposite of the US. So if there are any questions, I think that is it for now.
Any questions? Maswali? Any questions before we go to Australia? Tunapanda ndege ingine ya kwenda Australia, guys.
Yes. So I don't have a question, but yeah. I don't have a question, but I'm from Saskatchewan also, Regina. There's a city called Saskatchewan, Regina. So I've been here for the last 10 years, even though I didn't come here as a student or as a work permit. I just come here as a permanent resident. I come here 2012.
Did you win?
Okay. No, I just come here as a permanent resident. I just come here as a permanent resident. So the thing is, USRN, what he's saying is right. Every information you're gonna get from the Canada website is true. All you need is somebody to educate you, the way the process works. As long as you understand the way the process works, you don't have to actually go to agency or whatever. You pay a lot of money for the agent, and them themselves, they are not CRA, or they are not they are not IRCC. Sorry, they are not IRCC. All you need is somebody to educate you, to tell you that you need to go from A to Z. You understand? Somebody who is well trusted. You don't have to pay anything actually. And I think there's a lot of fake agencies in Kenya that will promise you they will take you to Canada. Them themselves, when they are talking that even the IRCC doesn't have that confidence, they will give you a lot of confidence. They will tell you have to pay upfront money, all those things. You understand? So every process, the way US USRBM, the way he says is true. Every process, there's a website to go through. You need to go to the website of Canada. You have to, look the way the process works. You pay the whatever $100 or $200 the process. You apply from the website, and that's all you need. I agree with him 100%. Yeah, that's it. That's all I want to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Anad. You, sir, you had a burning question, but since upande juu umekuwa kwa chai throughout, you wanted to ask something, you, sir? Okay. Who was the next one? You, sir. Do you want to talk?
Hello.
Hi.
How are you, Lillian?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm very well. So, it's good, and it's like a connection. It was yesterday that I was reflecting on just migrating to another country. Currently, I'm in Doha, Qatar. I'm a skilled labor here, but I wanted to move. So wakati niliona that invite to the live, then I immediately clicked and I came in. So I came in while US UK was speaking, and actually have DM'd him. He said he will reply once this life is over. So I just wanted to know, as a skilled labor, the process, because I've not applied yet. That is the visa. No, I haven't started the process, so I'm just here to get the knowledge. And but my target nation is US, basically. Yeah, so that's it.
For which profession?
Project management, but I wanted to do monitoring and evaluation, MBA, like masters.
Okay.
Graduate
Daniel
degree.
would have been the best person to advise you, and he has left. Maybe Lillian, you can share Daniel's profile.
He wants to do
Masters in monitoring and evaluation. I'm a project management, because that is where my undergraduate in qualifications
you can.
are.
As for the master's course, you can. Every program is available. You already have an undergraduate, your degree, so you're going for master's level. Yeah, very much.
Yeah.
Zico. What is it?
It's a SAR UK. I think we'll talk, we'll chat directly so that I can, just know the process, because I haven't started anything substantial yet. But I'm in Qatar, as I mentioned, and, want to move to the US.
You only have to go for your interview back at home. I don't want to take much time, because tutarudi kwa hizo student, si ndio,
Okay.
Lilian? Wacha
Yeah,
wamalize.
we'll go back. Let's finish
Tutarudi
with
kwa ma
nursing.
students, wacha wamalize profession za nursing, then akinipea time I'll explain better, sir.
So no worries. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Lillian, I just want to add something.
Yes.
I just want to add something. You know,
Mm-hmm.
in Saskatchewan, whether it's a Regina or Saskatchewan itself, there's a lot of population decline, and they need a lot of nurses. You understand, especially nurses, they need it. Okay, so for the people who are applying in Canada, Newfoundland, those are the places that population is declining in Canada. People are moving out for different reasons. You understand? Because of cold, because of different reasons, actually. You understand? So if you are applying, don't apply at places where it's most populated, like Toronto, like even Edmonton is not even bad. Like Alberta is not bad. You understand? Vancouver, there's a lot of there's a lot of people in Vancouver, PC in general, but I'm just advising people to apply in Saskatchewan. You know, I'm just advising people to apply in Saskatchewan because they need a lot of nurses here. Yeah.
Nice. Good input. Big bro and Wamae. Big bro, you wanted to say something before we go to Australia?
Okay, good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
So I had something to share. I was looking for a lady who is going to do masters in research in the UK. Because I wanted maybe if she can accept to take me as their dependent, then maybe I'll join her. Then I'll support her in paying a quarter of the school fee. Then maybe when we will be successful, when we reach there, the monthly installments or whatever the payment method she will be using, I'll be able to chip in and assist her too. So if anyone knows someone, a lady who is going to do MRes, you can text me on the number below, which I texted below.
You've already texted the number. Where's the number? I can't see it. Why are you guys laughing? It's normal. It's normal. Mi sipendi mkiniambia nicheke. I haven't seen your number, big bro. What the is this? So if there is a lady unataka sponsor, you only want to go to Canada. You don't want other countries, big bro. Big bro, you only want for Canada. Oh, UK.
UK.
Oh, and where are you? Which
I'm in
country are you?
Kenya.
Okay.
Kenya.
Okay. Any lady who wants. Sasa si watataka waone sura yako. Hebu fungua kamera. Can you open your camera? We see you. Mamake. Me, I know these things happen, by the way. What is it? Okay, just a minute.
I don't understand.
I know this.
Lillian,
Yeah?
I just want to add something. You know, this thing is very common, especially the Somali people. We just bring our people like that. It's not
Yeah.
something to be laughed at. You know,
It's
I'm gonna
common.
go to Kenya.
I don't know why.
I'm gonna
I don't
bring
know
my
why people are
cousin here.
laughing here.
I don't know why people are laughing.
It's
It's something
normal.
normal. You know, you come here, Canada, as an immigrant. You come, you get your citizen. You have your cousin suffering in Kenya. You know, she's a girl, and I'm gonna go left from Kenya to go
I
back
know
to
why they are
Nairobi.
laughing.
We're gonna we're gonna do a marriage, and then after she's been here in Canada for 2 years, we're gonna do divorce. That's something normal, it's
It's
nothing to
normal,
laugh at.
guys. It's normal.
It's just a normal
But
thing.
you know, most of the I know why they are laughing, because they'll want you to help in the process, and then by the time you're going to you won't even know they went to the visa to the embassy, and you won't know they went to UK.
Yeah.
But you'll have paid for the whole process, and then you are left in Kenya. That's why they are laughing. It happens. You need to have someone mna agree kabisa, mnaelewana. But
Ama
big
ingia
bro, if you are able, si pia wewe uende tu shule ama why don't you want to go for studies?
Okay, my degree course siwezi fanya MRes. Ndio maana nilikuwa natafuta dem mwenye anafanya masters in research, because UK wanakubali upeleke either your wife or your husband kama unaenda kufanya masters in research. So at the moment my degree inaweza nipeleka just a normal masters in science.
What about other countries like US?
Sijakuwa more conversant na maybe na US, but sasa
Okay,
kama
we'll
kutakuwa
come back
available then.
after Australia. We'll come back to the student visas, and then Mike will take us through those visas. Okay, hey, is it Wamaembe ama Wamae Mtai, Jehovah. Mtai, yeah, how are you?
I'm fine. How are you, Lillian?
I'm good.
I'm RN in Kenya.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm practicing in Kenya. I've got a dream to also work abroad, but where? I don't know ways and means.
You don't know what?
I don't know how to go about it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, wacha tufike Australia. We'll take. How long have you been an RN in Kenya?
For 4 years.
Oh, you should already be somewhere. Okay, we'll take you through. Wacha tuingie Australia kwanza. Haya, US RN.
Australia, there are three licensure pathways. The first one, for those RNs who are working maybe in the UK, Spain, Canada, that is only Ontario and British Columbia, the US. Now, for those RNs, there is a direct pathway for registration in Australia without NCLEX and without OSCE. So let's say, for example, you are a Kenyan, firstly qualified in Kenya, and the cutoff date is 1st of January 2017. So if you graduated in Kenya, in a Kenyan university, a Kenyan nursing school, from 1st of January 2017, and you got registered as a nurse in Kenya, got licensed as a nurse in Kenya, and subsequently you did your CBT for the UK, you did your OSCE, obtained your NMC registration in the UK, and you have worked for a minimum of 1,800 hours in the UK, then you are eligible for direct registration in Australia without NCLEX and without OSCE. So that is to advantageous to those Kenyan RNs who are working in the UK. I don't know of any Kenyan working in Spain, but the majority are those in the UK. And one thing to note about that pathway, it doesn't matter whether you have a BSN or a diploma. So long as you acquired your BSN or diploma from the 1st of January 2017 in Kenya, you have worked in the you got registered in the UK with NMC, and you have worked for a minimum of 1,800 hours, then you are eligible for direct registration in Australia without NCLEX and without OSCE. So the confusion normally comes because of two things. One, that cutoff date. So you should note the cutoff date. The cutoff date is 1st January 2017. So it means you must have obtained your qualification in Kenya anytime from 1st January 2017. So if you graduated in 2016, you can't use that pathway. You must have graduated from your nursing program anytime from 1st January 2017. That is one thing which you have to note. And then the other thing, it doesn't matter whether your qualification was a diploma or a BSN. So there is this wrong information with UK RNs that because you are a diploma holder, you don't qualify. You qualify under that direct pathway. And that is not normal about Australia, because if you are to apply through the other pathways, the minimum would have to be a BSN. But for this particular direct pathway, it doesn't matter whether you have a BSN or a diploma. So long as you acquired that BSN or diploma in Kenya after the 1st of January 2017, you've gotten registered in the UK with NMC, and you have a minimum 1,800 practice hours. Those are the requirements. Once you satisfy those eligibility requirements, then you are eligible for direct registration with APRA. Of course, there are other additional requirements which you have to fulfill. Criminal background check, certificate of good standing, English language requirements, and what they call in Australia UNMAC skills assessment. So that those you'll need to satisfy those, but you'll not be required to sit for the NCLEX, and you'll not be required to sit for the OSCE. So it is a very fast process, and if everything is if all your documents are available within 6 to 9 months, you can be through that process and you would have relocated to Australia. So that is the direct registration pathway. The other pathway is for those US RNs with BSNs who have already done NCLEX in the US. So if you are a US RN, you apply to do NCLEX in any of the 50 state boards of nursing in the US. So long as you have a BSN, you can apply to APRA, which is the regulatory body in Australia. You submit your NCLEX pass result or the NCLEX pass report, then you get exempted from NCLEX. But you will have to do one exam, that is the OSCE. So you will get your eligibility approval, and you will get your authorization to schedule the OSCE. Now, the thing is, the OSCE is a practical exam which you have to do in Adelaide or in Melbourne in Australia. The exam fee is 4,000 Australian dollars. You will need to prepare so that you pass on your first attempt, And there are several prep programs which you either online or hybrid, which you can avail yourself. So the whole idea is because of the prohibitive cost, you fail that exam, you'll have to repeat it, and you'll still pay 4,000 Australian dollars. So it's good to prepare. But once you are done if you pass the exam, then you will get your license and APRA registration. And there are many jobs. That's the good thing with Australia. So long as you have your full APRA registration, there are many job opportunities, especially in regional areas. That is outside the main cities and urban centers. Again, one thing to note about Australia in terms of visas, you can opt to look for an employer to sponsor your visa, or you can immigrate independently under what they call skilled migration program. So that way, you get a visa which is not tied to any particular employer. That is one thing with Australia. So, but the foundation is to have a full APRA registration. And for you to attain full APRA registration as an RN, you must do the OSCE. So that is the second pathway for those BSNs who already have NCLEX. Who've done NCLEX, then you have your SRN license. Now, unfortunately for diploma holders, even if you've done NCLEX, you are not eligible for RN registration, but you qualify for registration as an enrolled nurse in Australia. Now, the problem with the enrolled nurse registration in Australia, there are no jobs. That's number one. Number two, it's very hard to get employer sponsorship, visa sponsorship. So I would not advise anyone to use that route. The third route, or the third pathway, are now for those who have not done NCLEX. So if you are a BSN, you haven't done NCLEX, then you need to register with APRA, and you have to do the NCLEX, and you have to do the OSCE. Now, this is the plan, or rather the strategy. You have two options. You can apply directly to APRA for eligibility approval to take the NCLEX. That is one way. But the better option is this. Don't apply directly to APRA. Apply to any board of nursing in the US. Get your eligibility from a board of nursing in the US. Take the NCLEX, get your USRN license. Once you've passed, then you apply to APRA for an exemption from NCLEX, and they will exempt you, and you will only do the OSCE. This is the big advantage of doing that. One, you will use one NCLEX result to get two licenses. You will have a US license and an Australian license using one exam. If you apply directly to APRA, you'll only end up with an Australian license. So use the same exam result to have two licenses. So that even in future, if you want to immigrate from Australia to the US, and there are many, currently I'm supporting a Kenyan RN who qualified in Kenya, registered with APRA, has worked as a nurse for 10 years in Australia. And now she has had enough. She's become an Australian citizen. Now she's going to the US to work. So that is the advantage. Always census. That is the advantage. Yeah, it will help you if you are to move in future. That is it. So once you are done with the NCLEX, then you get the exemption by APRA. You do the OSCE, comply with the English language requirements. You obtain your full registration. One thing which you must remember always with Australia, APRA registration gives you the RN license. But when it comes to immigration, there is another body known as ANMAC. So you need to do ANMAC skills assessment. So part of that ANMAC skill assessment, they'll check your language proficiency again. You'll have to declare your work experience. And you must obtain a positive ANMAC skills assessment for you to be eligible for the various visas available for Australia. So just know that, have that at the back of your mind, that there are two independent processes. There is APRA registration and there is ANMAC skills assessment. You can compare ANMAC skills assessment with the visa screen surveys for the US. It's sort of similar. It fulfills a similar objective. So that is it for Australia. One thing to know about Australia, no employer will touch you until you have full APRA registration, or rather an Australian RN license. Before that, don't waste your time. None will support you. So you meet the costs until you have full APRA registration, then you become eligible to apply for jobs. So it's an alternative pathway. All these pathways, all this information we are giving you so that it can assist you to make your decision on which pathway is good for you based on your personal reasons, your career goals, your family goals. That is it basically. So if you need any assistance, we will support you with licensure. And where possible, we support you with immigration and also job placement. So any questions? Any questions for Australia? Well, for study, yes.
It's expensive.
Yeah, Australia, you need the money. You need to budget for the entire process around 2 million to 2.5. But I can guarantee you, Australia has the quickest return on that investment. But it's expensive. That is true, because in Australia you don't get that employer support early in the process. You only get that support after full registration with APRA. So it's expensive. You need to budget for it. You need to plan for it. But no, there are many Kenyans on those pathways at the moment.
Hello, Lillian.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. Nilikuwa naomba tu kuuliza USRN. Concerning the 2017 January yenye umesema, does it mean if you graduated before then, does that depend on the streams yenye wanakuweka?
Yes, if you graduated before 1st January 2017, they'll put you in what they call the OBA pathway. OBA pathway means NCLEX and OSCE, unfortunately.
So mtu
So that
akishawekwa
cutoff,
stream B inamaanisha lazima ufanye OSCE.
yeah, lazima ufanye NCLEX na lazima ufanye OSCE.
And then another question, is there any advantage kama umefanya NCLEX already?
If you are a BSN and you have done NCLEX, then you are exempted from NCLEX, so you just go straight to OSCE.
Hata kama umegraduate before 2017.
Yeah, because if you graduated before 2017, your only pathway is the one of NCLEX and OSCE. Now, if you have already done the NCLEX, you don't need to repeat it. Then you just do OSCE.
So you cannot be exempted kama uko UK.
Cutoff in the 1st January 2017.
Okay.
That is the cutoff. And
Okay.
it's the cutoff for initial qualification. They call it relevant. You must have obtained your relevant qualification after 1st January 2017. Now, relevant qualification here is your the entry-level qualification, which enabled you to become an RN in your home country. So in this case, if it was a diploma qualification or a BSN qualification, you must have obtained it after 1st January 2017. If you obtained, for example, in 2010, you are not eligible to use that direct pathway. If you obtained in 2016, 30th December 2016, you are not eligible. That is the issue with that pathway.
Okay, thank you so much for that. What about the age limit for children as dependents?
No, there is no age limit. There is no age limit for the various for dependents. I have not seen it.
Okay. So si kama venye wanasema ni 18 years.
Sijaona. Unless it's specific to a particular visa type, but there are many visa categories. What you can do, you can inbox me, then I can share the info on all the visa classes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for that
Yeah,
clarification. Nitakufuata niambie vizuri, okay? Thank you.
Sawa.
Thank you so much Lilian. Bye. Wacha niende kwa Ndova.
Karibu. Okay,
Asante.
karibu sana. Kwani unaondoka saa ngapi saa hizi?
Saa 2:15, so I still have like 12 minutes.
Which country is that?
UK.
Oh, okay. Cool. Okay, see
Asante
you
sana.
later.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Bye.
Hello, Lillian. Have a
Br-
question. Thank you for the opportunity.
Mhm.
Yeah, nilikuwa
Lillian,
nataka kuuliza
I'll leave you
this.
guys. We'll see another time.
Thanks,
Thank you so
Ahmed.
much, Hanad, for joining.
All
We do appreciate your input.
right. Okay, guys. Take care. Bye.
Yeah.
Yeah, nilikuwa nataka kuuliza about this the expensive. How expensive it is? Is it supposed like you have the whole amount of money at once, or ni process like unaweza kuwa na kitu kama 500 then you invest in the process and then kidogo kidogo like that, ama ni lazima tu kuwe na the whole amount in this Australian pathway?
No, you do it step by step. You start first
stages.
with NCLEX.
Okay.
So once you are done with NCLEX, then you move to the next stage, which is OSCE. The expensive thing about OSCE is the exam fee, that is 4,000 Australian dollars. The prep, about 2,500 Australian dollars. The ticket to and fro, maybe in Kenya shillings, around 300 to 350,000 Kenya shillings. Accommodation and upkeep, maybe another 150,000 Kenya shillings. So, but do it step by step.
Okay, thank
But
you.
at the end of it, you're looking at not less than 2 million.
Okay, thank you.
But it is what? Inarudi haraka. There are many Kenyans. I have supporting many Kenyans who are transitioning from Germany to Australia, and they are already done NCLEX. But you cannot fund it from your salary. Lazima lazima ujipange. Or you go and work in Qatar and Middle East or Germany, raise the money, and you.
Saudi.
Yeah. There
Dubai.
are many Kenyan RNs in Germany who are transitioning to Australia after making money in Germany. But from Kenya, ile mshahara ya Kenya, you will not save for that process unless you say plot.
Yeah, na tunataka watu wenye wako Qatar wakuje. Wasonge.
Actually, it's a
Time
good
for you to
pathway.
move
If you are
and
a
provide
BSN
space
in
for
the
others.
Middle East, if you are a BSN in the Middle East,
Yeah.
it's a very good pathway.
Prosper, we've spent here 3 hours talking about Canada. Mi hata sitaki kusikia mambo ya Canada tena.
Hello,
Hi. Kama uko hapa
niko na
juu na
swali.
ninaongea. Oh, hauko hapa juu.
Niko na swali.
Go ahead.
Is there any current updates about Australian student fees as of class 500? Yani updates, yani about subclass 500.
What is 500? Okay.
Subclass 500.
What's that? What's that?
Student fees are subclass 500.
Oh, we will get USA, UK will talk about students later. That's why I said watu wa mambo na student ni after Australia. Tumemalizana na Australia. We'll get to the students, Brayo, okay? Hold on
Ni
kidogo
Australia.
tu.
Lilian,
Oh,
nauliza,
Ukimalizana
I
na
think ni the
nursing,
same thing. Ni nursing, yes, but I think tukiongelea student nini,
nursing.
I think it will lean more towards US na nini. We wanted connect kwa USRN pathway. Like I think he's talking about Australian student visa.
Student visa. Nursing
Yeah.
student visa.
So kama nursing student visa. So hii sahi tunaweza erase sahi.
Yeah.
Is it okay?
Hiyo bora ni
So,
nursing, we can raise it.
Yeah. So I wanted to ask you SRN pathway, yeah? Kama if I have NCLEX, niko na IELTS, kama naweza advise mtu and I have a fully, like naweza apply for a fully funded scholarship Australia, is it advisable ama we lean towards the work part of it?
No,
Because nimeona bado it's still a requirement to have the bank statement ya sijui 6.5. Which one do you think is better, and how is the transition process from a student to a working nini in Australia?
Okay, that's a very good question. Now, that study pathway is a viable pathway. The advantage with it is this: once you go there on a student visa, that's subclass 500, and you are done with your program, you will definitely get postgraduate work permit. Now, you will use that opportunity to prepare for the OSCE and to sit for your OSCE while in Australia. So it saves you that hassle of going and coming back. And then again, you can easily transit, once you've gotten your full RN registration in Australia, getting jobs will be easier for you, because you'll have even acquired some Australian work experience. Getting an employer to sponsor you will be easier. So don't worry about the transition. So long as you have the full RN APRA registration, transitioning will be easier. So the only challenge is the bank statement and the tuition fee and the upkeep fee, your living cost for your program, the one you are going to take. Now, for the bank statement, I'll tell you this, Chini Amaji. there are people who can help you navigate the bank statement way. If you DM me, I'll point you to some direction where you'll get some help about the bank statement. So if you can get the tuition fee and the living costs, that is a good pathway. The whole idea is to get there. And while you are there, you do the OSCE, get your full APRA registration, then you transition and get employer sponsorship while you are there. So it's an option.
Alafu, I don't know if this is a naive question, but I want to ask, mtu anaweza, like, is it possible to work while studying?
You are entitled under the student visa to work for 48 or 40 hours in every fortnight.
Okay, sawa. Thank
But
you.
that pesa, yeah, for some it can meet living costs. Yeah, I know of many Kenyans who rely on that. And then during the holidays, the school holidays, you can work full time. That is the advantage with Australia. But when the school is in session, I think you are limited to either 40 or 48 hours every 2 weeks.
Asante.
Jaribu, you know, what we are trying in all these pathways is kuvuka. Ishavuka, you're okay.
You are told 48 hours.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Who else? Candy. Hi Candy. Kuna swali ama maoni ama kuongezea? Whoever is ready to speak ndio to save time. Hey, time imeenda. We are ready into 4 hours, guys. Whoever is ready to talk tuingie kwa kitu ingine.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi Lilian.
Hi.
Okay, for me nimeshamaliza diploma and I really wanted kufanya German language, ndio sasa nianze hiyo process ya kwenda huko kuwork, but unapata institutions zenye ziko available hapa Kenya, like the ones I'm sure ni legit, wako inataka a lot of inataka uko pale physically and at the same time unatafuta hiyo fee, so unapata kuna challenges za kujilipia hiyo German classes ndio uweze kukua pale physically. Yeah, so neza pata like someone mwenye anaweza ni support.
In terms of wacha nikujibu, there are a few credible ones which offer online German classes. I have seen. Nikuandikia hapa chini. Just check them out. I think TLM and the other one could be Passcode. Those two. And they are legit. And then for sponsorship, there was a program known as Talent Orange. Just check whether they are still recruiting. It's a French company. No, it's German. Talent Orange.
That one I had checked like a few months ago, and that time walikuwa wamesema ishajaa.
Okay, you can follow up with them again because they are really good.
All right.
And then
next intake.
Next intake. They are really good. Then the rest are the ones I know there. You also know them. But check online. That TLM is good, and they have very good connections to German employers. And it's online. You pay 15K per month. Same with Passcode.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Nice. Black Snow, how are you?
Fine, how are you? How are you, Mr. C?
I'm good.
Na naendeleaje
Mr. C.
the USRN pathways? Habari yako bwana, long time.
Niko fiti. How are you? Long
Good.
time.
Yeah, I've been busy. Upper Colorado, yeah.
Oh, it's cold now.
No, today it's been warm. Last 2 days have been warm, but there's a week that there was a storm and snow, and it was bad, yeah.
Wow.
Imepungua kidogo. Yes,
Nice.
Lilian,
Karibu
sema.
sana.
Asante.
Fiti.
I've always been thinking around this model of how can we help the nurses, and I think one of the solutions will just be what I'm trying to work on in terms of how can somebody who wants to come over work with a team where they give back to the community, so that the money they would be like, in quotes, paying for those consultancies go back to support some community work. I'm still working on that model. It's not easy, but I think it's doable. There's a great need to support, especially our colleagues who want to VUCA border through different pathways. Yeah. So once it's ready in Naiva, I will always come out because I'm also trying to create my own studio. I want to go on teaching and directing on NCLEX preparations, which I'm doing kidogo. But I just think it's good to have it's something that's really reliable and people can always come over to. And I wouldn't mind inviting
Sasa
people like you,
akishasema hivyo
Lillian, and the
online, iwe
rest.
ni hivyo.
Yeah. Thank you.
Akishasema anaweza sijui fanya nini, inaweza kwamba watu wata nini.
Unajua tumenyamaza tunakusikiza final history. We are listening to you.
Alisahau.
I think wanaongea na mtu huko nyuma, but now we had to mute to listen to you guys.
Yeah.
Udaku. Blacks naendelea.
Yeah, I think primarily that's what I'm really coming out to do. I worked with nonprofits before, and I know how you can mix enterprise with giving back and building communities and all that. I think that's what we need as nurses, not fraternity. How can we just come up with a model that functions for everybody? We become tax compliant, like in the US, wherever we are, the UK, Australia. We still assist people or support them when they are in Kenya. And when they wakivuka border, they do it safely, so that it's not something that you're doing it to cause more problems, not just to the would-be candidates, but even to you. Like currently, the US is very keen. I don't know whether you're following this, Lillian, about the tax. And they want us to even declare bank accounts in Kenya, wherever you are. They want us to declare our interests in businesses. And yeah, I'm starting to be compliant. I got a letter from my bank the other day. They need my social security number. I don't know whether you've gotten that already. I'm a mute. Sorry.
Is it Kenyan bank or American bank? Which one did you get a notification from?
Kenya.
Oh, okay.
So if you look at what's trending now, I think it's been going on not just in the US, but US just brought it the other, I think, a week or two, where it's going to be mandatory. Kama uko na property, business, bank account, you have to declare that to the IRS as reporting.
I had Kasongo was doing that too. If you
It's a
have
new
any
one.
money in your account, you have to pay taxes for it.
Yeah, but the good thing with the US, I don't know how it is in the UK. If you have something going on in Kenya, it depends on how much is in your bank account. So if you are taxed, there's a form hapa ya US inaitwa IRS 1116.
you can always get that money back. But what they're trying to do is just to make sure that people are not laundering money, people are not taking advantage of others out there, and at the same time allowing you to do business wherever you want to do. Just tell them that there's money coming in and out under your name, irrespective of where it is. So I think that's
Yeah.
something I would also want to start educating Kenyans, especially in the US, who might not know that, because I know that people who have invested a lot. I don't know how the look back will look like how many years back will they look at it, because they just want you to say, oh, even though I came here as a student, then I got my visa for green card, I would say, then I was a citizen, but I still go back home every time. So the question is, what are you going back home for? And if you're going back to spend, to invest, they just want you to tell the IRS, KRA hapa ati kuna pesa inaingia na kutoka, not just in your US account, but even in Kenya, and even if it's an account you share with your parents, your siblings, whether it's a business account, that's now the reality that they just want you to report it into your tax returns. So
Yeah.
back to what I was saying is that even given that, it will not stop people like us to still deliberately and safely support our colleagues back there to go to respective countries without really getting into trouble, because it's been and still is a source of money for people who are just out there to, in quotes, eat the money. Yeah, Kenya.
The
Yeah.
politicians, yeah.
Yeah. And if you look at a ranking recently, Kenya was ranked as the second in terms of human trafficking. And they're defining human trafficking even to the extent of promising people jobs and then them ending up trapped in different countries. And trapping means economically, socially, and all that. So I think the world and everything, given technology and all that, there's a lot of sharing of data that's gonna be there going forward. And practitioners or nurses or doctors, whoever they are, teachers who are here and trying to help people back home, once you realize that that is the reality now, it's not about being cautious, careful, but I think it's just about best practices, that you just do the right thing. Because, for example, if you don't declare these things here, IRS can charge you as much as $30,000 kwa sababu unaficha information. So, and I think that's just basically what's the world is going to be. That there'll be a time where not that people will not know or know you, but the government, Uncle Sam, will just at a click of a button just run your social security number, and it's like, this is what's going on with you. Not because they want to shut you down, but just to make sure that you pay the taxes. Yeah. Otherwise, I might have been off tangent, but I think that was necessary. Over to you, Lillian.
Yeah, it's necessary. Yeah, sure. And thank you for that input.
Lillian, I just wanted to comment on Uyo Black, what he said about the bank in Kenya asking for his inaitwa nini, nadhani it's from I9 whatever. If you have a diaspora account, kama uko US na uko na, unajua kuna Kenyan account lakini kuna diaspora account. Kama uko na diaspora account, they'll send you an email and they'll ask you to send that form I9 yenye utaweka your social and everything. So I think that's what he's saying. Because they would ask you like, kama uko na local account or you open your local account in Kenya, ama umeopen a local account. But if you have a diaspora account, yeah, it's mandatory that you complete your form I9.
Oh, you're right. You're right. But
Yeah.
again,
And also, once you do that, if you have more than $10,000 in Kenyan account, you have to declare it when you are filing your taxes. If you have it in a foreign account, so you have to say, hey, mi niko na 20K, niko na 110, anything 10K and above.
So what you are saying, which I'm agreeing with you. Let's say you have a local account,
Yes.
and it's also good to clarify for those listening what diaspora account is. You've got a local account and ukona million mbili point five, which is above $10,000. Do you then declare?
Black Snow, these guys, they want to listen up how they are all Kenyans. These guys are Kenyans. They want to know how to come here. Now, if we
Oh,
start talking about big money here, we're just demoralizing them.
sorry for that, but okay. I'm sorry
they're,
for
they're,
making it.
they're off.
Yeah. Anyway, back to the old topic, and sorry for digressing. At times these things are intertwined that you would be like, if you're not really moderated, you might just go off tangent. And let me just back to the thing that I would still be, and as I told you, I'm trying to develop some model where we can see how then to support our colleagues back there. Support just means with information. Support means with guidance, and finally having a very safe pathway as they come over to different countries. Over to you. Thank you.
USRN, wacha
Thank you so much.
nikusalamia, habari gani? Thank you for good information. Lilian, mi naweza kaa tu hapa kwa chat kwa sita focus. Mi niko na watch
Mwalimu Acheng, Happy New
game.
Year.
Happy New Year. Timu yangu
Asante
inacheza,
mwalimu.
so I'm here watching pre-game like I'm all in. So hata sita
Okay.
focus. But I just wanted to respond to your diaspora account na nini, why he was asked to send that thing. Yeah. And Mamake, nice to see you guys all. Yeah.
Thank you. So people are asking about New Zealand. Did I see 2 people asking about New Zealand? New Zealand. Is it New Zealand, New whatever? Your place. Ameingia chai. Prosperity. What was your question? Twende
Okay,
mbio
hello
mbio ndio
everyone.
tuzime hii live. Hi.
Mi naitwa Prosper. I'm from Kenya but currently in Doha. Lilian, pole, nimechelewa sana. Nilichelewa, nimeingia tukakuta Kimasai imeenda kabisa, but somehow I was busy. Okay, nimekuta you have just talked about Canada nursing and all that. So my question was, kaa mimi I've been planning to do nursing, but now my question is, how will I start? How will I start? Any basic information that you can guide me? I want.
Currently you are not a nurse.
I'm not a nurse. I've never done anything about nursing, but I'm thinking of it from last year. So now I'm in here, Qatar. So I want to know, but in Canada. So how will you give me a basic knowledge that I will start? Yani age limit and all that.
Okay, student nurse in Canada. Anaulizia about shule Canada, guys. USRN na USK. That's nursing schools in Canada. You said you are Qatari or Doha. She's in Doha. What have you done? Uko na any other degree ama?
I have only certificate of hotel and management. I have sina vitu mingi nimefanya.
And what's
And
your
I've
age?
done
Age?
The age range. Maybe age is too direct. Is it between?
Range, yes.
Age range. You don't ask women what is your age.
But it's relevant.
okay, you
Sasa kitu
you
yangu
are
ya
asking
kuchekesha
about
imepotea.
Miaka range.
For me, yes,
Tupatie
from
range.
30 to 33, hapo ipo katikati. So actually, in 5 months time, I'll be 32. So it's just simple as that.
I think for me, I always tell people this that one, I like what Lillian just mentioned about what are you doing now? Do you have a degree, a certificate, and all that? Because those are the launching pad for the next move. We want to move from where you are to Canada. The question is, if in terms of immigration, what can fit in terms of your profession or what you want to do, either skilled, unskilled, whatever it is. And then you ask yourself the next question is, if you move to Canada before you do your nursing, what will you be doing as a career, and how much might you earn? And so if you apply for maybe partial scholarship or you're saving money to do those classes, the question is for how long will you do that? Maybe 2-3 years, depending on the programs there. And finally, as I conclude, there's this option of people making money wherever they are, like where you are, and then coming back to Kenya and doing your nursing. Usually it's cheaper kwa sababu bila scholarship huku ng'ambo ukifanya hizo courses inakuwa shida. And even for the US, there's that current argument of whether nursing is part of, Lillian, I think you know this, whether nursing is part of what then they consider as something that
Yeah.
you can gain scholarship on. I think there was some uproar and guys were not happy about it. The other, I think, about 3-4 months back. I don't know what
It's
the
not a
situation is now.
profession.
Yeah.
Nursing is not a profession.
So basically, it puts you into like, before you plan to come over, you would be like asking yourself, what are these pathways in terms of, am I going to pay full fee? For how long? Am I going to have partial scholarship or full scholarship? And back to what I was concluding is that if you can make money wherever and then you get back to Kenya and do your nursing, get your diploma, it becomes much easier. Usually, you have to make those very, very difficult and sort of quote unquote painful decisions going forward. And maybe somebody can add or comment on whether I've given a right direction on that or not. Over to you then.
Lillian.
Unfortunately, in Kenya now is your grades. In Kenya, your grades matters a lot, and the subject you did in high school. Yeah. Yeah. What were
Speaking
you
for
saying, yes, Aren?
speaking for Canada, there is somebody nataka umpandishe. I know is there, David.
David.
Hebu pandisha David.
David, hope leo uko mahali tunakuanga, uko mahali tunaendanga na wewe. You know me, I'm just on the border of Canada and US, so
Ende kibandaski.
Opa uko kwa Kibandaski.
You go Oregon or where?
I'm in Montana.
There's a friend of mine who's joining you guys there soon. Yeah.
Karibu sana.
Yeah, King. Maswali zangu ziliisha kwa hivyo but bado uko
Okay.
live.
Bado niko live. Siko live tena. Juu sioni maswali. They asked about New Zealand and then we are waiting.
New Zealand.
You said David anakuja kwa address hiyo ya shule ya
Canada.
ya Prospere.
Canada.
Ya Canada. Okay. So some people are asking about the New Zealand.
New
Ndio
Zealand.
tukuja, you know, most people want to hear about scholarships, schools, universities, F1 visas.
Europe zimefungua mingi, but hata New Zealand they have, but they do. 2026 ziko open. But you know, you always can't know everything. For example, Europe, I can't tell you about New Zealand specifically because jakuwa na mtu amekuwa interested in New Zealand. Most people go Germany, I want UK. But they're there. Like nimeona Europe areas of late zimekuwa na scholarships mingi sana. And they're even cutting off requirements like language tests. Like proficiency English tests, they're cutting them off. Like you don't need them. So what I know they're there. But I'm more familiar with the countries zenye najua mtu anaweza inquire with. And again, you know, it comes to doing research at the end of the day. It's only that now me I'd take my time to do the research and master everything. But what I know they are there. If you're going if you're interested to study as an international student, there's no limitation of any country that you cannot study. Please. Ikwe Russia. Hata saizi I know a Kenyan who's in Russia as a student.
China.
You can. Ikwe China, you can literally go anywhere. So about countries, the first thing I need you to know is, as an international student interested in studying abroad, you can go to literally any country in any part of the world except North Korea. Hiyo tu nawezi enda.
Nimwambia David yako kibandaski. David yako kibandaski.
Oh, Arend pathway. Oh, I think they meant New Zealand Arend pathway. So maybe that one David can answer. Because, so maybe not David, sorry. Nani US Arend can answer pathway and New Zealand as a nurse.
For the New Zealand pathway, it is this way. If you can apply directly to APRA, it's shorter than applying through New Zealand. But I understand the motivation to use New Zealand at times, especially for diploma RNs. But then note, it is not automatic. That registration by the regulator in New Zealand, they consider so many factors before they can deem you registrable in New Zealand. So yes, you might be having your diploma, but diploma is not enough. They'll have to consider your nursing experience. And also, they might need to consider if you've done some specialization in the period for that specialization. So the first thing, if you have to register with New Zealand, you do credential evaluation with True Merit first. And you book the service, the specific credential verification service for New Zealand. And after you've done that, you submit your application to the New Zealand board, and you have to sit for 2 exams. You have to do CBT, which is an MCQ exam, and there is also the practical exam, which you have to do in New Zealand. That is, if they deem that your credentials are acceptable for registration. So it's worth trying, but you cannot say beforehand whether they will accept. But it is worth trying, because if you manage to get registered, then you just transfer that registration to Australia, and you will become an RN in Australia without the BSN requirement. So if you need more details, you can DM me. I have some materials on that, which might support you in that process. So that is exactly the RN pathway. What I've explained is the RN pathway. Know that there are no jobs in New Zealand. So the whole purpose of registering in New Zealand is to take advantage of the treaty between New Zealand and Australia, which provides for mobility of healthcare professionals across their borders. So the final destination is Australia. Now for
mmesikia watu wa New Zealand.
Prosper, yeah, I think that should be it for New Zealand. If you need more info, you can DM me.
Lakini
Namba ndio hiyo 78.
Lakini mbona mnataka kwenda kwa msitu jamani?
Sisa pathway.
Tajiri, the shida iko hivi. If you are a diploma ya REN,
Yeah.
and you have not worked in the UK, you cannot become an RN in Australia. So the shortcut is always through New Zealand. But then the diploma qualification is not adequate. They love to consider diploma. They also consider your total RN experience. And then over and above that, if you've done a further course, one of these specialization courses, they consider the totality of that and they can approve you for registration, of which still you need to do the exam, an online exam and a practical exam. But ukifaulu, you become a New Zealand registered nurse, then transfer that registration to Australia, and utakuwa umefika your destination.
Okay, so tunaenda New Zealand
for a
Tuko New
purpose.
Zealand tayari tumeshafika huko. Tukiendanga sasa ndio itufikisha Australia. Tushamaliza na Australia. Any questions? Wamekuuliza that body.
Huko sio Canaan.
Someone asked that body for credential is called what?
Bado ni True Merit tu. You use True Merit.
True Merit.
Yeah. Formerly CGFNS.
Okay. Are we done with USA, Canada, Australia and New Zealand? Tumemalizana. Tuingie kwa students. Anything you want to add before tuingie kwa F1 USRN?
I wanted to advise, was it Prosper, about Canada. Well, I'll say this. There is this HCA program, healthcare assistant. I know so many students used to go to Canada to do it, but then of late, the IRCC introduced what is called provincial attestation letter. So your pathway kidogo imekuwa ngumu, but it's a pathway which she can research. If she is successful with HCA, there are many jobs after that program. You can get a work permit, and then from work permit, you can navigate your immigration huko vizuri sana as an HCA. That's why I was preferring David to advise her, because David is in Toronto na anajua vitu mingi. He had even advised her to go there on a visitor's visa. Alafu akifika huko ana Kemboi. He knows, David is knowledgeable on so many things.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Uliona David umfollow Prosper?
He says
he's
at work.
You just follow him. Maybe unaweza mtumia message, you never know. Networking. Aya, who else has a question? Yeah.
Lillian, you can shukisha me if there's somebody who wants to panda and ask a question.
Okay. Wanauliza about UK. You haven't talked about UK. And by the way, do you know of those, nimesikia all over, like the whole media, the whole TikTok is talking about the clinical officers moving as peers in UK.
Physician associates.
Do you have that information?
Hey, Sena, UK no. But I know there are many who are transitioning huko. I think the prohibitive thing there is the cost. But if you can manage the cost, it's a good pathway.
Okay. Haya. Me, I'm done. Now, USRN umemaliza, US UK a takeover.
Yeah, nimemaliza. Thanks, Lillian, for the platform and everything. Much appreciated.
And leave the number watu wa kukufollow wa kufollow that WhatsApp.
Wacha
Yeah, right there the
niandika
number.
hapa. Alright.
Yeah. Msikuje kunitafuta inbox. I'm not the one with the information. It's USRN with the information, not me. I'm just listening the way everybody else is listening to the information.
Lakini Lilian, huwezi sema hivyo, wewe ni chambo.
Hapana. Me I'm
Yes,
also...
wewe ni chambo.
Do you know, hapa hata USRN akiongea kuna hapa watu wananiuliza. The same information is asking there. He is talking about naulizwa hapa. Sasa hiyo ni gani? We don't do that. Wote tungangane tu. I know it's a lot of information, lakini tungangane tu. Even me, sometimes I feel overwhelmed. But mtaka cha mvunguni lazima uiname. Mtaka cha mvunguni lazima ainame. And if you need any help, kuna hiyo group, WhatsApp group where anapost information you can go through kama wewe uko you are able kujifanyia mwenyewe. That's the importance of that group. Kama unaweza jifanyia hiyo process mwenyewe, follow hizo links anakupatia hapo, hizo advice anakupatia hapo. But kama hauwezi, uko kama Lilian, it's overwhelming. Now you'll need to pay something. Mtu hataenda kukalia chini the whole night akufanyia process free. You need to pay a fee.
Lazima inue kitanda.
So mwandikie tu message umwambie me I need to kusaidiwa this nini. Umeona? Sio ati hi, just go direct to the point. Okay, USA. Mike, you can take over.
Thank you.
Nikidozi mjue tu nilikuwa I've been working the whole night. I usually funga by 2 nimelala.
So I think for me what I'd say is that maybe if there's anyone with any question, but most importantly I was trying to clarify on why sometimes I normally recommend a student opportunity or a student entry opportunity. It's because, let's be honest, I know kila mtu is always on the mind with that kind of mentality, you know, I want a work visa. But work visa pia kuwa detailed, okay? There's a lot of things that you have to wait. And you know, getting a work visa is not the first difficult challenge. The most important challenge that normally takes a whole eternity is that you need to get that job offer. So the reason I talk about the US most of the time is, again, this is where I am, and also based on I've done this, I normally do more US visa applications, and also with one loophole that US unaweza change your status. Thank you so much, USRN, for the process. US, if you are in the US, you can literally change your status. So the visa that you come with to the US doesn't define you much. Now, why me, or how do I assist you is in your process as an international student who is interested to study in the US? One, like I said about offering bank statements for you to gather financial proof or financial support, but at the back of your mind, you know that we are not paying any tuition fees for you. Secondly, most of the time, again, you are going to a foreign country, you don't have anyone, a relative, you don't know, you don't have friends, and if you are in such kind of a position, I enable you get a host. Now, how do I assist with that? But then, you see, now the way we connecting here on TikTok is the way, again, me I connect with different people from different platforms, and also some from different, again, with different agendas, but I can tell, nani ako state, this person is in this state. And I'd say that the Kenyan community here has been really good, not just Kenyan, but the African communities at large. So you come as an international student, one, living in the school on campus inakuanga a little bit more costly. I'll ease you getting a host. How do I get you a host? There are people who ask for them. You know, you'll be like someone, for example, I can say, it's not like you're going to work for this host. Let me give an example. Someone maybe is a nurse, akona watoto like between 10, so anataka tu mtu like who can be like a role model to them. So napata maybe ako night shift, where asubuhi before hata ingie senye unaenda campus watoto pia wameenda umewapeleka shule, but they are very good, and in return such an individual might give you something like a token of appreciation, you know. Itakusaidia on your daily expenses, or let me say weekly expenses as a student. That's how I get hosts, that's how I get people host, and I've done it severally. Yeah, that's basically it. So I kind of like, it's a service that I offer normally from point A, getting you the school, to all the thing. The only thing you'll do is I'll give you a mock interview, which I normally do at the end of the day. After you have your I-20 and you're ready for the interview, I've scheduled your appointment, I'll give you a mock interview. So when I give you a mock interview, that's when I need you. The rest of the things you need to go for the interview, master your DS-160 and etc. So you go for your visa embassy interview, and that's it. So duration of process, again, different schools, there are normally intake durations for universities. So like right now I'm saying we have fall intake, that is on August September intake, that is ongoing. So if you are planning to join to study to the US between August and September, the time is now. This is the time that we are doing applications. Those who came to the US January, this January I had only 3, and those who came, those were applications that were from last year again between August September, because August September last year we were doing spring intake applications, and there are those that again deferred their study. So you have to start early, because also remember, unajua sahi what's happening is Trump alikuja change immigration policies. Saizi wewe kama Mkenya hauwezi enda kufanya interview kwengine. So what Trump changed is right now you can't go and do an interview in another country the way we used to do. Unajua back in the days unapata when I was assisting someone naweza mwambia wacha nikubukie interview South Africa if you can afford to go. Saizi hakuna kitu kama hiyo unless you are a resident in that country. So saizi you are a Kenyan by birth, you do your interviews in Kenya, unless maybe say you have a residency in another country where you can provide maybe residency papers, residential papers, they can allow you to do that interview in that country. So yeah, that's it. I welcome so many questions. Kukiwa nazo, I think I'll clarify, because I think I'll only remember one by one what I'm supposed to get, what I'm supposed to say, yeah, and so forth. So kama sisi we have Qatar ID, yes, you can do, and that's a very good question, as Vera. Another thing is, again, different embassies in the world have different data on approval rates for non-immigrant visas. Unapata kitu kama Qatar, countries like Qatar, hizo Middle East, you're standing 95% approval rate. I'm telling you, I think this thing imenirudisha nyuma, because I could send someone as far as Mauritius. Can you imagine that? Because they had a very good approval rate. Those embassies had very good. When you heard Kenya say South Africa, Cape Town, Eswatini,
This was
Johan,
that is the one I wanted to ask actually.
Yeah, Eswatini was good, but now unapata we were looking at the data. Kenya you have like around 60%. Hizo countries zingine na immigrant tunaongelea 90%. Before tu uongee, before tu ufanye anything, before you apply for that, you already have possibilities of a 90% visa approval. So that data really matters. Again, unapata watu wengi wao, like recently I had someone in Kuwait. So unapata watu wengi they don't apply in that country. So unapata in Gulf countries Arabians wengi hawa apply kwenda US. So unajua pia kila embassy iko na data, iko na nini, at least the visas they should issue. The whole embassies, they have a record of this is the number of visas we can issue annually, and this is it. So by the way, if you have a residence in a country that has a very good data, which I'll tell you if you tell me, maybe if you become a client, inakuanga very good at the end of the day. You do your things, everything, like I say, if you have the right guidance, that is it. Now, universities are plenty. If you are that person who maybe don't have the time to do this, ama you don't want these things here, sijui uanze kitu upause. The reason sometimes you can seek someone's assistance is because huyo mtu na umempea the role to do for you that. So at least unaona akifail, you can blame the person definitely, but you've given them the mandate to do for you the applications and etc. So that is what I offer. That's the service that I offer. Maybe if you not in a position to apply ama umechoka tu na hizi vitu, you just want something at least, hey manze, mimi I20 nikishapata I20 ni apply at least nipate the right information, then you can hit me up. My inbox is always open. Also, if you are in range of status service, again hit me up. Always an open book. Na learn, but at least Lilian and Yesaren wako kwa hiyo field, na ukiongeza na Tajiri. I also take notes, by the way. I think H1B kukua paused a little bit ilinirudisha nyuma because I had plans of opening an agency, an access bana. Tajiri wa imani, Trump amenikatisha kukua bilionea eh? So
Hii country unaweza kuwa bilionea, unaweza kuwa milionea, lakini inategemea vile utajialai.
Venye ntanini
Hata yeye si unaona inataka kumtokea kwa mavua saa hii kina Mramba.
So age limit ya upgrading from a diploma to BSN, and then akona 3 denials. Or is your advice? So one thing that you have to understand, I think it is good even you have a denial. That's a very added advantage. Because the other time, that is your next time. So if you are someone, that's a very good question, which I'm going to first answer that. Kama we ni mtu, you've applied for a visa before, na umekuwa denied, I need to know which category of visa that you applied and why were you denied. Every denial has a reason. Every denial has a reason. So that is maybe on a client to client basis. I need to understand your previous history when it comes to looking for these opportunities. That's when at least I can tell you this is the route to go. Okay. So denials, every denial, if you are denied the first time, they won't use the reason they denied you the first time to deny you a second time. They treat every case separately. They treat every visa application is treated independently. Normally what would happen is they would only ask you one simple question. We can see you had applied for the visa maybe 6 months ago. So what changed? So you must be able to answer the question, what has changed? So what is the thing? Maybe you can say back then you had applied, you didn't have maybe enough capital. Right now you found a scholarship, and also you have a sponsor who can at least cater for your basic requirements within the school or in that country. That is something that has changed positively. You get the point? So answering that question, what has changed, is something that is always very key, and you have to be guided when you have been denied before. So I understand that story, then I know the way to we can tackle that question. Okay, someone who's
Mike anasema someone whose I-140 has been approved, can they file for F1? If you are a nurse and your I-140 has been approved, why do you want to be a student again?
Again, I think itakuwa contradicting because I-140 ni ya EB3, right?
Yeah.
Na unajua F1 ni non-immigrant, so ni migrant na non-immigrant, so hapo unajivuta. Like EB3 ni permanent, inakupa permanent residency.
Karibu kupatiwa green card. Lakini sasa unataka utaki hiyo green card, unataka kuachana naye uende kuwa student. Why?
Student, so why? Utaji contradict hapo. So I think that one I wouldn't advise though.
Nishatumiwa already nini ya kutengeneza map. Aya, nyinyi ngojeni, mtaangushwa tu. Msipotap it will fall. Mimi nimeenda kulala na doors.
Umetengeneza map?
Umetumia puzzle. Kama watu watap ndio maana puzzle
guys tap. But I think if there are no more questions we can let. Yeah, a teacher who has been denied F1 can apply J1. But why did you apply for F1 as a teacher? Ama you are looking for a school. J1 application, yeah, they're there. You have to get a school and all that. Hey, though J1 of late imenisumbua na walimu, so I think, but I know they're there, they're still taking in. Or if you had applied for a visit visa, if you apply for student, will that bring? No, it won't bring any contradiction. Changing in from a student visa application, actually it's good that it doesn't mean that kama ume apply student before, visit before, you need to maintain visit for eternity. No, you can change. Why were you applying to go visit the US? Maybe you wanted to attend a conference. That conference already ended. You didn't get another conference, so you're looking for a student opportunity. So it's okay. Hiyo haina issue. You can.
Mosquitoes needs extermination.
Pardon?
Hata leo imepungua. They were many the other day.
Okay, wacha ni mute nani asiseme kitu na nikako kwa nyumba. Wacha nimemute. Think he was
Alafu kitu ingine, hata mwalimu anauliza the same question I've been asking myself. Why are you applying as a student while teachers are coming to the US? Teachers are
yeah,
still
ndio
coming.
nimeshangaa.
Si you apply kama mwalimu
Yeah, ndio maana
ukuje.
nashangaa ati kwa nini amesema already yeye ni mwalimu, sasa kwa nini ulikuwa unaenda na F1? Another thing I think I've realized, Lilian, with one day I think unafaa tupange tu live nikuje na niongelee all visas. Mistake ingine nimenotice ni Kenyans don't have the enough information when it comes to visas. Sometimes hata nikisema F1 mtu ajue F1 ni nini. So I have to say a student visa for someone to understand it. So why am I saying this? I had a client last year come to me and the denial reason was apply for a school which akapata, apparently some pastor in quotes applied for him a school and he had no I-20. He was given just an admission letter, so I don't know which platform or which cyber that admission letter was generated from, but this individual had no service ID. But with the study reason is applying for a B1, B2. And amefanya hivyo mara mbili. So akikuja kwako anakuja in mara ya tatu. He has a pending interview waiting. He never listened to me and still went ahead to do the interview. In short, anaenda kusoma na B1, B2. So I don't know. Never listened. I think he did the interview. I've never talked to him. So it's good when you also just know which visas category. And I think we can do a live maybe with Lilian, kama takubali. Or if you still follow, I normally host lives. I talk about all these visas. So if I say F1, J1 can come across any. J1 can be used by students. J1 can be used as a work visa. J1 can be used as an exchange or temporary work visa for summer jobs. J1 is a mother visa. I call it the mother visa. I don't know if maybe it's an exchange program visa, but to me, I call it a mother visa. Why? Because it has several categories. It has several opportunities. It can be a student visa. It can be a work visa. It can be a what? Teachers come with it as a J1, but it's like a work visa, okay? It's more like an exchange program. So me, I think if you understand it necessarily how it goes, these visas, you will get how it all fits in. Another question is normally I get challenging is that can I bring my child? Najua. J1 is now used by RNs by some agency. Yeah, you see? Me last year wanted to do H1B, by the way. You know me, the reason why US that my name, TikTok name comes, because again, I do just work visas. So last year I was doing H1B and my route was to bring nurses. I was still learning it, but that earlier nazawambia. Nilikuwa nafanya research how to bring nurses with the H1B. Mzee wetu akaamua kuwa mwendo wazimu. So $100,000 ikaletwa if you didn't study your undergraduate in the US, your employer has to pay that. So whose employer is going to do that? But I was telling nurses with BSA and watumio kama shortcut because again H1B was really quicker and shorter. And I also saw some agencies use that. So saizi hata F1 you can, I think F1 you can use as a nurse. If I'm not wrong, you can. But I don't want always not to go into nursing because that is not my field, honestly. Can one get J1 from F1? Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Wengine don't do additional research. Exactly. That is very true. Yeah, sometimes with TikTok, with social media comes insecurity issues, whereby sometimes if I pass an information, someone has doubts with that. And also some people believe the words that I've said are the last. No. If I say something, you can end up doing research at least to verify. But I'll say something, when I pass an information, I'll pass it out of one, a personal experience that has happened to me. So I'll tell you this pathway or this opportunity is possible. 2, someone I've assisted before or currently I'm assisting and that pathway has worked for the individual. 3, someone I've had who tried the similar pathway and it worked for them. So these are the 3 routes which maybe if I say something, then I can, and then 4th, a research that I've done. So also you as an individual who's looking for these greener pastures, you can at least check and verify. Hata nikisema F1, like another route is F1. All visas has dependency except visas like kuna visas like L1 category visa, kuna transit visa, hizo no visa B1 B2, hizo no visa zenye haina dependent opportunity. Can you bring your child and spouse through F1? Yes, you can. Can you bring a child and spouse through M1? Yes, you can. Can you bring a child and spouse through J1? Yes, you can. So zinakuanga na dependent category zao with different requirements. So at the end of the day, you can come with an F1. Dependency normally is under the age of 21. For minors, adults, that is the spouse, they don't have any age limit. But watoto ni 21. Watoto ni 21. In case anavuka 21 and lose the dependence privileges, is called your dependent privileges. Is academic gap an issue? No, it's not an issue as long as you can prove what you've been doing between this period of time. If it's something related to your career, that makes even better sense, and that can be verified or accounted for. Degree 2018 and then you want to pursue, it's very possible. Yes, F1 MSN programs especially. Yeah, day one CPT. As an RN, I need to study degree in USA. What's the requirement from Tanzania? From Tanzania, you get a school. But Tanzania ni mwone iko na partial restriction. But it's partial though, it's not permanent. That's a good thing. Kuna L2. Yeah. L2 iko. L1, L2. Okay. Think transit B1, B2. I didn't know about L2 kama iko, but thanks for that correction. My name is F1. You mean teachers are still coming? Yeah, teachers are still coming. Now, what are the requirements for teachers? I'll be corrected by Mwalimu Achieng if that is possible. One, you need to have a driver's license. Apart from your passport, I think passport I never want to mention as a requirement because I really don't know how you want to travel without a passport. So passport should be a primary basic requirement above all. Now, as a teacher, for you to come, one, you need to have a driver's license. So passport, then driver's license. Two, you'll need to do credentials evaluation. Okay, you'll need to do credentials evaluation. Three, you need to have a resume and you are currently working with at least a minimum of 2 years experience. So you need to have a minimum of 2 years experience. You need to have no criminal record. So a good conduct would really be valid. And lastly, you need to do credentials evaluation. Imesema you can do language test. It's mandatory or it's not, but you can do language tests if that is possible. And if you have it, also an added advantage for you. And then lastly, the point number 7, you need recommenders. So you need recommendations, come a minimum of 2-3, and you're good to go. Okay, but those are the requirements for teachers if you wanna come to study in the if you're looking to teach in the US. So those are the requirements, unless I'm missing something. English proficiency course as a student, it's not mandatory. As a student, it's not mandatory. I don't know if your question is Midumbi, Sijuka, your question is that is a question or a statement. So which one should I pardon please? Mean girls. Can someone who has filed I-140 qualify to go? I think hiyo swali imejibiwa. Hiyo swali tajiri amejibu. Why would you? Thanks a lot for the information about teachers. You're welcome. Mwalimu Achieng normally talks about it. She's here. Ukitap hapo 112, the number of people watching, I think she's the best, by the way. Ananga hata issue na kukua nini. I've also learned from her, by the way. 2 years experience no inatumaliza. Hapana, you can try it out. Try hata bila experience. It's not mandatory that you have the experience. Come on. Try it out. Oh, you need license, by the way. Unajua unataka licensing. TSC. I think zinakuanga two different. Kuna license na kuna license na something there. I think the certificate or something. You need that. So kama una hiyo hapo, na I think uko kwa noma. You need the license, TSC. You have to be TSC approved.
TSC number.
Yes, you need to be TSC satisfied. Your Teacher Service Commission. I was forgetting about it. That is another real requirement for teachers. Can I do ADN program in US with a diploma from Kenya? Yes, you can, I think. Ongeza passport photo yenye umesmile TSC certificate. So what I'd say is this, guys. Mimi, I normally advise on entry opportunities. Okay? Just try especially direct applications or fanya ujanja if you graduate more than 2 years ago. Kama uli graduate more than 2 years ago, usiwache experience ikuchome. Experience inaweza experienceka. You can experience yourself with the document. What I mean is, you can figure out how to get that experience on paper. I'm going back to what I was trying to say. Mimi, I don't give out what someone wants. If you are open-minded, normally, before you even become a client of mine, mi natakanga someone who's open-minded. Immigration pathways change every single day. Anything can happen. This is a foreign land. They can wake up today and say we've cancelled all F1 visas and there's nothing we can do about it. Trust you me. Sasa, at the end of the day, you as an individual seeking that opportunity, are you flexible that today waki cancel F1, can you change? I don't know if I'm speaking sense to that. So for me, normally is not even taking in any client or whatsoever. Before I even assist you, before I even take you on as a client, natakanga, you be to open-minded. You can get a school. You can get a school, but you cannot get, maybe you fail to get a scholarship. Adaptability, yes sir. You can get a school, but you don't get a scholarship. Will you let go? No. I'm telling you this because, for example, me, I have so many students in the US. Some in North Carolina, South Carolina, I have Washington, etc. Now, there's one thing. They make at least $2,000. Why? Uko na host hapa. You know, kuna ile working part-time. As a US F1, you can only work 20 hours a day, but that's not it. There are people who work more than that. You won't be classes from 7 to 7 p.m. No. Sani host, these Kenyans are good. I'm not, Kenyans in the US are the best. Africans communities, they're there. Sorry, nimeongea sasa voice yangu itanini. We have very good African communities. These are the people who give you links. Unaweza pata mtu hata ni Africa anakona kapali, anakuambia unamshikia na anakupea kitu kidogo, unaelewa. That's how people survive. So at the end of the day, this kind of small appreciation itakusaidia kusort some basic needs. You wanna buy pale hivyo kitu yenye imekupendeza. I know the first thing we normally do is change our phones to iPhone and then take a photo in a mirror, in front of a mirror. So good, you do it. But at the end of the day, what I want to tell you, if you are looking for opportunities, kitu moja nataka utoe kwa akili yako ni nitalala wapi, I don't know nitaishi wapi. Toa hiyo kitu kwa akili. Go step by step. You go a ladder. Ukipanda stairs, huwezi anza kupanda stairs 10 na bado uko hapa chini. You go step by step. Anza na kuapply shule, or if you need someone to assist you figure out who that person is, akuapply shule. Aya. Have you got a school? Yes. Have you submitted all the requirements? Yes. Umepata I-20? Yes. What is the next step? Lipa service. You go step by step. Don't make the last worry be your first problem that is limiting. Oh, me, I don't know someone in the US. You don't know me, but we are here passing the knowledge. I think, Mimi, that's what I'd say about anyone seeking an opportunity. You become open-minded, it's easy for me to get you that opportunity. Also, it's easy for me to assist you. Once you have your visa, I can swear before God, ukikosa host, come and call me in this live. Uniambie huyu alinisaidia basi nikapata visa na nimekosa host. You will not fail to get a host. I remember back in the days, people would get green card shortlisting and we'd get hosts here on TikTok, right? Si ndio tajiri? Si hapa TikTok ni watu upata host. So go step by step. Go step by step. Don't go with the last worry and then you put it as the problem one. So last question is visa ndio banage. Visa ndio muhimu. Let me say muhimu. I didn't know what you meant by banage, but visa ndio muhimu. Yes. So please go step by step, sort one problem at a time. Is this a paid service? To me, yes, it is. Getting a school is not that easy, but we can always talk about it, definitely. Something that involves time and I also fix. Excuse from work, maybe ni assist other people, but yeah, I do. What else? Yeah, sure, I think that is it. Unless anyone has a question. If anyone has a question, you can just keep typing while you tap the screen. If anyone has a question, please type the question and then we focus more on kindly repeat the requirements for teachers. You need a passport, you need your TSC certificate and numbers. Mwalimu umeshuka tena mbona? Ebu guest request. You need TSC certificate and numbers. You need a driver's license. You need credentials evaluation, foreign credentials evaluation. You can use Pantran, is the best that majority of the teachers use. Exactly. Unaona Kenya David anasema. He knows a community college in Wichita and it has many Kenyans. And by the way, let me tell you one thing that I've realized. For me, most of the time, because I do this, you will never go to any place ukose Mkenya. Last year when I had someone go to Mauritius, unajua after the visa imekuwa approved anatoka ananipigia because we were on call. Ni mtu young, 19 years. Anaingia 20, babake amekubali aende place yenye ajui. Telling the father I'll follow up on your daughter. She was a girl. So she calls me and tell me, Mike, hey, I am happy. Thank you so much. And then I was like, by then nimepata nasikia naongea Kiswahili. Namuuliza, unaongea Kiswahili na nani hapo? Ati I met some good people here. Ni watu wa nyumbani hata, eh? How many? About 3. So Kenyans fly up to Mauritius, they go. You go to Cape Town for an interview, unapatana na Wakenya 50. And then you wonder, eh. So Kenyans are everywhere. Okay, Kenyans are everywhere. How comes, just curious, you do not put your profile picture? Please, just asking. Because my profile picture doesn't do anything. It's me. My profile picture doesn't have anything to do with my account. I know community college, so I really don't know. It doesn't have me to put a photo. You know, one thing is, it's you getting the information you need, and if you want my services, you come. Putting my photo, I think it's a personal decision. If you want to put a photo there, and I can see, yeah, nimeona nani akisema US arenda na photo. So I think that is it. It depends on your personal interest. And also, does your bank has the CEO of your does your bank has the photo of the CEO on the bank logo? That's the question I'd ask you. Does your bank have the CEO's photo, or even the founder's photo on the logo of that bank, so that you feel confident saving with that bank? No, it doesn't. I believe so. So it's only a personal choice if you want to put your photo, if you post, and all. This is strictly a business profile. This is strictly a business profile. It has nothing. And on my bio, it's very clear. You just tap my profile on my bio. It's very clear even before you say hi in my DM. It's very clear. It's strictly a business profile. No comments are closed, no nothing. So any other person with any serious question can ask. Yeah, profile. Thank you, chosen favored, for the response. Any other question? Followed. 3771 more likes in the last 5 minutes. You can tap. If you have any more questions, you can ask. If you need also conferences in the US, hit me up. If you need invitations, wedding, graduations, what else? They're there. Hit me up. There's nothing that I don't do. And even though kunaendanga what? Oh, you need text. Any other questions you can ask. Tajiri, what's up, bro? There's a bigger story kama watu wa nurse. Najua hapa ni nursing, so if you have any question, by the way, you can guest. Let me check nani ame guest request niwapandishe. Unajua? Oh, kuna mtu hapa anaitwa Desired. Kuna Jamila. Aya, panda tu ulize swali yako. Hey Mike, I have inboxed you. Welcome Kiki. Caregiver, no. Okay, I don't do that as a work. If you are a work, kama ni work ikwewe ni mtu wa degree and above. That is teaching and all that. Not these other jobs. No. Unless you are willing. B1, B2, visit visa, student visa on J1. Nekesa na babysit. You want to say something, Nekesa, ama ni commute? Okay. B1, B2, F1, J1. H1B saizi sifanyi, nimecancel, but I can do H1B for change of status. The message in this live is how often you go live. Me or no, Lillian goes live whenever she's not at work. Tuesdays, I don't know what. Nimesahau the days. Caregiver, no, I don't do that. Hey, Mike, I've inboxed you, okay. Any route for New Zealand for nurses? I think that was tackled. USRN, umekuja late, though ametoka, he tackled it. Desire, do you have any question?
No.
Okay. Jamila, you have a question? Jamila, you have a question? Jamila, you have a question?
Ya, habari zenyu?
Poa sana.
Oh, ndio hiyo jina yangu naitwa Jamila,
Mm.
lakini nilikuwa na follow live saa zile but nikakuwa busy kidogo na nilikuwa na swali. So swali yangu ilikuwa hivi, mi nimekuja tu last year, niko USA saizi, lakini nilikuwa nataka nianze na LPN lakini roho tu inaniambia nianze basi na CNA, lakini kwa tuna sati yangu ya form 4. So sijui evaluation kama naweza kufanyaje. Kuna watu hapa wananiadvise ati usi evaluate hiyo yako ya Kenya, just do, how do you call it, GED, atifanya tu GED alafu kutoka hapo tu utaendelea na mambo yako. So I really don't know, naomba kweli uweze kuniongoza kwa hiyo, alafu tuone itakuwaje.
I don't know, Tajiri, if you want to respond to that, but I think ni mambo na nursing.
Yeah. Ni mambo
Unauliza
na
ulikuja na njia. So you are in the US right now. Ulikuja na visa gani?
sikukuja na visa.
Ulikuja aje?
Yaje.
Nimekuja, okay, mimi nilizaliwa Kenya, nikaishi Kenya, nikasomea huko, lakini wazazi wangu ni wa South Sudan. So ni ile walikuwa wakimbizi Kenya, so wamekuja na hiyo njia ya refugee. Ndio wameingia
So
hapa.
currently, so uko state gani sahi?
Niko Texas, Dallas.
Lakini kama wewe ni mkimbizi, imagine, I think you are legally there. There is a route for that. I'm forgetting about it, but
I'm legally here by the way. Yeah, ni ile tu bado sijapewa green card, lakini tutapewa like kuna period yenye like 1 year and 2 months. Na saizi niko na 1 year already, so nimebakisha tu mwezi mbili nipewe hiyo green card.
so unauliza njia yenye unaweza soma. Okay,
huku umefanya nini? Mahali huko Texas umefanya nini?
Saizi nafanya kazi tu na Amazon. Yeah.
Umefanya CNA?
Bado sijafanya chochote. Sasa nauliza sasa ile njia naweza anzia kwa saizi yenye niko nayo ni cert yangu ya form 4 peke yake. So I really don't know kama ni kuevaluate ndio naweza evaluate ama kama nifanye GED again ama nifanye nini, sijielewi sasa kutoka hapo.
Itategemea sana vile wewe utataka. Wewe mwenyewe unataka kufanya nursing ama unataka kufanya nursing?
Nataka kufanya nursing.
Okay. There are ways you can approach it. If you have funds, uko na pesa ya kutosha, unaweza ingia shule, ufanye prerequisites, uanze kufanya nursing yako straight.
Okay.
It can be a direct way. Ukiona kwamba hiyo ni ngumu na una pesa ya kutosha kuingia shule ya kufanya vitu kama hizo, if you look around, kama uko hapa kama refugee in America, there are resources. Kuna resources nyingi sana specifically za refugees wenye wako America. Wale wametoroka kwao, sio ile umefile hapa sijui asylum, lakini refugee yenyewe.
Nimekuja yenyewe na hiyo njia with my parents.
Uko na unafaa kuwa na resources. There are resources available to you za kukusaidia uingie shule, so you can go straight and do it. But if you know how to get the resources and if you try to find the resources, utaenda shule straight. Hata unaweza pata gava inaweza kulipia uingie shule.
But actually that's what I want.
Yes, kama gava inafaa kulipia uingie shule usome. They can give you a loan or whatever, you can pay them back later, but they enable you uendeleze maisha yako. But if you have no access to that, na hii regime ya sahi inaweza kuwa pia ni ngumu kidogo. Depending on nani anakufuatilizia.
I think
but wewe ufai kuwa na shida by the way, kwa sababu uko hapa, uliletwa hapa, si eti ulijileta ukakuja kujificha. Uliletwa hapa na hii serikali.
Okay, tajiri, the thing is yeah, nimeletwa na serikali wa hapa, so I came legally, lakini sasa shida ni hii gava yenye iko juu saizi, cause wale wenye walikuanga makesi waka wetu walivutwa kazi, unaona. Na ile wakati tumeingia hapa niliwauliza hata hiyo mambo na kurudi shule, wakaniambia hiyo sio shida hata kidogo, isikupatie mawazo, we'll go back to school. Kuna loan ya wanafunzi wenye wameingia na wanataka tu kuingia shule, so isikupatie mawazo. Sasa shida hao watu wamevutwa kazi saizi,
Umefutwa kazi.
hawako kazi sana.
I get your case. Sasa
Yeah.
Jamila,
So sasa ni ile sasa ukizidi kukaa ufikirie watarudishwa kazi, you will just be wasting a lot of time, so ndio maana
exactly.
yeah.
So wewe, okay, this is what I can advise you sasa. Kama that is the situation kwa ground, hivyo ndio vitu ziko, inaweza kuwa ngumu wewe kupata access hiyo information ama kusaidika.
Yeah.
Kitu naweza ukafanya, kama uko na pesa yako, ingia shule uanze kufanya prerequisites. Kama hauna, unaweza kimbia ufanye CNA yako, utabridge kutoka hapo kwenda LPN na hizo nurses. Kufanya nursing. Utabridge from CNA to nursing straight. Kama hauna, kama unaona hiyo nini itakusumbua, CNA itakusumbua, na kama uko na pesa zako kando, unaweza fanya LPN straight. Usifanye CNA, ufanye LPN, badala ufanye CNA uende kubridge, fanya LPN, itakupatia pathway tu ya kwenda kwa nursing, kwa sababu ukishamaliza LPN I think inategemea na states, but mostly inakuanga 9 months 1 year depending na state. So ukimaliza LPN bado utakuwa unaweza fanya kazi under the supervision of a nurse. Alafu from there utakuwa ukienda kazi ukienda shule. So that will be the best way ya ku go through it, since wewe mwenyewe hujafanya, uko na certificates zako za form 4. If that is what you have only, ingia LPN upige straight. Kwa sababu ukifanya CNA bado utahitaji kwenda kubridge. There's no need of doing CNA alafu ende kubridge, yet you can go straight to, unaweza fanya LPN straight na uingie nursing. Na pia nategemea if you scored good grades
akiwa already unajua akiwa bedhe akiwa huku ni rahisi sana, na pia scholarships ukua, not everybody shows interest in that field. Not everybody gets to show interest in those field. So me, I think what I can say is you can proceed na masomo to direct. There is a document you have that shows your entry to the US.
Don't wait. Ukingoja wasting time. Kama uko na hizo makaratasi zako, wewe ingia shule. Actually, kama unafanya hizi kazi za chini ya maji, unaweza fanya LPN. Unaweza kuwa uko na siku 2 kwa wiki unafanya kazi, unaenda class. Alafu hizo siku zingine throughout the week unaingia job, unachapa job. So imagine you can pay for yourself hiyo LPN umalize within that 1 year ama 9 months, alafu from there uingie nursing straight.
Okay, the thing is tuseme kwenye nafanya kazi saizi Amazon wanakuanga na hii program ya kulipia wanafunzi. Whoever who want to go back to school na unafanya kazi na wao wanakulipia. So saizi nimequalify for that. So the thing is saizi sijui sasa ni certificate yangu ya form 4 nifanye evaluation ama nifanye GED, sielewi sasa hapo. Na juzi
evaluation ni shule ndio itakuitisha.
Shule ndio itakuevaluate.
Shule
kama itaitisha you will do it. Shule will ask you for that. If they ask you for evaluation, you just evaluate your high school certificate. It's possible. Hata sijui ni $150 peke yake.
Ni
100
but pia
kama ni form 100.
Nikuulize Jamila, ukiwa huko unafanyanga Amazon, uko na gari yako peke yako?
Niko na gari yangu
You have a personal car. Gari gani?
Niko na Nissan. Nissan Sentra 2019.
Okay, so kitu naweza kuambia pia usiangalie hiyo Amazon peke yake.
Okay.
Umeingia kitu, unajua umeangalia kitu inaitwa medical transportation?
No.
Hiyo kitu iko na pesa mzuri sana. Okay, ni watu wengi hawaelewangi, lakini it's another business idea you can just do as you just move on.
Hebu
You get
nichanue.
you. No, you just apply to the Department of Health ya Texas. They will
Oh,
approve you kwamba unaweza enda ubebangi wale watu wanaenda kufanya dialysis, wale watu wanaenda kufanyiwa test kwa hospitali na urudisha makwao. It pays so much. Inalipa vizuri sana. So
Tajiri.
it's one of businesses unaweza fanya America. Nani within a few hours tu. Wewe unakuanga for example in a week unaenda shule 2 days. Hizo siku zingine zimebaki in 4 days uko na clients in a day tuseme una deal na clients wanne each day ama 3 each day. You make good money.
wow. Hebu ni
Yeah.
follow, alafu tutaongea
Hata na
zaidi
nafuu
hapo.
mfollow, ungekuwa
Uko
umemfollow
wapi wewe?
kitambo.
Nimeshakufollow kitambo tajiri.
Tajiri is where you want him to be.
Kuna vitu mingi sana unaweza fanya hii America.
Unajua sasa mimi bado mimi ni mgeni hapa, hata sielewi vitu mingi, lakini yani nimeng'ang'ana saizi, niko na hiyo Uber Eats nafanyanga, bado hawajani approve kwa Uber right.
Alafu after umesha register na Department of Health, wewe unaona hizi ma nursing homes.
Yeah.
You go knock at their
Skilled
doors and tell them,
nursing.
hey, mi ni Jamila, hii ndio kazi nafanya. Kama mko na client anataka kupelekwa mahali, mimi naweza wapelekea. Unaweza kuwa uko na client kama tuseme Tuesday uko na clients unapeleka out, unaenda unacheza bowling yao na unarudisha kwa adult family home. Hiyo ndio kazi yako. Wewe unawapeleka unawarudisha. It's that simple.
Wow.
Unaweza pata hiyo kazi unaifanya for maybe 2 hours. Another 2 hours unaenda kwa nyumba nyingine, another 2 hours unaenda kwa nyumba nyingine. So you will have more clients na utakuwa na kazi ya kutosha ya kufanya, alafu at the same time unafanya LPN yako.
Yeah, for sure.
Wacha nitafute Alfred ni import. Ni kudm.
Thank you for that. Nitakudm alafu tutaongea zaidi hapo.
Karibu.
Utanielekeza.
Kadi, you have another question?
Yeah. Naweza uliza sasa swali, niko na maswali mingi leo. Sasa hii ni F1, tulikuwa tunaongelea F1. So mimi I have tried all these pathways by the way, hizi zote, but I was very keen kutoenda kwa EB3 because I was still around F1 juu sikutaka kucompromise. So mimi I did nili apply shule under a scholarship. Actually, what attracted me to the school ni the scholarship. So I applied. I remember nikiuliza USRN kama it's a good nini, akaniambia proceed. So I did the interview January 6. But now the problem is throughout November, December, I was looking for dates. Yeah, intake ilikuwa January. Nimetafuta tarehe, nilikuwa naishi kwa hiyo website, but pia before nijue like you are supposed to be refreshing throughout, ilikuwa too late. Ilikuwa time mingi nimesha waste nikiangalia, nikipata iko busy, watu wengine wananiambia ikikuwa busy inamaanisha you've been looking too much, you wait, but ideally you're supposed to be looking frequently. So like, is there a shortcut to getting dates? Hiyo ni question yangu ya kwanza. Like, is there someone I can pay a book tarehe? To yangu ishapita. So the day nilipata date is the day ilikuwa start date yangu. So I did my visa interview. Ikafika part ya date, akaniuliza when is your program starting? So nikamwambia, but nikamwambia the school has allowed me a delay of 5 days. But now the school ni kama it was setting me up for failure. Waliniambia verbally, but they did not update my F1, my I-20. So wakaniambia, do you have the new I-20? Nikamwambia ni hii tu. Wakaniambia, so I want you to go back to the school, waambie wa update and then uturudie nayo tukupatie haraka uende. So they stayed there with my passport. So nikakuja, but the school ili delay ku reply, sijui ati wako busy na new students. So I'm stuck here. Ndio maana nikukuuliza hiyo Australian pathway. Now my question is, because I still want to reconsider, I don't want to close doors zote for myself. Swali yangu ni hiyo ya kwanza, how mtu anaweza pata dates haraka. Number 2, if let's say I want to shift because they have kind of like deferred me to another cohort. So if I want to change hii shule, risky, I know I'll need another interview. What are the chances that nitakatazwa if I am going with the same course that I had initially? Like different schools with a scholarship, either same ama ingine, but the course is the same. Can I tell them something like it's still the same course and I changed because of this and this? What are the chances of denial with such? Another question, sijui kama unanielewa ama naongea very fast.
Endelea tu, utanikumbusha, endelea.
Another question ni if I use the same admission letter from the school, okay, let's say they updated, actually wameniupdatea, but like interest imeshuka kidogo, wameniupdatea to August, but kuna possibility that I will lose the scholarship because kulikuwa na warnings that hiyo cohort ya January was supposed to be the last one. So if I happen to lose the scholarship, can I apply for another scholarship using the same admission ya shule, ama lazima wakuwe wako na partnership na shule or something, especially the ones you are offering on your side? Like naweza kukujia nikwambie niko na admission ya this and this school, unaweza angalia kama scholarship yako itafanya hapa, and what will be the procedure? I think hiyo ndio swali yangu ya
So the first one is
mwisho.
about my scholarships. The scholarship that I get, mine are more like based on me as an agency with the contract that I have with these schools, because sometimes unapata niko na a lot of self-sponsored students, so I can always waiver with them for these scholarships. Like one school, there's another school that I gave in 10 students for masters. 10 students for masters, self-sponsored. 5 already who went by last year. That is fall and spring this year. Because nimekwambia this year January nimekuwa na 3, then kuwa wengine last year. So I was able to negotiate, they give me scholarship for undergraduate, whereby you get the minimum a student can get is $25,000 annual renewal. So that's how my scholarship works. Mostly it's just a waiver. Si kama zile Fulbright ama institutional scholarships. Hapana, yangu ni ile naambia bana, nimewapea watu wengi wenye wamekuja na wamekuja self-sponsored. Sasa wewe nataka unitafutie ingine. Nikileta mtu sehemu mpea hata scholarship hata kama ni ya 10,000. So that's how I normally, and then you just apply for formality. Question 1 is your question 1 was about the program course. You were previously denied. Okay, so work on a good chance. You were not denied a visa. You only had your I-20 wasn't updated. So I think for you, you are still on the mercy favor of the embassy. You know, they have that record with you, they know. So you can just tell them now, your school updated your I-20 less. I don't know if you still have your passport or they do, but they updated your I-20 last minute, so that's why you delayed. But they know, you trust me, you gave them a very good convincing reason. I don't know how many questions or which questions you were asked, but from the point you've said, mi naweza kuambia you on the good favor of that embassy. It's only that the visa officer who interviewed you will never interview you again. Utapatana na mwingine, but the records are always there. If you change institutions, you need to maintain, you need to tell the new institution, umepata shule A, university A, hautaki, but you have I-20 ya university A, so you wanna go to university B. So you have to tell university B, my service ID is this, so they maintain the service ID. Umenielewa?
Yeah, nimekuelewa.
If they don't maintain the service ID, you will pay another service fee. So you have to tell university B that I'm applying not as a fresh but as a transfer individual, because I had already found a school or I already received an intake with this school before. You might lose things like scholarships, like you said. Maybe this school gave you scholarship because it was the last intake for that program. But as long as you give the same reasons, fine. But come on, update I-20 to another school, maintain the same service ID, ndo maintain ile service fee benefit that you had paid, because it's still valid for the next 12 months from the day that you paid it. What was the other question?
Sasa, my question ilikuwa more on the embassy part. See, I'll have to sit for another interview.
Yes.
If I change schools, ndio?
Yes. But
So
ingekuwa huko mwanzo unaona point, the part between where they had remained with your passport. Si kuna pahali umesema walibaki na passport yako?
They still have it tata.
So you are very good. They still have your passport?
Yeah. wanangoja
you can do a walk in.
update.
Ingekuwa immediately, I wish ingekuwa January, I don't know, but anyway, God's time is the best. Ingekuwa hiyo January yenye ulicall, unge walk in. You just go at their gate and you say your passport is there, watakuitisha documents. They'll allow you walk in, or they'll allow you drop that I-20. They'll allow you drop it. Your passport remained because you are on the good side. Trust you me.
No,
Let's say
unajua wamenipea a clear pathway on what to do. Si hata nini, wameniambia, they gave me a paper written like after nikipata the I-20, I submit it to this and this website and then they'll issue. It's a straightforward, but I'm just asking for alternatives zingine in case they change shule.
Sasa, why don't you stick to the first
Kama
option
like, in
which they
case
gave you?
the next I-20 kuje bila scholarship, ningoje hiyo.
Stick to the first option. Wamesha kupea guide. Follow that guide.
Sawa, but
follow that guide. Wachana na plan B. Stick to that. They have your passport, follow what they need. If they, unajua embassy ni kitu moja. Ukule denial.
Bila plan B nayo inani depress. Sawa sawa.
Plan B ni kuwa you can always expedite. You can get a new school immediately. After getting, you are asking me about shortcut ya kupata interview. So, red flag 1, mtu asikwambie umlipe pesa kubuke interview haraka. Even me, I don't know anyone at that embassy, not even the gate man. I don't know anyone, not even the cleaner. I do not know anyone. Asa hiyo ukisikia jua tu ni red flag number 1 and you should block the individual. Kenye mimi naweza kukusaidia ni expedite your interview. And I can only expedite it after scheduling an appointment. I first book, tupate your bad date, and then you expedite. Expediting ni kama tuna escalate. Now we give a reason why we feel like we need an interview quick. And normally we upload vitu kama yo I-20 etc. Reasons why we need you to get. So that is expediting. But no one would ever book your US embassy backdoor. My friend, our one is strict. And also you would never be interviewed by 2 visa officers. By 1 visa officer twice. Ni ngumu sana. So this one ina avoid hiyo kitu ya nini mambo na kusalimiana mkono, kupitisha nini mkono, naelewa? Yeah, so I can only expedite your process.
But another thing you can do, nikilipa mtu labda tu aishi kwa website akitafuta tarehe, not
maybe hiyo ni the same two thing I can do for you as well. Because you don't have the time, maybe unajua usingizi imekuwa tamu kwako. Sasa unaambia Mike ni aje, wewe shindanga hapa website bwana unitafutie kitu. But I think nimenotice, unajua bedhe kitu huwa ina work differently. Unajua kwa nini? For example, mimi sijawahi kosa kupata date. I think maybe ni because na apply watu wengi. So my PC inakuanga ni kama iko tu kwa hiyo nini. Sijawahi pata date wrong. Ni ngumu. Maybe nipata imejaa alafu nikuje nipate the next day 3 days tumepata haraka. I've never had issues. I think maybe because I visit the website more often. But like I said, that one is something. Yeah, you can pay someone to spend 3 sleepless nights refreshing.
I think pia ni miracle. Juu I had my colleagues wenye niliwa refer to the same scholarship, niliwaambia mo apply ni nini last minute, and then nikawambia wafanye Duolingo because it was faster. They did, and then ile tu wamefungua website walipata tarehe like 5 days before, another one 3 days before, and wakapata nini sahi wanasoma shule. For me ilichukua, I'm like,
yeah, it happened.
Mungu
I also had someone who referred a friend. I had a client who referred someone. Tumepata I-20 yake, akarifa best yake. Akakula denial best yake akapata approval.
Yeah, it happens.
Hizo ni za dunia. We can't control that. I think guys, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, kama mtu ako na swali tena they can ask. Kama hakuna naweza ambia Lilian afunge live. Lilian, are you there? I don't know kama yuko, but I know she's busy. Ama amelala. Or watu wanaweza drop and then ni mutishe tu live. Itaanguka. But thank you so much for those who've asked questions. As always, my name is Michael Jr. I do offer immigration services to the US or to any country that you want to go to. Also immigration services within the US. Please advise on how a J1 can change status after your DS 2019 is almost to expire. after your DS 2019 is almost to expire. Student route also, I do assist you with that. Internationally, the only country naonanga ni ngumu na students ni Australia. Welcome Kiki. So ukiwa US unataka change of status, you're looking for job, hata ikwe under the table jobs, hit me up bana. Kwanza hiyo Dallas yenye Jamila yako, hiyo ni state yangu sana, najua ndani mzuri. And I have so many good people in Dallas. I have Houston, Texas. I have a school that I'm having a contract with, inaitwa Houston Community College. Jamila sijui kama waijua. So Texas is one good place that I have schools that I'm in agreement with. J1 mpaka DS 2019 yako, I think nimekujibu. Thank you. So immediately that is almost before you renew your visa. Visa inaweza expire na DS 2019 is still valid. So most importantly, your contract. Nani mama boys, the contract that you are in. Yeah, I'm always open for inbox. My inbox is always open. I do offer free consultations, but not free services. So that one, I think I like to put it on a very clear note. You can call me anytime, tunaweza piga story, tutaongea. I offer free consultations, like you can ask me anything. I can even call you for 2 hours. Tuongee tu, hata niambie unakula nini. But a service not for free. The service comes with time. Where hata hizo under the table jobs hatujakata mimi. Me, I do offer under the table. Me have a group of under the table jobs with more than 2,000 US contacts when you're US. 2,000 plus, but you can't be in that group unless you're in the US. Kama uko siwezi kukuad. Yeah, jobs too under the table. Caregiving, nanny jobs. Nanny, someone gets paid 700 a week. Minimum one is 600 nikiona per week for nanny jobs. But hizo zinataka kama uko ready. So normally I don't talk about them unless someone is. How can you change to green card? Are you under J1? How is Henrik Hospital in Texas? How is it? How? Like unauliza how is it? How? Like how? Naweza kukuthen charges that I don't know. Hujakata. Mimi under the table ziko. But kama uko already huko. Kama uko J1, you are DS20, there's a contract you have. I think nikisema DS 2019, you know what I mean. So kama iko valid, one thing is mko limited kuwa na multiple employers. That is one thing I know. Plus sijui kama uko J1 as a teacher ama different field. Yeah, masters. Ukikuja na masters Kiki, I'll still give you under the table. It's the only place. 20 hours a week cannot even feed you much. Ni time kidogo sana. Nakumbuka all international students are competing for that. So 20 hours a week is never enough. Sasa hapa under the table nikikupea mtu kama host, unapiga hizo zako. As a teacher, ni your contract, you can always change. Nimeona teachers wengi wakichange careers. That is true. Posted there, I just wanted to know whether it's a good place. Oh, I think it's a good place. I've never been to that hospital. Again, having been in Texas, huwezi sema umenini. So facilities zingine hata sijaenda. I only go to what maybe nini. But I think it's a good place, unless Jamila can tell you. Maybe kama unaitafuta kama job, nani Lilian angekuwa advice. Naweza pata job za graphic design zangu. Crimson, you mean mimi nikikupa gig zangu ama? Remote jobs you can always check on Indeed, indeed.com. It's a good place for remote jobs. But again, apply as if you are in the US. Mamake mambo, you know there's a thing I tried last year. Mamake, how are you? Mama boys ebu ni DM. Sijui kama ni mama boys najua. Are you mama boys that I know or mama boys that I don't know? Kama wewe ni mama boys najua, I think utajua na kujua. Unless you are a mama boys that I don't know, si ndio? But I think you are mama boys that I don't know. Because mama boys no another one. Utani DM tu alafu tuongee. Because hata mimi hizo loopholes za J1 nataka za walimu mingi. Yeah, text me nitakupea namba yangu. Let me see. Kama niko na hapa nikutype. Nishakutumia namba yangu. No, hospitality jobs. You can try cruise ships. What about volunteering teachers? Volunteering under J1 sijaipata mtu wa kuvolunteer. But everything I know is there if you try. The most important thing is to submit an application. Maboys tutaongea kwa simu after hii call cause kuna walimu wengine nimewekwa hapa hivi na nyongwa kidogo. And I always try, but unajua different people. One thing that I normally say is that physiotherapy job iko how about medical career? I think every job is there. You know, now the thing is unapata mtu, most of the people who would inquire me something is students na nurses na teachers. All these professions are there. What you need is to submit an application. So hata kama ni Indeed, ingia pale, you make a resume and then submit an application. Also DM me the charges. Okay, it's okay. Normally I do charge a very fair price though, which is inclusive of every expenses. Na kulipia visa, na kulipia language, na kulipia school applications. Alafu pia nakupa good very offer. One offer that I give, unaonanga kitu mtu anauliza ati shule inataka deposit mingi. Mimi the maximum you can pay school as a deposit fee is $1,000. I can even tell a school to accept $200 as a tuition fee deposit so that you get your I-20. So normally schools that I have charge between $200 to $1,000 as a school fee deposit. It's called a commitment fee. Hiyo unalipa shule, hiyo hata si mimi, hiyo unalipa shule ndio upate I-20 to show that you are a serious international student, which is refundable to the payment method that you use. So kama ulilipa na card, iko refundable to your card if you want to withdraw your application. So my service fee is inclusive of all that. Okay. Midumbi, inbox me, then we'll talk. Then once we kind of reach somewhere, we talk on WhatsApp, then I give you my number. Najua I only have one number, which is personal and business pia at the same time. So naweza nipigia na pia mama ananipigia timbuzi imekulwa na umbo ya jirani. Sasa niko na issue ya kusolve. You know, African mothers can call you over anything. Mike, what about volunteering teacher certificate while doing nursing? Can it be another advantage to your career? I think. But I think Prosper, you were to go still do nursing course. I wish you were in those volunteering programs za Kenya, zinakuanga mzuri sana. And then ukipata hizo volunteering, hao wazungu wanakusaidianga by the way. They give you very good recommendations. Ukiapply visa, my friend, kunaendanga kuzuri sana. So sometimes if you get those volunteering activities back in your home country, please take part through them or take part in them. Most of the ones that have funders, donors from the US, they're very good. Kuna moja anajua ilikuwa last year, though iliisha, and I know one good lady alipata scholarship with it. Ilikuwa ya dentist. They used to walk around walienda Northern Kenya for free dental care. Free dental care, unaenda unafanyiwa sijui hiyo filling, teeth cleaning, nini for free. They had a free dental care in northern parts of Kenya. So those volunteering programs, if you get them, grab them. They are a very good way for our starters. And also sometimes hizo ndo zinakuanga destiny connector yako. Those that are funded by maybe NGOs from the US or donors from the US. Wakikupea recommendation yao, my friend, ni heavy duty. Umejua crude oil, the recommendation really has a lot of weight. More so to you getting that visa. Watakuona, manze, kuna something you've done. So also you can try conferences. Ingia na conference kama student inakushinda. Tafuta conference. The reality is you'll pay an application fee for conferences. They have a registration fee because you're not a member. So registration fee depends. They charge even as more as $1,500, even $3,000 a registration, depending on the conference that you're going for. But doesn't make the conference a scam or wrong. Mhm. So that is also another route. Inbox we discussed. Tutaongea Kike.
Mike, how are
Yes
you?
sir. Poa sana mzee. Na jana tu nilisahau bwana.
Tutakutana nyuma ya tent baadaye.
Oh, sawa bro.
Niko hapa Colorado and the things that we can together. Thank you.
Welcome bro. Mwenye David amesema chande LGBT exactly. Hizo vitu msiwache. Pataneni ni ngoja niendange live mtanipata nikiongelea hizo vitu. Hey, mimi nitakwambia hata ukipata my friend, there's nothing I've not done here on TikTok. Mimi nimefanyia hata watu upatanisho. Tell you that sometimes I try to be more professional. I used to do this patanisho for K1 visa last year. Nikaacha. I was connecting ladies na wazungu. US. My friend. My goal hasn't been to offer any immigration service. Mimi nimekuwa tu nikitafutia watu entry opportunity. Wewe unataka kukuja, sawa, acha nikutafutie njia ukuje. I used to do all that. If kama kuna watu amenifollow TikTok from last year ama 2024, you remember. I used to offer that. Kuja na unanitumia Tinder logins yako na kutafutia patanisho. I give you a very good mzungu. Lakini niliacha juu time, you know. I have work, I have clients, so and I also have a family. Yeah, inakuwa tough, but hizo vitu try. Ukipata tapali ya hizo LGBTQ doesn't mean it's a bad, use it as an entry. Ingia. They give very good funding. They don't ask questions. They know that Kenya is a homophobic country. Like, you know, you get judged by your sexuality. Try. Oi Mike, nimengojea sana hii live ukipata moja nisho. Hai we. Live hapa mzungu hayuko. I did it on Tinder for people, so but I paused it a minute because time ilikuwa ngumu kidogo. Naona. So I give those people those things. Anything that you need. So the end of the day, but I prefer student, I prefer visit. Okay. If you are someone who's medically unstable, condition yake si fit, you can come as a medical reason to get medical treatment in the US. Okay. Home ties, they're just basic things that you have. Employment, family, kids, loans, contracts, etc. property. Hizo no home ties. Okay. So like I said, you be open-minded, I can assist you. You be someone who doesn't, ama David vipi, si mtu akiwa open-minded inakuwa rahisi sana kumsaidia. Unajua mtu ukimwambia aingie na conference ya LGBTQ atakwambia, you know, I'm a Christian, so if you are a Christian and that is the conference, you know, you never know where your luck is. You never know where your luck is. Unaget. Let me give you a story, because already there's nothing much to talk about, so we will just talk until Lily anakuja funge live. But meanwhile you can tap anyway. Live ikianguka, if you want me to open a live I can, but not. I'm tired. Let me give you a story. There's another person I tried for H1B back before ifungwe na Trump. Tulijaribu H1B kakata, tukajaribu J1 ikakataa. Then the same person tunakuja tunajaribu conference inaingia. Tulikaa hapo tukijichukia, like we were hating on ourselves, like what do you mean? All this time tumejaribu H1B imekataa, tumejaribu J1 imekataa, then we try for you a conference that even is not funded, then you get. So all this time your luck is on a visit visa. Ingia uende pali unaenda bwana, alipata visa kaenda. The visa was approved. So but then it's good to try, and that's why for me, even if you say that you have a denial history, it's a very good record, because there is a reason. I must focus on that background, on why were you denied, where did you go wrong during your application, is there any place that you gave a lying statement? Yes. So we change on that story. So understanding your story or your previous record, it's very good to helping you as a client. I must understand that story. Yes, if you're looking for opportunities and you don't have a specific career that is fixed, I'll always tell you 1,000 times, student and visit visa are the best routes to enter any foreign country. Go as a student or go as a visitor. Go for as a student, you can go, yes, to study. That is the only way. As a visitor, you can go to attend a conference. You can go to visit someone. You can go as a tourist. You can go to attend an event. You can go even to treat yourself, any other reason, but as long as it's the visit category. These are the two major reasons. Lakini professionally, apart from that, you either be kama way, for example, watu wakiongelea nursing, you cannot go if you're not a nurse. That is a professional opportunity for nurses. All these requirements they figure out for nurses. Sasa wewe mwenye si nurse, you have a high school certificate, you can try a visit, you can try undergraduate program as an F1. Now you are a teacher, you specifically now go for J1. Right now J1 is the best route for teachers. Ingia J1. Evaluation of credentials, if I tell you need to pay for it, you're not paying me that money. That money you're paying the foreign credentials evaluation body. Kama ni West, utawalipa wao. Kama ni Spantran, utawalipa wao. You get the point. Visa unalipa embassy. So sometimes these things again, they are costly. Immigration pathways are costly. Yeah, thank you so much, David. Thank you so much. I think David, we're already tunajuana TikTok for more than a year. It's a year right now, is right? It's 1 year. So one thing hata live naweza sema nitakuja, and I fail not coming live because I get referrals nowadays. I'm not into rushing to assist someone. And back then I could not say that I charge and could bring issues. So yes, my services come at a fee, but it's a small token of appreciation. Again, for time. You don't expect me to come live and rant and then do free. No, it doesn't work that way. But I promise you, you'll get the best service ever. Scholarships fully funded, undergraduate programs. What else? Masters, maybe 50% funding or even 30, not fully. I can't get you a fully funded master's program. But I can apply for you a waiver in an institution, and then I apply for you something like external funders like Fulbright. Sawa. Hiyo naweza kukufanyia, so at least upate both sides. You can have the best service. Imagine from me getting you a school to you not literally doing anything. The only thing I need from you is you give me an OTP. There are OTPs that are sent on your email when I do applications. So when I create your account, they send an OTP, and I only need you to give me the OTP. The rest you need on me. You leave to me. I give you bank statement funding, affidavit of support, proof of relationship, everything. That one can't come way better than not for free, right? In Canada, can I come to do bachelor's in science in nursing USA na niko 30 years? Yes, you can. Studying haina age limit. Normally what people fail to prove ni the gap, that missing gap. What have you been doing hii time that kuna hii gap? Ulimaliza degree ukiwa 25, sasa uko 30. So what have you been doing in these 5 years? So for example, you might saying you've been making ends meet. Life, financial, you're looking for finance. Ama the best reason that normally people give change of careers, you realize that this career is not this career is not suiting you, so you are interested in a change of career. Real name, ama not in bad faith, just scared to get scammed. My real name, Michael Junior Tieno. Unataka ID niyo? Acha nikutaipia. I don't think Lillian would bring someone up to scam you, by the way. Sio ni swali moja ujiulize. She wouldn't bring someone up to scam you. It's a service that I offer, and that's something that I'm making clear. To scam you. So that is my name if you're asking. Yani ID. Mike is just short form for Mike. Michael. I use Mike a lot. Hizo za nyuma tutumike. Inatumika kwa ukisimamisha for overspeeding bana. Ni real name ama US UK is because of my nini. Inaitwaje? Profile, the TikTok profile. Yeah, so but if you have a question, you can request. I am the Amshi PMT. Oh, Ezra, ulikuwa kwa guest request hata sijui. Okay, let me accept someone here. Can always ask any question. Nikikuja WhatsApp 200 messages, so ilikuwa inanipia hectic. So normally what I did is, what I updated in doing is, I just removed my number from my bio, nikaeka the terms on my bio. So if you inbox me, we'll talk. So whereby now you are changing to be a client, I shift you to WhatsApp. Unajua sa WhatsApp it's easy. Cause mi sitakupea ati niko huko, mi nakupea tu namba yangu moja. Upige offline kama uko na credit, piga offline itashika. Sorry. Kuongea inakuanga so I move you just to WhatsApp for easy accessibility as a client, okay? But I only have one number, so it's a business and it's also a personal number. So family would call easily on that number, so that's why sitakangi nikuwe na traffic on WhatsApp. Okay? But I'm always available. I really love phone calls. Sorry, I was clearing my throat. I really love phone calls. It's always easy. But texting, I do it for convenience of record keeping. I pin your chats. Ndio nijue. Okay? So what else do you need to know? Any other question? Personal, public, private, not private questions. Benefiting questions, something positive questions. Kate. Kama we ni Kate najua. Are you the Kate I know? The saloonist? Si wewe. Nimeona sikufollow. Nimedhani there's another Kate najua as a saloonist. A very good one. You inbox me how you need me to assist you. Then I think I'll give you my number from there. Medtech job, they're there. What I've said is try to go focus on. Kama uko na undergraduate, please. You know H1B was good. When H1B visa was valid, ulikuwa unaweza kuja huku na job direct for any course, bora uko na degree. Lakini sasa haiko. Unaona? Are you the one? Hebu acha nikufollow nione. Ni best team yetu ya kina Kendi and nani? Ni wewe? Kama ni wewe basi hope uko fit. It's been a minute. Lakini Kate surely, siwe tumejuana for hii TikTok for miaka ngapi? Hebu acha niangalie account. Hope you'll reply on TikTok DMs. Yeah, I'll respond. Can diploma nursing Kenya and top up degree UK be accepted? Your nursing jobs, nursing opportunities siko fiti. Hiyo nursing field I try. Unajua already nursing iko na watu specially in that field, so I really can't normally talk about it because I don't want to say something ikuwe misunderstood or contradicting and itakuwa nini. So Shentrez, I do respond to inboxes. I'm a first one because you know why? Let me tell you what I do. Sasa price, hata si price. Unajua ukishaambia mtu una charge services, already nisha limit inboxes. I've already cut off almost 50% of inboxes. Because mtu mwingine atakuwa na expect a free service. But let's talk truth of the matter. You don't expect getting you a school hadi ya kufanyia DS160. The question is how am I benefiting? So normally ukiambia mtu you are charging for a service, kitambo I was afraid to say that. Nowadays I'm not. That's why nimeka hapo kwa DM yangu, I do not offer charity services, which is something that I like to say. So mtu already usha cut off hata ku inbox, so which is very good. So I focus on someone, you know what you're looking for. So I focus on mtu wako interested. You understand? So hizo ni vitu moja nimekanga. So if I can reply all messages in less than even 30 minutes. because I know frequently asked questions. So I have a very short message that explains everything. Ndakutumia message moja refu in explain everything. Na inaisha hapo, if you are interested you DM. So inakuanga easier for me, honestly. If you have worked in UK for 1800s, but you can follow him at 30 corners, like, will I be accepted without being subject to all those exams? I don't think so. Ngoja kesho USRN watakuja live. Oh, alisema it's possible. Okay, nice. Okay, if you have worked in USA. So huwa ni ukweli by the way, kwa sababu mimi natraingi tu. Alas, I have no issue giving you free consultations. I'll give you free. I never charge for any consultation. Okay, I never charge for any consultations. Why? Because my first agenda is you having the right information. You having the right information. The first agenda is you having the right information. So ukijua hii, unajua hii ni the right visa and all that. And all that. Nani Brayo ni very kidogo sana. Hiya tusijali. Mimi nangoja charges I start organizing my finances at my. Haina shida. Okay, so sometimes there is a fee that can come different. You get like one thing, chukua calculator. Take a calc. Let's do the math of how much you would need for you to apply for a student visa. Okay, chukua calc tupige hesabu how much you need as a student visa. One, you need $185. Let me get this calc here. Okay, let's do some quick maths. So the first amount of money you'll need as a student visa is $185. This one is a student visa fee, F1 fee. Service fee, you need $350. That is the second fee. So this is a total of $535. The second fee that you need to be prepared with is credentials evaluations, mostly if you're going for master's etc. Credentials evaluation with Spantram, they might do cost-to-cost evaluation, which might range between $150 to $250. So for this case, let's put $200 only. So if you do credentials evaluation, work at $200. Okay, that is $735. Okay, come here ndo nafanya. If you have registered nurse in UK, worked here. Okay, that's credentials evaluations. By credentials evaluations, it's foreign FCE. So that is so the second fee that you'll have, apart from the foreign credentials evaluation, nimesema hapo we put 200. Another fee that you'll need is let me say for schools that have language requirements, English test requirement, Duolingo can cost you about $150, 75 to 150. Okay, so let's put, let me say $150 for Duolingo if you get your results immediately. So that's a total of $885. School application fees. What is this? Some schools have an application fee as an international student. So that one, let's put an amount like some schools might have $50, $30, $75. So just put a fair fee of about $150 if you apply for more than 3 schools or even 4 or 5 schools. So 885 ongeza hapo 150. That is $1,035. Apart from this, a school might ask you for a commitment fee. A commitment fee, this is an upfront of the tuition fee that you're paying. So let's say your tuition fee is like $30,000 per year, $30,000 annually. So kwa hii $30,000, shule nakwambia, hey, Mr. Mike, pay us a commitment fee of only $1,000 We give you I-20 to show that you're a serious student. So that is it. So for me, I can get you schools that might charge between that 200 to 1,000 you pay to the school. It inakuwa credited to your tuition fee. The money is credited to your tuition fee. So for this case, put a minimum at least of $800 ama $1,000, but wacha tuweke 1,000. So that's 2,035. 2,035, piga expenses zako minor, piga expenses zako minor hapo, unaweza fika kitu 2,100. So roughly you need 2,100 as a student. You've not paid anyone for anything. So that is the basic for F1. Okay. So even if you are to talk about J1, it would still follow the same route. You'd pay J1 about $215. You'd pay credentials evaluation about $200. You'd pay language test about $150, etc. Those are necessary requirements even before you pay. Hii ni umejifanyia kila kitu mwenyewe. Haujalipa hata mtu shilingi moja, ni wewe umejifanyia. This 2,035 ni wewe umejifanyia. So that one even me have not put my fee. So those are basic. I like starting from there before I answer. So I hope to go on the same page. At the end of the day, immigration, I like saying that so that you be prepared mentally. A school will not pay for you this. Maybe ungekuwa ati wewe ni mwalimu umepata J1 sponsorship, so sometimes they always give a refund of those expenses that you underwent. But these are the expenses. This is before you even pay anyone. So hapo if I can charge you at a 50% of that is not bad. But these are the expenses. Unless there's somewhere nimepiga hesabu wrong, mtu ani correct, you can just guest request. So at the end of the day, you will need cash. With or without someone's assistance, you'll need it. And if you want me to repeat, Skiki, umepotea sasa, my friend.
You're right, Mike, and that comes to around 270 to 300,000 Kenya shillings. And I've
Thank you.
always told people that I know, because I've been doing this as a part-time thing for nurses especially, bringing them to speed, or anybody who wants to come over, in terms of what is this money that you need to have is very important. Because without that, it will look like somebody might just think that that money is going to come from somewhere, and then they get disappointed. Yeah. So I like the way you put that. If somebody then has an interest, it's good you've given this free consultation. They can inbox you, then you give them those breakdown and further guidance at that fee. Because at the end of the day, I tell people, I told one of the teachers I was assisting sometime last year, that if you think 300,000 shillings is a lot and that's on your side, I think you should start thinking of, can you have a different lifestyle in the next 6 months if you got this money either from your circle or from your family, or sell one of your property, because that's what life is about. For me, for example, I can share this with the team here, that I have, I think, not once, not twice, sold part of my property to improve my life, and including decisions to come over to the US, sacrifices that you come over here and then you change your life and you recoup everything within a short time. So to the listeners, I think it's very important to always think of, you're going to change your life, and therefore there are these sacrifices, which means raising that money. And then there's the fee, which could be between 30 and 50% of the total amount of money you're raising, to then help whoever is like supporting you on this, also to not just pay bills, because it's something that's transforming your life, and therefore the person assisting you needs also to be rewarded in a way. That's how life is. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you. So the reason this issue of finance, there's a reason why I've decided to give out the calculations openly, because money matters are more. So when someone hears the word money, inakwanga very misunderstood information. So that one I've put it on a clear. Before you even pay anyone a single dollar, you'll need $2,100 as a student for you to pay for everything. 2,100, that is the amount of money you need. That one you've not even paid me. Now, me assisting you, I'm assisting you from getting you a school to you going for an interview in the embassy. So I need you to understand all that process. This is a service that can even take 3 months. That is what you're paying for. So the reason I've done that calculations openly, you can also verify it on Google and all that. Ndio ukikuja DM nimekuambia you need like 3000, usikuja hapa kwa live useme Lilian ule rafiki yako alikuwa na charge. Yes, I charge. If I charge you 3k for example, can be inclusive of all these expenses, or if you want you pay the expenses on your own. Mimi nita create account pale kwa shule, nitakwambia ni aje, shule inaitisha $70 application fee, you pay on your own. Once you've paid, I proceed with the application. Ikifika kwa embassy, nakwambia embassy wanataka $185, pay on your own, I proceed to book you an appointment. Ikifika kwa evaluation of credentials, I call you, nakwambia the school wants you to evaluate your credentials. I tell you if it's course by course evaluation, you evaluate, you pay the body that evaluates your credentials. So at the end of the day, you can decide to pay for everything on your own. You use just a credit ama debit card na unalipa hizo vitu peke yako. Na ukishalipa sisi tunaendelea. Sasa that is the best thing. So you can verify that. If maybe anyone missed, that is the figures that you need. Those are the figures that you need. So there's no other shortcut. Okay. So just be clear with it in a better way. If you be clear with it, at least utaelewa. You can tell someone, hey, umse enyewe he means the best or niaje. Those are the figures that you need in just a clear and simple words. You will need cash at the end of the day, but you necessarily don't need the money once. Even if you have it, you know, you needing the money doesn't mean you are sending me the money. You just need to have it. It's to your own benefit. So you can go step by step. What is the first step, guys? Get a school. Do you have a school? No. Now get a school. Tafuta school application fee, pata shule. Second step ni hii, enda step by step, step by step. So don't, saizi najua kuna watu wamesikia $2,100 waka freeze. I don't know, so what was the expectations? But there's nothing for free. If it's for free, you're the product. And I really don't know how you can be a product right now unless someone is taking your organs. Anapeleka kuuza pahali. Hiyo ndo unaweza kuwa product. Thank you so much, Elizabeth, for listening. Yeah, ama nadanganya surely. Like, you can't go to someone and expect a free service. Like, I don't know if sawa your point of injury. Omera Bedmos. I like to hiyo. Bana, unajua venye nilianzanga hii TikTok. Hata Lilian atakwambia atawapigia story one day. Kwa nini hukuji live na nini, tukapelekana juu ndo tukakuwa mabeshte. And it's really good. Okay, it's really good. We normally start. So unaona kama mwingine aliuliza kwa nini uweki picha. The visit visa fee. Visit visa please to pay breakdown. Visit visa rule 1 ya kwanza. It is the most easy affordable. Lakini shida ni kama unakuja za conference, kama unakuja to attend a conference, trust me, you will have to pay for that conference. Hakuna conference itakupea a free invitation. Hakuna. Unless ni a conference yenyewe umekuwa referred. Kuna kuanga na referral code. Ni inaitwaje? Ya referral ID. Kuna referral ID. They might inaitwaje? Promotion code, yes. Thank you. Unless umepata hiyo promotion code, ni either maybe ni kitu ulipata kwa meeting fulani uliattend ama seminar, then mkapewa promotion code. So ukiweka hivi na kupea waiver on the application fee. But believe me, all conferences you need to pay. And also tell me, how do you expect an embassy kuapprove visa unaenda ku attend conference ya bure as a listener? So at least also ukienda ku attend conference, don't just go as a listener. Una get, enda na kitu like you are going to contribute something to it. So hiyo registration fee ndo watu wengi ufail. Most people wakiona conference iko na application fee, they don't apply. Secondly, do not Google conferences. I know this thing. If you go on TikTok, they tell you to Google. The moment you've Googled a conference, my friend, now let me tell you one thing, in social media, a lot of things can be red flag. Googling something doesn't make that thing right. Even me, I can post something on Google and you go and search and find it. Does not make it legit. Take it from me. Okay? There are very many Indians wako na hadi website ya conferences. They have many. In fact, I'm pretty sure if you Google, that is the first website you're going to fall trap in. When you find, ukiingia kwa hiyo website inakupea WhatsApp link ama inakupea Telegram link, ushapotea. There are critical steps to follow for you to get a genuine conference. So not everything can be Googled. I like to put that on clear part. Kwa sababu wewe ukishaenda umegoogle, unajua uta Google conference hata watakutumia link, but wanakuweka kwa WhatsApp group and you will pay, but believe me that application is not genuine. Ingia tu Google, say Google conferences in USA, utaona peli utapelekwa hizo za website. Waindi hata is not red flag. No ni black flag. Una get? So you'll get like you pay, they will email you at a job. Wachana hata na hiyo conference, even jobs. You apply, they email you, then inafika pale unaambiwa you need to pay this fee for this. There are ways to apply for those things. Anyway, internet squeeze, the internet nimekuwa the first black market ya kila kitu. So just be keen when you're doing your research. Kama una avoid shortcut, hautaki kulipa mtu, at least be informed, usitrap because at the end of the day most people get lost. Most people get lost. I know so many people with fake job offers out here because they go to these websites and they get the job offers and they don't want to take you anywhere. Okay, World Cup. Yeah, talk about World Cup to Canada. So we have World Cup in Canada, Mexico, and the US. You can use that opportunity to come as a tourist to attend the World Cup. You need to book a ticket. Please, there's no way unaenda ku attend World Cup hujabook. Hata kama umeambiwa visa officer you are going to attend, how? World Cup tickets ranges from $25 to $500. So it depends. The earlier you book, the better. The later you book, the expensive it is. Ni kama tu flight. Ukitaka flight ya sahi, you're going to pay triple or double. Ukitaka flight and the next 1 month, you're going to pay a favorable fee. Are we clear? I don't skip some questions unless so mtu wa diploma anaweza pata shule pia. Yes, anaweza. Not just mtu wa diploma, even a high school. As a high school, you come as a freshman. Kama wewe ni wa diploma, unakuja as a transfer student. So yes, you can beauty the queen. You can get. Ikuwa umetoka high school jana, wenye wamepata high school last year, sorry, wenye wamemaliza high school last year, they can get schools this year. Okay? You can also, yeah, I can help in Canada. I think though niko na visa fulani. Siwezi post. Niko nazo natamani kuzionyesha but ni za watu. Je, sasa pia ukiweka kitu ya mtu hapa, mtu anaweza tumia for hiyo ni data privacy. Nikiweka visa mtu, I have a lot of visas in my inbox. Normally for some clients I can only send you as a view once. Maybe 3 visas maximum. Na kutumia kama view once. Because ni information za watu. Age limit, no age limit for any applications. Kwanza tourist haina age limit, you can go. Another route was people, I don't know kama, anyway, saisi hakuna watu, sisi ndo tumebaki. Another route watu walikuwa wanaangalia, you go to other countries and then go to the US. Na study gap, do they question if you have a long study gap? I think I explained that. You give a reason, give a proof of what you've been doing between those periods of time, between those 2 intervals. Then you're good to go. Haina gap. Hiyo gap bora unaweza feel. You give to, you've been doing this, trying to make ends meet, looking for money, saving for your program that you want to do. Ni tu vitu zingine that you unaweza pata, and I don't think you are unaweza shindwa hiyo nini, hizo information. You can. So anything at the end of the day you'll get them. What about mtu anafanya degree na hajamaliza na anataka kuapply shule US? You can transfer. You can transfer your nini, your level yenye uko. Kama uko first year Kenya unaweza transfer kujiendelee huko. You can transfer kujiendelee. You can transfer. Any other questions? Because yes, within the same course, exactly. It's very easy. Thanks for the input. Welcome Kiki. It's very easy to transfer. Si kitu ngumu. Ni kitu hata ya less than 3 months, 2 months. Hata 3 months ni mingi. Transfer students ni rahisi. Welcome Kingpin venye. Kama kuna maswali, mimi niko hapa. Tuta chill to hii live. If there are no more questions. When you're applying to study, you're being funded or you fund yourself. You fund yourself. No one funds you. Unless you are of impact. Unless kuna way unaweza benefit that person to fund you. If you are of benefit like someone like maybe you have a special skill like athletics, extracurriculum activity. Wewe na football, ukishika mpira, wewe ni CR7, then it's easy to convince someone to fund you at the end of the day. But if not, yeah, your transfer is possible. Unafanya course gani? Which course are you doing? Nyamin. Already kama uko huku the better. Sasa sio nitafute tu sasa inbox. Nimewambia kama uko US hata ukitaka change of status. Immigration services niko. Anything that doesn't need a lawyer can assist. Accelerator naweza pata na Empower. Accelerator nursing. Already uko US. Are you within? ABSN. Inaitwa ABSN. Computer science. Hiyo iko sawa. Hiyo iko sawa. Comp iko sawa. Na wewe ni msichana wa tech, hebu acha nikufone. That is my field. I mean cyber security. I'm a cyber security network analyst. Umejua hiyo kitu? I'm a tech guy too. I normally connect with techies. Kuna job za Canada? Hapana, I don't do that. Visit and student, that is number one thing that I do. Jobs and unskilled, those ones I don't do. Hizo ni red flag mingi. Staki kunini kutrend TikTok. And I'm a very district person. Mimi mpaka ukuwe na profession. Ama tukuje nipeleke na masomo. Ingia na masomo as an entry. I think we've talked about this. Entry opportunity. Use entry opportunity. Best one is student and visit. Mambo na work kama hauna career, wachana nayo. Tumia entry ya student ama visit. Ukishafika, sort hiyo mambo na job utapata kwa ground, it's easy. Lakini if you talk about nataka job, utangoja 10 years from now tutapatana tu hivi TikTok inshallah. Tabado type the same. So avoid hiyo kitu ya job. Ita waste time yako. There are a lot of restrictions, not regulations na hizo job. Cause kama ni Canada unapata kampuni mpaka ikuwe LMIA certified. Kama hiyo kampuni is not LMIA certified, hata wakupe job offer wendi enda nao pahali. Yeah, unaweza enda na hiyo course. That's what I said. You can. Hakuna course that you cannot go with it. You can change that course, you go with it. You can, proceed with that course. It's computer science is a major. Hasa unakuja unatafuta computer science and cyber security ama data analytics. Ama computer engineering, software engineering. Ni how much? My friend is wedding in Age. Akutumia invitation. Kuja nikufanyie DS160. Akutumia invitation ukuje nikuapply DS160. Nikufanyie DS160 I mean. Akuandikia invitation why he needs you to attend the wedding. Kwa nini anataka uende? How much is a visit visa? $185 to the embassy you pay. If that is what you're asking, visit visa fee. na si unajua bado uko na flight hapo ina depend, na hotel industry jobs Canada. Waiter, cruise ship, go for cruise ship my friend. Angalia hata bio yangu, kuna zingine niko na videos mingi nafaa ni post. Go for cruise ship, enda ufanye kazi kwa meli, ukule $1,500 iko sawa for you to start with. Shida pia meli, niko na watu wengi wako kwa meli pia wanataka venye wanatoka wanakuja kwa ground. But kama we ni mgeni unaenda kwa meli, enda kwa cruise ship. Cruise ship is one good one. But you need to have an experience ya 5-star hotel kwa resume yako. At least ukuwe umework kwa 1 5-star hotel ama at least 2 5-star hotels. Any other question? Any other question? Any other question please, you can ask. Miaka ngapi inatakikana job in USA? Hakuna age limit. No, it's not a must you exit. I think that is what I said. If you have a host, the better. Kuja na visit, change your status. I'm repeating 1,000 times. Uzuri yenye mimi napenda about the US ni kuwa visa yenye umekuja nayo haita define stay yako. Unaweza kuja na visit visa, you change to student visa, you change to work visa without you kutoka nje, without you ever leaving the border. Na hata unaweza pata citizenship bila wewe kutoka nje ya nchi for all those times. Kuna watu wamekuja hapa na visit visa na walikuja hapa 1970s, 1980s, 1990s, early 2000s. They have never even exited. They came, wamegive birth, nao ndo watoto wao wanaongea Kizungu. Unajua sisi tumekuja huku tumesoma, tumekuwa wazee kidogo, like we did our primary in the village, high school in the village. We only went to town to do our degree. But in town, whenever we met someone speaking our vernacular, including the lecturer, we would speak the vernacular all through the campus. Because again, no one was writing our names, not speaking English in campus. So unajua mtoto unajua accent yake ina change haraka. If you come with a kid mostly at a younger age, kids their accent change. Sisi tutaingia TikTok tumeongea hapa Kiswahili bwana, sauti inakaa ya tuoli. So what I'm trying to say is that visit visa can bring you very well. Like usichague visa, usikuwe mtu kuchagua visa. Kama una profession usichague. Kama niko na host, miaka ngapi nimejibu. Names in my certificate are different from the passport and birth certificate. Can that be a problem? Names in my certificate are different from the passport. So your passport has the same names with the birth certificate because your passport originates from the birth certificate. So what you have to do is just change your birth certificate, then change your passport to match the names of the certificates za shule. Kwa sababu ni ngumu sana kuchange certificate ya shule. It's a long process compared to changing birth na passport. So I think the first thing you should do is change your birth certificate. After changing your birth certificate, use your new birth certificate that has the same names as your high school and campus or degree certificates to match those two. So certificates za shule zifanane. Tumia birth certificate, change birth certificate, majina ya birth certificate ifanane na majina za certificate za shule. Then birth certificate mpya utumie kupata passport mpya. Unaweza hata sema hii ya kitambo imepotea, utapewa na hiyo birth certificate mpya. So ziwezi pata job ya hotel kama waiter huko Canada. Hawezi. I have a son who is 20 years old, nataka kuje huko. How can you help me? Student visa. Visit visa pia lazima uwe na bank statement. Yes, I can still assist you on that. Anything that requires a bank statement, it's a service that I can assist you with. I have a son who's 20 years. Yes, you can. Mlete na F1. Kuja nimtafutie shule. Kama ameenda high school, si ndio? Hajaingia uni, kuja nikupe course nyingine ngumu yenye ako na chance ya kupata visa haraka. Kuja nikuambia anaenda kufanya aerospace engineering ama aerodynamics ama anaenda kufanya nini? Anaenda kufanya piloting aviation because most of the pilots again ukuje huko wanapata kitu inaitwa FAA licensing. Kama kwa high school amepata grade mzuri, leta nikutafutie shule. Na scholarship kwanza by the way. Na ingie huku by August. Akuje August. Na ni mtu anacheza mpira kwa sababu amesema ni ya kijana.
Kijana Yop ako na magoti mzuri, anakimbia vizuri, anaweza kick ka kitu mzuri. Nikuje niweke yeye ni soka, ama kama yeye ni mtu wa kukimbia na kaa Kipchoge, tunaweka yeye ni athlete, bonus inaingia. You know, students are easy. When you are young, it's easy. About grades, anything above C. Bora tu amepata C. C minus, C plain. You know, you guys are international students, so they don't really check grades. Hawaangalii grades ati umepata ngapi. I don't know maybe which school, but I don't have schools that check. Wa rugby yako sawa. Mnaweza pata coaches. There are coaches here who always take in, bora ko young, because they look at age. You know, for sports, hawezi chukua mtu amepita 27. Ni ngumu because wanaona 27 ni karibu kuretire. So akiwa hiyo 20 years ako sawa. 16, 15, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. It's a very good age for extracurricular activities. Anyone will tell you that for free. Even as early as 13, they take. As early as 13. Bora tu mtu ako active. They like the young age. Because huyu mtu young age anaweza kuwa mentored vizuri. So napata huyu kijana akifika 22. Na kick hiyo mpira mchezo yenye, yani akikick bana. Hata watu wa Gor Mahia cannot believe that is a Kenyan. Do you remember this Kenyan guy who got a contract ya 750 million Kenya shillings, close to 1 billion? Si mnamkumbuka? Huyu Kenyan mwenye alienda Europe. Kijana mwingine mdogo mdogo hivi. Contract yake silikuwa kama 1 billion Kenya shillings. Hiyo age iko fiti. They are coaches and their schools. Schools love these people. And these are the people who get scholarships too. Extracurricular activity. You can ask any person in the US. But not asikue wa miaka mingi. Miaka ni hizo zenye nimekuambia. At least below 23, 25, 20. Hiyo age iko sawa. Early 20s is very good. Huyo ni mtu wako energetic. Kama ni mwanume, testosterone zake pia ziko strong. You know, that is also bringing a factor to a male growing up. Unaget? So ako fiti, ako aggressive. You know, they are aggressive to learn. They are aggressive to be taught and mentored. So ako Spain hapa mkuu. Nani ako Spain? Kama uko Spain, hebu acha nione comment yako Spain. Chemei anasema aje? Oh, ako Spain. Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. The guy, yes. The Kalenjin boy. A very good guy. I like how calm he is. So naona alipata deal mzuri. Chemei, nika uko Spain. Chemei nipe link ya Spain. Mi, unajua bedhe mi one thing hii TikTok pia. I also make links. Just don't say you have a host. Or the guy is in Spain. Yeah, true. Nini, don't say you have a host. If you are going for an immigrant visa, avoid mentioning that you know people in the US. That can also lead to your downfall. Itaonekana kama uko na soft ties, uko na soft spot. So likely utakuwa comfortable usahau kurudi kwenyu. Na utakula denial. So avoid knowing. Hata kama unajua tu shosho yako mwenye alikuja 1991, usiseme uko na shosho huko. Because shosho pia kuna pale aliandika jina yako. These people don't know anything. Even if me and you are brothers, there is no point I'm writing you that we are brothers. So avoid telling the information that. Oh, nice. Uko UK, bro. Okay, nice. Okay. Hata UK iko fit, I still want links. Kwa sababu unajua ukiwa kwa ground unajua venye policies na change. Me have to do research. At least tukiniambia hivyo tuna make pia friends bwana. Kwa na host DME connections. My son is in UN second year. Can he transfer because he's past 21 years and I have registered with EB3? Yes, you can transfer. You can transfer in hata unaweza anza mapema. EB3 yako ikiivana ama hata akikuja mapema wewe pia umekuja. I have a brother who plays soccer, just finished high school 21. Wako fiti. Soccer is a very good activity. Mambo na jobs, Eric, za unskilled normally si nini. But what I know is their roots. If you fanya research ziko their roots, but still advice enda na visit visa ufanye kazi chini ya maji basi. Hiyo work visa, my friend, you need a job offer. That job offer, I'm telling you, you'll wait as long as waiting for a green card.